Chapter 21. Sparring and Reflection Crash. A bolt of lightning split the clear sky, followed by the soft patter of raindrops. "Ugh, this ruins the mood," grumbled Ragnar. Ram replied curtly. The heated argument between the two fizzled out as out. They averted their gazes, avoiding further confrontation. That was the end of their spat. Together they sought shelter from the rain, retreating into the barracks. The sudden downpour was bizarre, especially since the skies had been so clear. It seemed the weather had taken a turn for the absurd. Late autumn was no time for unexpected showers, and this kind of rain, void of even a single dark cloud, was a rare sight. "Rain out of nowhere," Grace muttered, staring at the raindrops falling from the seemingly clear sky. Ancred also glanced upward, replaying events that had occurred in his absence. The idea of a curse still lingered, though he dismissed it as mere superstition. So, would they say even this rain is part of the curse? "Maybe," Cray said with a shrug. "Over the past 3 days, one scout tripped and broke his nose, another fractured his arm, and Rotten got bitten by a snake. All 3 were part of the Reconnaissance team. The first scout, though agile enough to perform somersaults, probably shouldn't have tried such stunts in full armor. It was a miracle his broken nose was the extent of the damage. The second Jack had a foul mouth and an overconfidence in his spear skills. His broken arm came from a sparring match, and Ancred was willing to bet his opponent had deliberately targeted it. Finally, Rotten, despite being in the reconnaissance unit, lacked a cautious nature. It wasn't snake season, but there were areas of the plains where the creatures were prevalent. In short, all these incidents were explainable. And let's not forget the guy who burned himself on a pot. Crace's tone was one of amusement rather than concern. If he truly believed in the curse, he wouldn't be speaking so light-heartedly. To him, it was just idle chatter. "Oh, and the medic tent caught fire. Weren't you there, squad leader? Hear anything about it?" The medic tent fire. Was that being attributed to the curse too? "Yeah, I saw it burn," Ancred replied, nonchalantly. Craze whipped his head around. "You actually saw it? Did the fire just suddenly flare up? I heard rumors about an infiltrator." "No," Ancred thought. "I set it on fire." The infiltrator theory held some truth, as there had been a raid. But whether the raiders were truly enemies remained unclear. Ang's identity was still a mystery, though Ancred suspected he was at least a noble's illegitimate child. If so, the attackers might not have been enemy soldiers, but allies in disguise. As for curses, there was no point discussing nonsense. The leadership would soon crack down on such rumors. No commander would tolerate them spreading within their ranks. "Hey, squad leader, did you see anything or not?" Crace pressed him for an answer. Ancred met his wide-eyed gaze, deliberating. Crace was too much of a blabbermouth to hear the truth. Even if he weren't, there was no reason to explain. Ancred had already decided to keep quiet. "All I saw was the tent burning," he finally said. "Huh? Didn't you know?" "Not at all. So no enemy attack?" "It really just caught fire out of nowhere. A sentry fell asleep, a gust of wind toppled the torch stand, and the oil barrels nearby caught fire. From there the flames spread to the tent. Tight." Ancred mimed a spark igniting and flames spreading with his hand. "Nothing special then. And you're not worried that I almost died in the blaze?" "Well, you're standing here, aren't you? Is that supposed to be reassuring?" Ancred wondered. "So, if you're alive and well, does that make you a ghost, squad leader?" Ram chimed in from behind, laughing. "Does he think that's a joke?" Ancred thought as he turned toward him. "And so the Lord says, 'Let the restless spirits rest.'" recited one of the more devout squad members, as if performing an exorcism. If Encrid had actually been a ghost, he imagined those words would be rather unpleasant. "Only my hair got a little singed," he muttered. The scorched ends of his bangs had been hastily trimmed with a knife, leaving his hair looking noticeably uneven. "With black hair, it's not even noticeable," Ram teased with a grin. "And what about your ash-colored mop? Is that just a pile of cinders?" "Ah, you got me. My hair's just a pile of ash." Was this genuinely amusing to him? Even though no one else was laughing, Rem continued to crack jokes. Soon, the rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun. The idle chatter ended there. Grace left to tend to some business, and Encrid lay down to nap, lulled by the soft drip of water from the edge of the tent. It was a sweet, restful sleep. When he awoke, the headache that had plagued him earlier was gone, and his fatigue had dissipated. Encrid stretched, twisting his waist from side to side. The pain in his ribs was completely gone. He felt refreshed and invigorated. The barracks were empty. From outside, he could hear footsteps and muffled voices of soldiers grumbling about the erratic weather. "What's with the rain? Starting and stopping like that?" Encrid pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out. Most of the squad was scattered around, taking advantage of their personal time. Not seeing Jackson or Cray was no surprise, but the others were nearby. Spotting Rem, scribbling something on the damp ground. Encrid approached him. "Looks like you're free, does it?" Rem replied without looking up. "You're right. I'm so bored I was just debating whose skull to crack next." Rem's talent for picking fights with, squadmates was one of his specialties. His hobby involved provoking someone until they snapped, then beating them senseless. Since Encrid had joined, this behavior had become less frequent, but Ram hadn't abandoned it entirely. "Then spar with me," Encrid suggested. "Sparring? Yeah, a match." Ram shrugged and nodded. This wasn't anything new. Encrid's sparring requests were a regular occurrence. "Fine by me." The two headed to the clearing behind the barracks. Thanks to the strange weather, no one else was around, and even if they were, no one would care. Encrid stood 10 paces away from Rempo. Rem grinned, rolling his wrists. The sunlight glinted off his axe blade, freshly sharpened and ready for use. Though the rain had stopped, the air was thick with humidity and carried the earthy scent of wet soil. The ground was soft but not muddy, offering decent footing. The sunlight, partially obscured by clouds, wasn't blinding. "A perfect day for a fight," Rem remarked. "Is it?" "I don't say me. See it." Encrid replied as he awakened the heart of the beast. He refused to let time go to waste, striving to make every day count. Physical training, sharpening his senses, and honing his mind were all part of his regimen. Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship won't work here. After countless bouts with Rem, he'd learned that thrusting attacks were ineffective against him. The question was, what approach would work? Considering his weapon, the pressure Rem exuded, and his own experiences, Encrid calculated his strategy. How could he land an effective strike? Now was the time to test the answer he'd reached after much deliberation. With a soft scrape, Rem stepped forward, planting his foot confidently. There was no hesitation in his movement, only bold assurance. "So I have to make the first move." Encrid didn't reply. Instead, he focused on Rem's breathing, stealing his rhythm. Inhale. Exhale. Rem's breaths were long and steady. The moment Ram exhaled, Encrid closed the distance in an instant. Encrid propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his hind legs. As the distance between them closed, whoosh! The sword in his grasp slashed horizontally through the air. Rem leaned back, arching his waist as if lying down, narrowly, avoiding the strike. It was a feat only possible due to his precise anticipation of the sword's trajectory. Even while half reclined, Rem's gaze never wavered from Encrid. Encrid, noticing this, reflexively pulled his sword back to guard himself. Whoosh! Clang! A flying axe struck his blade. The impact wasn't overwhelming. No matter how strong Rem was, an axe thrown from a reclining position couldn't carry much force. Still in that position, whoosh! Whoosh! The axes kept flying. Clang! 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 Encrid gripped his sword tightly with both hands, blocking each strike. He tried to find a moment to regroup and launch a counterattack, but Rem didn't give him the chance. Encrid felt as if he was standing beneath a relentless guillotine. The torrent of axe attacks only stopped when Rem fully rose to his feet. Though there was a brief pause, Encrid neither retreated nor adjusted his stance. As Rem straightened his back, he pulled his arm backward. Instead of stepping back and up, steadying his breath, thrust. Encrid lunged forward, delivering a thrust he had practiced countless times. It was a precise extension of his blade from his current stance, determined to land the strike. Everything happened in an instant. The blade shot forward, aiming for Rem's midsection. But as it neared, Encrid's vision suddenly caught a mix of blue sky and an inverted image of Rem's face. What? Rem's upside-down face filled his vision. Whoosh! In the moment of the thrust, Rem had kicked Encrid's ankle. The instantaneous move threw off the blade's aim, causing it to slice through empty air. Instead of swinging his axe, Rem released it entirely, grabbing Encrid by the collar and hurling him to the side. Rolling to the ground, Encrid quickly pieced together what had happened. It had been a trick. Rem had only pretended to prepare for another axe swing, using that moment to his advantage. Phew! Sprawled on the ground, Encrid shook his head in disbelief. The sheer strength was overwhelming. Encrid prided himself on his strength, believing few could match him. Yet, Rem had thrown him with one hand as if he weighed nothing. Sure, he wasn't wearing armor, making him relatively light, but this was still a show of monstrous strength. Looking up from his seated position, Encrid saw Rem's face. His expression was unusual. Normally, Rem smiled throughout their sparring sessions, but not this time. His lips were set straight, and his face was calm. He wasn't smiling. Hey, what have you been eating behind my back? Rem asked with a serious expression. Thinking about it, the reaction was natural. Rem likely had no memory of assisting him with thrust training. After all, during that first session, Encrid had only been assigned to kitchen duty. I thought it before, but your skills have grown quite a bit. That thrust, pretty good. Not bad at all. Really, yes. I don't flatter. Sure you don't. Encrid dismissed it as a joke, coming from someone who was always spouting nonsense. I'm serious. Got it. Let's review then. You really never change, do you? How is it that you're always so consistent? Post-sparring reviews were a routine for Encrid. No matter how little there was to gain, he would doggedly analyze the session, determined to learn something. While most opponents often had little feedback to offer, that wasn't the case today. Things had changed. Today's spar had left Rem with plenty to say, a testament to how much Encrid had improved. For starters, waiting for my axe was too obvious. Even if I don't fall for it, you should at least try to deceive me. Rem started to speak, and Encrid nodded attentively, as always. Rem chuckled at the sight of Encrid's focused demeanor. He always began with the main points, leaving minor details for later. A style Encrid deeply respected. Encrid listened intently to every word. For 3 days, there were no battles. During that time, Incrid sparred with Rem 3 more times. "You should work on your lower body. Something about your balance feels off," Rem remarked. Though he often made offhanded remarks, Rem had a sharp eye for identifying core issues. Incrid took those words to heart and reflected on them deeply. Afterward, he threw himself into even more rigorous training. While others rested during their free time, Incrid trained. During personal maintenance hours, soldiers often engaged in their own activities, writing letters or focusing on rest. But apart from eating and sleeping, Incrid devoted everything to honing his skills. To an observer, his lifestyle might seem extreme. To Incrid, however, it was a state of peace. The gradual improvement he felt each day brought unparalleled satisfaction. Even the increased strain on his body from the training didn't faze him. "What a relentless guy. Back at it as soon as he's out of the infirmary," someone remarked. "He seemed quiet lately, but now he's back at it again. If I trained like that, I'd be a knight by now." What nonsense. Amid his grueling exercises, Incrid focused his hearing to distract from the pain in his muscles. When his body screamed in agony, concentrating on external sounds made the suffering fade. Nearby, he overheard the idle chatter of two soldiers from another squad. Though they were part of the same platoon, the distance between them felt significant. Pushing his hearing further, Incrid strained to pick up more distant sounds. The rustling of fabric behind him hinted at movement, and he tried to guess what action it corresponded to. Listening to footsteps, he attempted to identify who they belonged to. He guessed wrong half the time, but he could recognize familiar steps. Light, swift, yet with an oddly lively rhythm against the dirt. Big eyes. He was right. "Still training? You're insane," Craze said, approaching. Incrid ignored him. As he repeated a squat motion, his legs began to tremble. Sweat trickled from his scalp, pooling at the tips of Ion Sibramnamard. "Doing me, and order down with Conado, Scalo." His eyebrows. The erratic weather had finally cleared, returning to its usual dry, arid state. On such a day, sweating profusely might seem odd, especially in a battlefield, where a fight could break out at any moment. Such rigorous training seemed out of place. But for those around him, this was simply Incrid's way. "Doesn't that exhaust you? How do you keep it up every day?" Crace asked, sitting nearby, chewing on a piece of jerky. A droplet of sweat slid down Incrid's brow, falling to the ground. A dull ache radiated from his thighs, his muscles trembling violently as nausea crept in. He had reached his limit. Finally, Incrid collapsed, drenched in sweat. As he sat there with his eyes closed, the cool breeze brushed against his damp forehead and ears. Another day's training was complete. As he basked in the wind, enjoying the moment, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached from behind and came to a stop. "You're as relentless as ever." Tilting his head back, Incrid looked up at the source of the voice. A shadow stretched over his face, blocking the sunlight. Though the man's face was obscured by the backlight, his rugged beard was unmistakable. "Got a moment to talk?" It was the leader of the 4th Squad. Chapter 22. Reconnaissance. The 4th platoon leader threw out a casual remark. "I'm Lornock." Incrid responded indifferently, sensing that this man had something to say. "If you have something to say, go ahead." He was currently enjoying the cool breeze after being drenched in a sweat. The timing was perfect, a moment of relaxation accompanied by a pleasant breeze. So he hoped the man would quickly say what he needed to, and leave. "We'd like you to join the reconnaissance unit and carry out missions," the 4th platoon leader said, crossing his arms. It wasn't the firmness of a commander that came through, but rather a defensive posture. Encred thought for a moment. Reconnaissance unit. This wasn't a typical request. Moreover, Encred was well aware of his ambiguous position. The only reason he could remain at a squad leader's level was because this was the 444th squad. And now they wanted to move him to the reconnaissance unit? Is it all right to take our squad leader? Rem suddenly interjected from behind, leaning his chin on Encred's shoulder. Given the small height difference, it was a somewhat natural posture for leaning. Are you serious? Half laughing, Rem's question sounded more like a protest against taking Encred away. It's an order. R.E.M. The fourth platoon leader glared at him, but it was clearly just posturing. Encred noticed immediately. Rem was a troublemaker, a reckless berserker who swung his axe at the slightest provocation, invoking the authority of a commander on someone. Like Rem was meaningless, both Encred and the fourth platoon leader knew this. Rem eat shake. Before his axe-loving squad member could say anything further, Encred called his name and shrugged him off his shoulder. Well, do as you like. Rem grumbled and backed away. I can go instead, Ragnar said nonchalantly, observing the scene. You want us to find ourselves behind enemy lines? Hearing this, Rem chuckled, and Ragnar flared up momentarily but swallowed his anger. It wasn't a wrong observation. Ragnar had no talent for navigation. Even with a map and directions, he would still end up in the wrong place. Nor was he particularly skilled at coordinating with others. Wasn't that why he ended up here? Ignoring orders and fighting his own way in every squad he'd been in? He had too many shortcomings to be selected for a reconnaissance role. You're not an option, Ragnar, the fourth platoon leader said, shaking his head. While the entire situation gave Encred a bad feeling, he thought, all things considered, I might be the most suitable for this. His ambiguous position had significance only among the 444th squad members. Even during the week he was away due to injury, his absence caused considerable commotion. And now they were specifically calling for him? That implied they had no better option. The talk of a curse had quickly died down, but its effects lingered. Bojack and Rotten, all former members of the reconnaissance unit, were gone, leaving them short-staffed. Sigh, it's a headache for me too. One of the squad leaders has food poisoning and can't move, the fourth platoon leader said. It almost seemed reasonable to believe in a curse, especially since this was happening exclusively to the reconnaissance squad. The fourth platoon leader looked utterly drained, clearly not enthusiastic about calling Encred. This feels oddly off. As Encred stared at him, the fourth platoon leader finally relented. Don't look at me like that. I'll explain everything, huh? I said stop looking at me like that. What did I do? He had just been staring, but the fourth platoon leader sighed heavily, overreacting. Seriously, stop glaring like that. It's unsettling. Sometimes you need to consider how the person on the receiving end feels. Especially if they're your superior, Rem said, snickering. Reacting to Rem's joke would lead nowhere, so Encred decided to listen to the fourth platoon leader instead. To reinforce the reconnaissance unit, they promoted a squad leader to platoon leader. But we're still short on numbers, so we were ordered to draft suitable individuals from other squads. Your name came up during the selection process. From the higher-ups, the new company commander. You're not in trouble, are you? Could this be about silencing me for knowing too much? If they wanted to eliminate him, there were simpler ways. No, there was no need for such measures. It seems like a casual suggestion. Encred judged it to be just that. It's an order from above. Just go along with it. Behind him, Ram sharpened his axe while Ragnar insisted again that he could go. Meanwhile, another squad member stood in front of the barracks, head raised to the heavens, praying fervently. "O Holy Lord, do not take my small and precious squad leader from me. Do not test your fragile servant." The fourth platoon leader was dumbfounded. Who's taking him? And who's small and fragile here? The praying soldier's bulging arm muscles seemed to flex with every word. His arms alone were the size of an average soldier's thighs. If this devout warrior was considered fragile, then few in the world could be deemed sturdy. "This is just a one-time thing. Winter will arrive soon, and this campaign will likely end with it," the fourth platoon leader explained. By the next campaign, the reconnaissance unit's roster would be reshuffled, and the 444th squad leader wouldn't likely be included. Ancred understood the reasoning. Wars rarely continued through winter, so there was no need to overthink it. These temporary assignments were common. While he lacked exceptional talent for combat, he excelled in other areas, including reconnaissance missions. However, due to his recent absence, his squad seemed particularly unwilling to let him go. "I really am the best fit for this." It wasn't baseless confidence. If he ended up in a dangerous situation, he could always reset the day. This mission was uniquely suited to him. "Your orders, squad leader," the fourth platoon leader said. "Is how I intend." Words sounded less like a command and more like a plea for help. Ancred glanced back. Rem was sharpening his axe. Ragnar was again offering to go, and the last squad member continued murmuring prayers to the heavens. What a sight! If he came back injured, these guys might riot together. Were things always like this? No, it hadn't been this way when he first joined. When did it change? Did they struggle a lot while I was gone? Even Big Eyes shook his head in exasperation. But orders were orders, and no matter how unruly his squad was, Ancred wasn't like them. "Looks like I have to go." He exhaled deeply as he spoke. The higher-ups had decided, and defying orders wasn't an option. While there might be ways to get out of it, they weren't worth the trouble. With Ancred's single statement, the atmosphere settled. It was only natural. No matter how much of a mere title it may be, he is the leader of this squad of only 6. "Do as you like," Rem said, puffing up and letting out a puff, responding. "I told you I can go," Ragnar insisted. "But that wouldn't change anything. How could a scout who gets lost even within the camp possibly be trusted?" Ancred found it more surprising how Ragnar had managed his life of wandering. Hadn't he claimed to have gone all the way to the easternmost sea? Wasn't it possible he got there by getting lost? It was a reasonable question, but it was one that didn't need asking. As always, Ancred kept a certain distance from the group. If they didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't pry. That was the nature of squad leader, Ancred. "Fine. Whatever," the platoon leader said and turned to leave. His steps were lighter than when he had arrived, as though the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. While platoon leader was away washing and resting, a small stir began in the barracks, starting from an innocuous remark. "Have you been practicing what you learned?" The question was posed by Jackson, who lay half-reclined on his bed. Jackson's bed was at the farthest end of the barracks, while Ancred's was at the front. Everyone in the barracks could hear Jackson's voice. Ancred reflexively nodded. Having learned the discipline of enhancing hearing from Jackson, he had spent each repetitive day training. He thought it was the right time to ask. But then Rem showed a displeased reaction. "What did you learn?" Throughout this time, Ancred had learned a little from many of the squad members. He had picked up bits and pieces from Rem, Ragnar, and even the devout squad member. All of them were survival techniques for the battlefield. Ancred had learned eagerly, though he never mastered it all, and mostly just used what he picked up. Some things were too difficult to learn perfectly. At least, now, The hearth of the beast seemed to have finally settled within him. But he had never learned anything from Jackson. "What did you teach him?" Rem, who had been lying down, sat up and asked. "Keep at it. It will help," Jackson said, fully ignoring Rem. Flames of anger flickered in Rem's eyes. "Is this guy serious? Stop it." Ancred grabbed Rem's shoulder, which was now ablaze with fury. "What could you have learned from that sly bastard? You can't learn anything good from just anyone." Jackson, who had been listening to their conversation, let out a laugh. "Oh, right. I suppose it's your time to die. Today's the day. You want to become food for the monsters wandering the plains, right? Isn't that so?" Jackson remained indifferent. Ancred sighed deeply and pulled Rem's arm. "Just cool it. We're not here to kill each other. Don't worry. I'll survive," Rem said, as if nothing could stop him. "No, that's not what I meant." "Who's going to survive? Oh Lord, should I send this foolish, faithless soul up to be comforted by the divine? If you allow it, I will do so. Don't do anything unnecessary, and don't waste your energy." Ancred began to regret whether taking the reconnaissance mission was the right choice. "What? Is it right to leave them behind?" "Don't worry too much. It'll never come to an end. They just clash a few times with their weapons," Cray said, counting silver coins from his pocket. "That's the problem. The few times with weapons. To an outsider, it would seem like a deadly fight. Despite being such troublemakers, their commander still didn't dismiss them. Why? Because of their exceptional abilities. In battle, they were certainly soldiers with superior combat capabilities, worth more than 10 ordinary soldiers. So it was right to pull them into the reconnaissance unit. I won't be a drain on their strength, Ancred thought. But they weren't the same. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ancred became acutely aware of his own shortcomings. I have no talent. He had even lost to a 12-year-old child. No matter how much of a genius the child was. A grown man who couldn't even handle the weight of a sword properly, stumbling while wielding it, lost to a child holding a sword. It wasn't a matter of pride. There was no reason to despair. It was simply a moment that made him reflect on himself. But had he given up? No. He had just rethought the situation, thoroughly understood it, and accepted himself. Was that the end? No, that wasn't it. If there's no talent, someday, if one step is too much, take half a step. As long as you don't stop taking steps forward, it'll be fine. And Ancred had never once stopped moving forward. Feeling like sleep wouldn't come? Ancred grabbed his sword and stepped outside. He thought swinging his sword and breaking a sweat might make him sleep. Ragnar saw this and got up to follow him. Let me see your stance after a long time. Am I not here? Graham, who was late to stand up, said. Their eyes met, and a fierce tension filled the air. At the point where their gazes met, it seemed like a vortex would form. Consistent practice will help, more than any half-baked swordplay, Jackson, who had been lying in bed, said. The moment their eyes locked, both of them shot their glares at Jackson. Half-baked? Rem said. Swordplay? Ragnar continued. You both, didn't you say you'd watch my stance? Ancred interrupted, standing between them. After finally calming the two, Ancred went outside the barracks. Following their half-compliments, half-lectures, he swung his sword repeatedly. The day passed, drenched in sweat. When the morning sun rose, Ancred had to temporarily switch to the reconnaissance unit. Head out. He wasn't too worried. He didn't think it would be difficult. After sweating it out, it seemed like everyone's discomfort had passed. Having sweated and bathed by the stream, Ancred fell into a peaceful sleep. Platoon leader. Why did that guy choose to join the reconnaissance unit? The fairy platoon commander, noticing the first platoon leader standing near the signal pole, asked, "Step away from the signal pole. It could cause a fire if you fall." "Yes, move to the side." "Yes." "Me. No, me." The first platoon leader took a few steps to the side. The platoon commander's tent was taller and wider than the usual tents. It had a signal pole in the middle to light a fire. Although rudimentary, there was also a table for meetings. This was the line. Place where they decided the route for the reconnaissance mission. Meanwhile, the first platoon leader had asked a question. He had every right to ask. The first platoon leader also served as the platoon commander's assistant, a long-standing tradition in the Cyprus division. "He's quick-witted and knows how to look after himself. Thought he'd fit in well." "Ah, I see." It wasn't a heavily weighed judgment. It was based on intuition. No further explanation was needed. If anyone asked, the answer would simply be, just because. Of course, the judgment was correct. The fairy's intuition was sometimes sharper than a prophet's words. Chapter 23. The thread of no. Listen for sounds that are more unnatural than usual. The scouting party set out in the blue dawn, long before sunrise. As Encrid was quietly packing his belongings alone, Jackson, who had been standing watch as the final sentry, spoke up out of nowhere. Suddenly, confused, Encrid asked what he meant. "You once asked how to avoid getting hit by a sword on the battlefield." Encrid recalled the moment. The infirmary, the assassin's ambush, the fairy unit commander crying in the fire. After wrapping up all the chaos, he had returned to find his unruly squad in the middle of a brawl. His mind had been scattered, and yet, as Jackson reminded him, the memory resurfaced. Before all the commotion, before his final dance with the assassin, he had asked in passing, "Sure, I get that you need to listen carefully. But you can't stay focused on listening in the middle of a battle, right? How do you dodge without even looking? Honing one's hearing? Fine, that made sense. But that required intense focus. Could one truly listen so intently amidst the chaos of the battlefield? Sounds impossible. He knew because he had tried. Perhaps with enough practice, one might manage movements bordering on miraculous against multiple opponents. But one thing was certain. Simply listening well wasn't enough. Jackson was so diligent. He didn't brush off a passing question and answered earnestly. And Encrid was even more diligent. He didn't miss an opportunity to learn. "So, you're saying I should sense the oddities? It would be good to attune yourself to unfamiliar sensations, but that's not easy. So instead, if you're in a grassy field, focus on the sound of the grass rustling and find the noise that doesn't match." The scouting area was a grassland, a field filled with grass that ranged from ankle to eye level. It felt as though Jackson had tailored his advice to their mission. As Encrid listened to the thoughtful explanation, a question popped into his mind. "You're pretty detailed about this, huh?" At that, Jackson stared directly into Encrid's eyes. It was a gaze that seemed to say, "You already know, so why ask?" When Encrid tilted his head in confusion, Jackson finally added, "Because the squad leader is relentless." What? Where had the conversation gone off track? Why suddenly call him relentless? Jackson was referring to Encrid's tenacity, his passion for the sword. But Encrid was utterly clueless. He considered asking further but closed his mouth. Did the reason even matter? The whims of his unpredictable squad were hardly unusual. So the reason didn't matter. Right now there was a teacher willing to teach and a student willing to learn. If the content held value, that was enough. Since he was about to be dragged off to join the scouting party anyway, reflecting on what he'd learned while training along the way wasn't a bad plan. Thus he ignored the unnecessary details and pressed on. How do I distinguish between different types of sounds? Erasing his momentary confusion, Encred returned to the core topic. Jackson's gaze grew peculiar, as though he were witnessing a three-headed dragon. Why? Nothing. Jackson continued his explanation. What constituted a strange sound? How should one utilize their hearing? It was excellent advice. A joy to learn. Encred set off on the path, deeply satisfied. So that's how it works, huh? Jackson still looked at Encred with an odd expression, but Encred didn't notice and turned to leave. Well then, I'll be off. As Encred walked toward the outskirts of the camp for his scouting mission, Jackson thought to himself, it doesn't make sense. Recently he had seen the squad leader react to footsteps from quite a distance. His hearing range was remarkably broad. While others might miss it, Jackson couldn't be fooled. There was just something off about it. Based on every training method and every individual he'd seen trained in the same way, owning one's hearing meant continually distinguishing between different sounds. That process helped one identify the type of sound. True. But what about the squad leader? His ability to hear is top-notch, but his skill in distinguishing sounds is that of a novice. It was as though he'd undergone short-term, intensive training focused solely on listening. But could that even work? If someone had dozens of spare lives, maybe they could train like that. How peculiar. The squad leader was indeed a strange person. Still, it prompted Jackson to share as much of his knowledge as possible, and the squad leader would likely absorb the lesson immediately. Honing one's hearing was challenging, but distinguishing and categorizing sounds was merely supplementary. When Jackson finally finished his watch and entered the barracks, Rem was there, lounging on his side with a sly grin, propping his head up with one hand. "Your face pisses me off." Jackson offered his morning greeting. Rem chuckled softly and replied, "Falling for the squad leader's charm, are you? You just want to teach him everything, don't you? It's a fair trade. I owe him, so I'll get equivalent value in return later." That was Jackson, the embodiment of equivalent exchange, as the unit nicknamed him. But even as he said it, Jackson knew. Teaching the squad leader wasn't about demanding something in return. It had been an impulsive decision. Maybe the squad leader's recent battlefield feats had left an impression. Jackson didn't dwell on it. Sometimes he knew it was fine to act on impulse, so the matter ended there. "Shut up, you bastard. What kind of man gets shy about this stuff?" Rem cackled and lay back down, pulling his blanket up to his chin. Soon, his breathing steadied as if he had succumbed to warmth and slumber. At times, Jackson couldn't help but wonder, what gives this insane brute such unshakable confidence? "Go lie down. If you try anything while I'm sleeping, I'll split your head open." Rem spoke, feigning sleep. Jackson ignored him and found his spot. Arguing with Rem was pointless. It only invited more words. "Typical bastard. Never answers me." As expected, Rem muttered complaints after his own remarks. The scouting party, which had set out at dawn, started off on the wrong foot. "If we run into those Aspen bastards, I'll split their heads open." "Got it?" "So," said the squad leader in charge of the small reconnaissance unit. Encred almost blurted out, "Do you even understand what scouting is supposed to be?" But before he could, the squad leader spoke again, turning to him. "Loose cannon squad leader, you're just soldier right now. If you're going to disobey orders, say so now. Let's settle it with skill. Unlike some, I didn't get promoted by kissing ass, so I'm confident." The tone was anything but friendly. Encred wasn't offended, nor did it sour his mood. Praise like this wasn't new. Hot, simple insults from those who didn't know him meant nothing. Besides, creating unnecessary friction wasn't worth it. Better to quietly patrol, reflect on what he'd learned, and return. Even if it's annoying, just put up with it. Seems like they've got a bit of a brash personality. The soldier walking closely beside him spoke with a gravelly voice, showing his age. Don't worry about it. Glad to hear that. The soldier smiled humbly, avoiding the squad leader's gaze. Not a bad impression. All right, let's move out. The 10-man patrol unit, doubling as a reconnaissance team, set off. Being part of a reconnaissance team didn't always mean infiltrating enemy territory. This particular plain, known across the continent as the Green Pearl, was a vast expanse of grassland. To the east, there were a few gentle hills and low mountain ridges, but overall, the view was open and unobstructed. To the west flowed the Penhandle River, considered the lifeblood of Norilia, and a shared resource with the enemy, the Duchy of Aspen. Because of the geographical openness, ambushes were nearly impossible in battles on this plain. So what did reconnaissance teams do? Their tasks involved scouting enemy territory and patrolling nearby areas, watching for groups attempting to move unnoticed, tracking any signs of enemy cavalry, or identifying suspicious activities. They also confirmed key strategic locations during their patrols. Naturally, reconnaissance was a dangerous job. Encounters with enemy forces could happen any time, and clashes between reconnaissance teams often escalated into full-scale battles. Such confrontations weren't frequent, though, nor should they be. Let's go show the world the might of Norilia's infantry. To Encrid, the youthful squad leader was a fool drunk on his own abilities. Perhaps he was an illegitimate child of some noble or had backing from someone in the command structure. 19, maybe 20 at most. A quick promotion for a squad leader in Norilia's regular army. But compared to true geniuses, soldiers like him were a dime a dozen. The role of the reconnaissance team seemed entirely absent from the squad leader's thoughts. Some soldiers even echoed his sentiment. Of course, sir. With your skills, a few foes won't be an issue. Show us the strength that took down 5 mercenaries. That brat's head will swell so much it'll burst. Even without being told, it was obvious how things ended up this way. Recon squads likely faced frequent injuries, leaving them short-handed. That's how Encrid and these fools ended up here. Still, this group was below par, even by low standards. Yet, there wouldn't be much trouble. Reconnaissance routes were predetermined, patrol in a circular path centered on Allied bases. The specifics were up to the squad leader, but Encrid assumed things would be fine, unless the squad leader did something drastically foolish. This is a new U's footprint. The squad leader noticed tracks while passing by. The Neung Yu was a herd animal resembling a cow, often seen running in groups of 20 to 50 across the plains. Let's track this and have a barbecue tonight. Chasing 20 nus? Seriously? What was Ivan? More absurd was that these weren't no tracks at all. They belonged to a gazelle. Sure, why not? Murmured a soldier with a good impression, smirking as he stared at the back of the squad leader's head. On the first day, the patrol wasted time, searching for non-existent nus. Naturally, no animal willingly surrendered to a group radiating hostility. Damn it. The squad leader cursed in frustration. If they'd caught something, would the idiot have actually lit a fire? If so, it would have been quite the spectacle. A reconnaissance team starting a bonfire. Might as well announce we're total fools. Fortunately, they caught nothing. Before nightfall, they found a campsite near a hill with 4 large trees and prepared to rest. Where are you from, squad leader? It was the soldier with the good impression who asked. More than anything, his eyes were filled with contempt for their squad leader, Border Guard. A career soldier? Encrid nodded. Border Guard was a fortress city on the frontier, a military town filled with training facilities and professional soldiers. I'm from a mountain village and pride myself on my hunting skills, but calling those tracks noose shocked me. They were clearly gazelle tracks. Encred shared the sentiment. The two found common ground in their disdain for the squad leader. The hunter's name was Unri, an easygoing soldier with no love for their commander. Tomorrow, I'll teach you something fun. On the plains, animals follow distinct paths, even if they aren't obvious at first glance. After chatting for a while, Henry quickly fell asleep. During his third watch that night, Encred recalled lessons from Jackson. Though he didn't draw his sword, he practiced mentally, replaying the duel he had with Ragna and Rem before this mission. Always incorporate thrusts into your stance, Rem had said. He'd also emphasized leg training. Recon teams walked a lot, inevitable for infantry. Walking's fine, Encred mused. It wasn't bad for building leg strength. Sustained by jerky alone, he should have felt empty. But his mind stayed focused on training. Sword techniques, the auditory exercises Jackson taught, and hunting tricks Henry promised to share. Encred genuinely enjoyed learning and mastering skills, and applying them even more. Once I return, I'll spar again, he thought. Throughout his watch, Encred trained his ears while contemplating his next steps, eventually waking the next guard before sleeping himself. On the second day, the patrol resumed their march at dawn. That morning, Henry taught him to identify animal trails. Hearing the rustle of grass against their calves, Encred thought, so much to learn. He genuinely enjoyed the practical hunting knowledge Henry shared. Over here, the squad leader led the group into a field of tall weeds. This seems fine, Encred thought. The path aligned with their mission. But as expected, the squad leader shattered his expectations. We'll cut through this field and track enemy scouts. What do you think? Is this guy insane? Encred nearly said it aloud, but held back. How would they navigate in the weeds? And what guarantee was there of finding enemy scouts this way? All they needed to do was check for anomalies or signs of ambush. Don't interfere. Not all squad leaders are the same, a subordinate said dismissively, stepping in. Well. Encred wasn't angry, just debating whether to let this play out. The decision came quickly. He let it go. If things went south, and they all died, he'd reassess tomorrow. If not, they'll just waste time and head back, he concluded. Either way, it wasn't his loss. Chapter 24. 3. The wind is blowing this way, right? But these short grasses here are flattened in the opposite direction, forming a circular shape. Do you see that? Henry stepped on the base of a tall grass stalk, pushing it aside to reveal the shorter grass underneath. As he uncovered the traces left in the grassland, Henry began to explain with ease. I see. What? Encred responded, studying the ground closely. It made sense when explained, but finding it alone would have been challenging. This place was known as the Tall Grass Meadow. Looking around, it was an endless expanse of green, a bard traveling across the continent once gazed at this plain during the height of summer and named it Green Pearl, signifying its lush, verdant beauty. Among the greenery, the tall grasses appeared darker, like the depths of an ocean. It was an apt name. This damned grassland wasn't a pleasant place for humans to roam freely. If one let their guard down, the swaying grasses would slap against their face and eyes. Bugs clung to every part of the body. Crickets and grasshoppers leapt about, while frogs occasionally appeared in pools of water. Seeing a frog brought to mind the frog who had once kicked him. Of course, frogs claimed they were entirely different creatures from actual frogs. Killing a frog in front of them elicited no reaction, but threatening to crush their heart would ignite a fierce response. Just one hit to the side. Even though he had reflexively blocked it, one strike had been enough to knock him down. How much time would he need to match the strength of a frog? Not yet, but someday perhaps he could face that frog in battle. Doubt lingered. It was inevitable. Persistence didn't always mean an absence of doubt. But there was no time for doubt either. Instead of wasting time questioning, he'd rather swing his sword one more time. As soon as negative thoughts crept in, Encrid pushed them away. There was no sense in worrying over what couldn't be resolved immediately. With that, he focused again on Henri's explanations. The soldier, a former prairie hunter, exuded positivity. Even when the squad leader acted like an idiot, Henri simply shrugged it off, telling Encrid to endure it. Not that Encrid needed to. He was used to shrugging things off himself. Henri, ever the hunter, observed their surroundings. Even in this situation, pointing out details. It made for an engaging listen. There's not much animal droppings here. Why's that? Henri tilted his head, puzzled. Is that an issue? Encrid asked, pushing aside the thick, tall grass leaves falling over his head. This grassland might look like useless weeds to humans, but it's a haven for creatures that rely on this grass as their staple food. Normally, there should be more signs of animals, yet there are few here. Fewer animals. Why? Encrid brushed off an insect clinging to his cheek with his fingers. It wasn't a leech, but it extended a sharp proboscis as if to suck blood. Looking at the bug and the obstructive grass around him, he felt an overwhelming urge to grab a sharp scythe and cut it all down. Shh. You talk too much, the reconnaissance squad leader said, glancing back. He frowned at a cricket leaping past, but made no complaints. That's unexpected. Encrid had thought the leader would be full of irritation, ranting about the inconvenience of the grassland. Instead, the man kept quiet. Though the sea of green dominated, patches of grass had turned pale brown, a sign of the coming autumn. When winter arrived, the flourishing grass would vanish, leaving only traces behind. With the return of warmer days, the tall grass would grow again, nourished by the remnants of the previous year. The cycle repeated every year. Death, then regrowth. Was it nature's law? What about the events unfolding in his life? Today's repetition weighed on his mind, no matter how much he tried to shake it off. Daily monotony couldn't be ignored, but Encrid had already decided on his approach. Use whatever can be used. This was no exception. He didn't see it as a blessing. Even if it were a curse, nothing would change. After trudging through the grassland for a while, someone tapped Encrid's shoulder. It wasn't Henri. It was the soldier sticking closely to the squad leader. Our squad leader might seem childish, but try to understand. He has his reasons. He needs to make achievements, but they keep assigning him to reconnaissance duties. He's frustrated. And what was this all of a sudden? You're a squad leader too, right? Forget about the nonsense earlier, please. Nonsense. I'm Simon. I am the team. I'm your strange time. Otherwise. An odd timing, to say the least. Still, Encrid accepted the apology without much thought. There was no benefit to harboring resentment while on a mission. Not that there was anything worth getting angry over. Encrid still believed the same. Rather than waste energy on such things, he'd devote more time to training. Fine. You're generous, squad leader. The soldier smiled. His faded blonde hair and sharp features gave the impression of someone skilled in combat, a complete opposite of big eyes. Simply put, he couldn't be called handsome. Nodding briefly, Encrid turned and instinctively tuned his hearing. It was then he caught an unusual sound. Rustle dot. Hiss. Crack. Dot goal. thanks to what he'd learned from Jackson and consistent training. The effort paid off. That sounds different. The 10 members of the reconnaissance team walked close enough to see each other's backs, but not quite touching shoulders. By now, he was familiar with the sound of tall grass being parted. But the noise he heard now was different. It came from farther away. It was the sound of someone moving through grass. Intermingled were the hisses of beasts and the crunch of footsteps. Humans. They weren't allies. The tall grass meadow itself held little value. It was simply a barrier to cross into enemy territory. But beyond the meadow was a plain with no place to hide, making it foolish to traverse. Did their opponents have an equally foolish squad leader who sent a reconnaissance team here? There's someone else besides us, Incrid said. The sharp-featured soldier ahead blinked, confused. What? His expression asked. What are you talking about? Frowning, he tilted his head. I think I hear it too. Henri chimed in from the right. What? When Incrid stopped walking, the reconnaissance squad leader stepped back, asking, What is it? Enemies. Incrid's immediate response was clear, but recognizing the threat was a separate matter. Pain. Thwack. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the enemy's attack had already landed. Ah! The squad leader stepped back, and a short bolt lodged itself in the leading soldier's skull. Incrid quickly identified the direction of the shot by the sound, and examined the bolt's form with his eyes. Bolt, light. A short arrow, ideal for close-range use. It wasn't meant for longbows. Crossbow. The conclusion came swiftly. As the leading soldier collapsed with a hole in his head, Incrid shouted immediately, Get down! At the same time, he grabbed the VO squad leader by the collar and pulled him down. Or! The squad leader let out a gasp. As they pressed themselves flat to the ground, the dying cries of other soldiers echoed. Front, right, and left. Even if they avoided the initial volley, bye-bye. Lowering their stance, death was inevitable. So what should they do? They had to charge out. Choose a direction and break through. There was no room for hesitation. Incrid, lying flat with his stomach nearly scraping the ground, threw himself toward one side. Rustle! The bushes parted, signaling his movement to the enemy. Predictably, bolts from crossbows came flying toward him. Foolish! Henri shouted in alarm. It looked like a suicide move. Black! Half by luck, Incrid avoided most of the VO bolts. One, however, struck his left shoulder, but he could now see the enemy. The attackers had cleared some tall grass to create a space for movement. Among the bushes, he spotted a figure dressed in green, holding a crossbow. The moment he saw them, Incrid drew his sword. Always strike with your best attack in any stance, at any time. He acted as he'd been trained. He propelled himself off the ground, closing the distance. The enemy tried to reload their crossbow. A fatal mistake. As soon as Incrid reached striking range, he planted his left foot and thrust his sword. The tip of his arming sword pierced through the air and grazed the enemy's neck. The blade cut through the thin skin of the neck, leaving a sharp line of blood that burst forth, soon flowing in thick streams. The soldier clutched at their neck before collapsing. Incrid didn't stop. He immediately darted to the left. It was too close for bolts. A spear tip aimed for his chest. Feigning a charge, Incrid abruptly stopped, letting the enemy's spear stab at empty air. A short spear wielded by a soldier came into view. The soldier's eyes mixed excitement and surprise, a seasoned fighter's gaze. Crossbows, spears, green uniforms. The gear was meant for an ambush. Encred absorbed the information in a flash and took another step forward, swinging his sword horizontally. The spearmen retreated, dodging the arc of the blade, then thrust their spear again. Instead of dodging, Encred pivoted on his right foot, spinning halfway around and stabbed his sword again. A seamless combination of offense and defense. The sword pierced the enemy's torso, a dull resistance registering in his grip. The enemy's armor was thick cloth, easy to penetrate with enough force and a sharp blade. The soldier groaned, dropping their spear and grabbing Encred's sword with both hands, blood dripping from their palms. I can't pull it out. His thoughts were brief, his actions quicker. That's the rule for survival. On the battlefield. He released the sword and picked up the fallen spear. Whiz! Another enemy swung a crossbow like a club. Thanks to his crouched position, it skimmed over Encred's head, dislodging his arming cap. The cold air against his scalp brought a sharp clarity. Encred drove the spear into the visible top of the enemy's foot, decorating it with a new injury. Thud! Ah! The scream drew attention. Screams had their uses. They demoralized the enemy. Encred lunged at the injured man, grabbed his uninjured knee, and twisted it backward. Snap! Ah! It was a technique he'd learned from a devout squad member, crude but effective. He grabbed the short sword from the fallen man's waist, straightened up, and used the injured enemy as a shield while catching his breath. One side's cleared. The three-way encirclement had one gap now. If things went south, there was room to escape. Lowest tier soldiers, you said? Henry had approached from behind, speaking in disbelief. That's right. Catching his breath, Encred replied. Henry shook his head. That level of skill for the lowest tier? Damn it, I'm just an idiot. The recon squad leader spouted nonsense, seemingly unaware of the situation. Don't go ahead. Stay back. Might be. One of the surviving soldiers, who looked competent, stepped in front of the squad leader. Only 4 of them remained. The rest of the recon squad had been wiped out. Over 20 enemies glared at them with murderous intent. What the hell? One of the Aspen soldiers muttered, looking astonished at Encred, and then at the 3 dead bodies on their side. Encred paid no attention to their surprise. As always, he focused on finding the best course of action. The crossbows remained around. Water cross. Threat. Trained only salmon. Our rises on a silent speaking, our crawl. The enemy vastly outnumbered them, and he had lost his sword. Run! This was the moment for the mercenary tactic. Retreat. Without hesitation, Encred turned and sprinted. Chapter 25. Tall Grass Plains. This is it. We'll cut through the grasslands and track the scout party's trail. What do you think? The scout squad leader's eyes gleamed as he spoke, radiating excitement, confidence, and just the right amount of tension. It was a new kind of day. To cut to the chase, their escape. Attempt failed. Encred, upon waking up, spent the new day reflecting on the previous one. Where did it go wrong? Heading east might have been a mistake. No, things were fine up to that point. Replaying events in his head was a habit for Encred. Fleeing east, they ran into a crossbow unit. He ended up riddled with bolts and collapsed. Lying on the ground, writhing, a final bolt pierced his skull, killing him. The pain of that moment was something he never wanted to remember. But without revisiting it, he knew he would keep dying. And that was even worse. So, he replayed the day, over and over, to identify the problem. I heard it first, which gave me an opening. He'd caught an unfamiliar sound, a skill honed thanks to Jackson. After that, the heart of the beast let him calmly assess the situation. He had to break through one direction. He failed, but if I try again, he thought he could do it. After all, they hadn't been caught by the pursuing unit, but had run into a stationed unit by sheer bad luck. I just need to find another route. As Encrid was deep in thought, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Henry. Encrid realized he'd been lost in his own head. Just keep your cool and follow along. That's all, Henry said. What was he supposed to be keeping calm about? Your face doesn't look good, Henry added, glancing ahead. Turning to look, Encrid locked eyes with a soldier trailing behind the squad leader, a rough-looking man. Though his gaze seemed sharp, it wasn't meant to pick a fight. If Henry's asking for patience, he must be someone reasonable. The rough-looking soldier likely planned to bide his time and address Encrid tactfully. Deciding that talking wouldn't help just yet, the man averted his eyes first. Acknowledging this, Encrid gave Henry a nod and kept walking. Pushing aside the grass with his hands, he stepped further in. Soon, a familiar sight greeted him, towering green grass that severely restricted visibility. It was clear that fighting an ambush here would be unfavorable. Risking one's life to venture in was something no one in their right mind would do. What if we just avoided this place? That wasn't an option. The squad's entire mission was to scout the tall grass plains. Ignoring that and turning back would invite all kinds of questions. Claim they sensed an ambush before entering. Even if they tried to change the scouting direction, there was no way all 10 of them would agree to lie about it. It was unavoidable. Most new days began like this anyway. Still, if someone asked if he was worried, not really. He had only fought once, but Henry had questioned how such an inexperienced soldier could survive, and the squad leader had disparaged his own skill. One real battle. It had only been a single encounter, but that single moment had been invaluable. The heart of the beast had left no room for hesitation. He'd slashed and stabbed, predicting the enemy's movements. In between, he applied what he'd learned. His heart raced. A thrilling sensation coursed through him. This is a great opportunity. Before the mission, Ram and Ragnar had both critiqued his swordsmanship. He could now apply what he'd learned from them, and what he'd figured out himself. Do you see this? The trampled grass? Looks like animal tracks. Encrid knew how to use what he'd learned. Feigning knowledge, he made a comment. Henry, catching his words, rolled his eyes and asked, "So, you've got hunting experience?" He didn't. He'd learned from Henry. Just picked up some things here and there, he answered honestly, continuing to chat lightly while quickening his pace to move closer to the squad leader. Now directly behind him, Encrid observed the formation. The squad leader led at the front, flanked by 2 soldiers on either side. A rough-looking soldier followed directly behind him, with the rest trailing further back. Not bad. It was a well-thought-out formation, ideal for responding to sudden attacks. Of course, against a crossbow unit, formations hardly mattered. In the previous day's failure, the scout squad leader hadn't acted foolishly. He had followed Encrid's instructions without hesitation, and he wasn't a bad swordsman either. The rough-looking soldier was highly skilled, at least intermediate level. By Aurelian standards, both the squad leader and the rough-looking soldier were quite competent. Henry wasn't bad either, walking with a short bow in hand and capable of firing rapid shots. Not enough to survive dozens of bolts, but still impressive. Avoid crossbow units at all costs. Encrid intentionally stayed close behind the squad leader. The rough-looking soldier, perhaps mindful of his superior, didn't try to start a conversation. Rustle, dirty me, darkine. Hiss, crunch, strain. Then he heard the sound again. Get down. Grabbing the squad leader by the collar, Ancred yanked him back. Previously, only 4 had survived. This time, he intended to save more. Ugh! The squad leader fell back with a startled yelp. Enemy! Someone shouted as bolts came flying. In that moment, Ancred kicked the legs out from under 2 soldiers. Bolts whizzed past above their heads as they hit the ground. Ancred, too, spread his legs wide, crouching low. A startled grasshopper leaped away in a panic. Pushing off with the elasticity of his thigh muscles and erector spinae, Ancred stood up and threw a knife. With a sharp ping, the knife cut through the air. Though it didn't hit, it forced the enemy to flinch momentarily. That brief hesitation was enough. Thunk. He lightly struck the squad leader's forehead with his elbow. Focus. With that, he sprang forward. Thump, thump, thump. His boots crushed dirt and grass as he drew his sword. All-out effort. He aimed to pierce his target without losing muscle tension afterward. How to deliver full power yet retain control. You'll get the hang of it eventually. Just keep doing it, Rem had said during training. Ancred was applying that advice here and now. Thunk! The blade punctured the enemy's chest. Twisting it as he withdrew, the steel split muscle, nerves, and heart. Feigning a horizontal slash, he stepped in close and swept his leg at another enemy's shin. This one had just raised his crossbow to aim. Ugh! The soldier doubled over, and Ancred slammed the back of his head with the sword's pommel. Crunch! It felt like splitting a solid piece of wood. Having downed 2 enemies, Ancred spotted another rushing toward him. The man wore thick cloth armor and carried a large round shield. Ping, ping, ping. Henry fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The arrows couldn't pierce the armor. One wobbled before falling uselessly to the ground. The arrow had been fired too, hastily, failing to fully harness the bow's draw strength. Ancred quickly switched the sword to his left hand and swung it with force. Clang! The blade clashed with the edge of the shield, sending sparks flying. Although the strike dented the shield's frame, Ancred's hand was left numb from the impact. Grah! The enemy roared, bringing a heavy strike down toward Ancred's head. Don't bind. A fleeting moment of distraction could mean death here. Panic would only guarantee demise. Such was the battlefield. Moments like these were when the heart of the beast shone brightest. It granted him the composure to stay calm, even in the heart of chaos, his robust heart of muscle, and were fulfilling its purpose. Ancred could clearly see the trajectory of the shield descending toward him. Observe well, and evade well. That was Rem's teaching. Observe and dodge. There are no unnecessary parts to a sword. From the hilt to the blade's tip, everything must be used. This was Ragnar's lesson. Watching carefully, Ancred stepped back at the very last moment, narrowly avoiding the shield as it whooshed past, close enough that the wind from its swing ruffled his hair. Half. The enemy gritted his teeth and strained his muscles to lift the shield once more. Ancred could hear the heavy breaths from behind the shield, and he noticed the tension in the man's shoulders and movements. Through the slits above the shield, the enemy's eyes rolled frantically as they fixed on Ancred. Continuing to fight against the shield would only prolong the battle. Ancred flipped his sword, grasping it so the hilt faced upward and the blade faced down. With a swift rotation of his waist and knees, he swung the sword with all his might. The motion was so quick and decisive that the shield-bearer had no time to react. Whoosh! Thud! The pointed blade struck beneath the shield's edge, embedding itself in the enemy's eye. Blood burst from the pierced eye, accompanied by a clear liquid streaming down the enemy's face. Ah! The now one-eyed soldier screamed in agony. Despite his bleeding hand from gripping the blade, Encrid drew a short sword. With precision he stabbed the thrashing, blinded enemy in the neck and the neck. Withdrew the blade. Spurt! Blood spurted in time with the action, forming frothy bubbles in the man's throat as he collapsed to the ground. Over here! The sheer brutality of the scene left others stunned and speechless, staring at Encrid in disbelief. How many had he killed in such a short span? Retrieving the sword that had pierced the eye, Encrid wiped the blood-stained hilt roughly and moved on. This time, 6 men followed him, 2 more than before. What are you? The nameless. Reconnaissance squad leader, sticking close to Encrid as they ran, asked in awe. Do you really not know? It wasn't a time for talking. Running was the priority. Encrid sprinted eastward once more, cutting down every enemy he encountered. Even as he delved deeper than before, something felt wrong. I've misjudged the direction. He was certain the east wasn't the way out. This time, he faced 50 spearmen, a unit the size of a platoon, far too much for them to handle. Having already lost the bee, others, only the reconnaissance squad leader, and a gruff-looking soldier remained with him. Unlucky, muttered the gruff soldier. Damn it, said the squad leader, scanning their surroundings with a distressed look. Encrid, however, simply muttered, I'll take 5 of them down. And he charged forward, resolve in his every step. From the perspective of the spearman, he must have seemed utterly mad. Charging into 50 armed soldiers? Such reckless behavior was the mark of a lunatic. Even the shy way he wielded his sword showed he wasn't extraordinary, skilled enough to be called experienced, but no more. Yet, in the span of that mad charge, Encrid slew 3 spearmen, and then he was impaled by a spear. It was excruciatingly painful. His final memory was of the long banner lying behind the spearman as his vision faded. This way. If we kill the enemies beyond the grasslands, it'll count as merit, right? Or maybe capturing them alive would be better. As he listened to the squad leader's words, Encrid once again reviewed the day in his mind. A reflection. There's no way out in the east. This time, he resolved to head north. Practical combat was excellent nourishment. Even Ram and Ragna, despite their hostility toward each other, agreed on this. And didn't Jackson say it too? The best way to hone one's senses was to fight for one's life. In the face of death, human focus could surpass its limits. Encrid was living proof of those words. I've improved. It wasn't arrogance or overconfidence. It was an objective truth. He had grown significantly, and he continued to grow even now. In the repeated days that followed, Encrid died 9 more times in the north, 6 more times in the east, and 12 more times in the west. The battles continued. Skills didn't improve in an instant. That was inevitable. But progress, step by step, was achievable. Encrid felt joy. He was growing. Today was better than yesterday. Yura! Whack! In one of the repeated days, the sharp tip of a brave soldier's spear grazed Encrid's cheek. It was a strike he wouldn't have been able to avoid before. It resembled the thrusts of a master spearman, yet he evaded it. And he didn't stop at evasion. The countless battles had ingrained good habits into him. As he dodged, he brought his sword down vertically, slashing from above. Funky guy. At that moment, Encrid felt something strange. The sensation in his hand was faint, almost non-existent. Though the blade had clearly severed the soldier's arm, it felt as though he had cut through a rotten branch. It was effortless. The severed arm flew cleanly through the air without a sound. A flawless strike. What many called a silent cut. The kind of strike achieved by those hailed as geniuses. For a brief moment, Encred's concentration wavered in astonishment. It was the first time he had experienced such a thing in battle. He could feel the solid weight of the sword in his hands, the electrifying sensation, filling him with ecstasy. Ha! This is amazing. Covered in blood, he laughed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by satisfaction. You crazy bastard! To the enemy, he was nothing short of a madman. Regardless, Encred died countless more times. And he repeated the same day again and again. Through the endless repetition, the lessons he had learned in training seeped deeply into his body. Chapter 26. The bow should have dodged back there. Encred once again chewed over the events of his peculiar yesterday, which existed only for him. No, dodging wasn't the issue. I got too fixated on landing a single blow. Dodge when needed, strike when necessary. Hadn't he heard time and time again about the importance of split-second decisions? From countless swordsmanship instructors and from Rem as well. What good is it to see well with the heart of the beast if you make the wrong choice? You're just digging your own grave. It almost felt as if Rem were standing nearby, cackling in mockery. If that bastard Rem knew, he would have said exactly that. Encred mulled over the moment, over and over again. This time, I'll take a slightly different route. He changed his path daily. The privilege of someone stuck repeating the same day. Let's ambush the enemy scouts past that tall grass. How does that sound? True to form, the Reconnaissance squad leader was once again leading them all toward ruin. Stopping him wasn't even a consideration. No, Encred knew changing the patrol route was futile. Whichever path they chose, it would be the same. The enemy's already swarming this area, lying in ambush. The enemy forces were scattered thickly across the tall grasslands. If survival was the goal, the best option was to return the moment he opened his eyes. But that's not an option. Doing so would mean defying orders, which could lead to severe punishment, even summary execution. Should he abandon the squad of 9 and desert on his own? Should he survive that way? Was that why I learned the sword? A knight, a general, a hero. Even now, he swung his blade while dreaming of such titles. But could the right choice really be to abandon these people, knowing they would all die? Was that truly the best he could do? No. No. Everyone has something they can't compromise on. Encred knew he was neither a good person nor a saint. But this was one thing he couldn't let go. Some might call it conviction. Others, stubbornness. And Encred didn't care what they called it. This is my decision. If he had lived by someone else's standards, he would have long since given up and settled into a quiet life as a layabout in some backwater village militia. Desertion wasn't an option. The goal was to find a way out of this today. Fight again. Bleed again. Kill the enemy again. This time, he used his sword as a shield until it shattered. A spear struck his head. The world spun. Of course, death followed. Whether it was the spear impaling his chest or the blow to his skull that killed him, he couldn't be sure. And then it repeated. He died. Over and over. Through these life-or-death battles, he digested what he had learned from Sparring. He reflected on what he already knew. During all this, Encred focused on only 2 things. 1. How to fight better. 2. How to escape today. To reach tomorrow. Encred knew relentless effort was necessary for that moment. He had survived 2 of these repeating days before. But this time, it was different. I don't see a way out. Everywhere he turned, it was nothing but enemies. Locusts, crickets, tall grass obscuring his vision, and the swampy, humid terrain. What made it worth stationing so many soldiers here? Relentless bastards. To make matters worse, every one of them was well-trained. They weren't ragtag mercenaries fighting for coin or conscripts forced into service. These were all salaried soldiers. Some might even consider them elite. In large-scale battles, the term elite might carry a different meaning. But on a battlefield of this size, professional soldiers counted as elite. If soldiers who trained to fight while eating regularly didn't qualify as elite, then who would? This is going to be a headache. With a surprise attack, he could kill 3 or 4. Beyond that, it would be too much. Especially with crossbowmen ready to fire, retreating while fighting would be even harder. Enough power to kill them all. Could he achieve that by repeating this day endlessly? Could he gain that kind of power? No, Messiah. Nowadays, there should stay, and a thrower. He already knew the answer. Back in the first repeated day, he had tried to push past a mere spearman to reach tomorrow. There's a limit to what I can learn in frozen time. Encred knew himself well. To improve and feel the thrill of growth, he needed good mentors and opportunities. That didn't mean he wasted these repeated days. He trained his hearing, honed his swordsmanship, and reviewed his battles. He repeated this process endlessly. Though progress was slow, he was still growing. I'm good with a bow, but my hands shake when the fighting gets chaotic, Henry said beside him. It was something Encred had heard several times before. Though he claimed to be a coward, he was confident in his archery skills. Can you hit an apple on someone's head from 100 paces? Encred teased, looking to lighten his mood. Not 100 paces, but 30 paces is doable. If you put an apple on the squad leader's head, I'll give it a shot. Shame, I don't have an apple. Shame indeed, Henry chuckled. Henry knew how to enjoy a joke. But really, within 30 paces, I'm pretty confident. Maybe not the apple, but I could hit the head. Henry's tone was serious now. If you take down 10 enemies with headshots, it'd help, Encred said, glancing at Henry's quiver. The flat leather quiver at his hip held about 10 arrows. It was securely strapped to his waist and thigh with leather cords, which also tied the arrows together. When loosened, the arrows could easily be drawn. True to his background as a plains hunter, Henry, see, we're on reconnaissance duty, you know. Sk. The squad leader snapped, glaring. Encred ignored him. The squad leader's occasional interjections were nothing new in this repeated today. It'd be nice to take out a few with arrows to start, Encred thought, watching the hostile soldier following behind the leader. The man shot him a glance that seemed to say, "Don't respond, just stay quiet." Same as before. There was no need to cause a scene, so Encred let it slide. That'd make it easier to launch a surprise attack, he thought, letting his mind simulate the battle ahead. With the information he'd gathered through repeated days, the scenarios he envisioned were strikingly accurate. In the end, he would die. Most likely, he would die. Even with a clear skill advantage, the numbers were overwhelming. And they weren't outmatched in terms of equipment either. That's not an advantage we have. What would Rem do? There would be no hesitation. He'd charge in with axes swinging in both hands. With Rem's skills, he couldn't kill all 100, but he could kill enough to escape. That was the kind of explosive talent Rem had. Funny, someone like him is just a soldier, Encred mused. Though Rem himself didn't seem to mind. In some ways, Encred felt like he was the only one in their troublemaker squad with ambitions. He seemed to be the only one who wanted to rise above being a mere squad member. What was the point of thinking about a squad mate who wasn't even here? Encred shook off the thought. A small snake slithered through the short grass. The grass underfoot was getting taller, a sign they were nearing the tall grasslands. I'm not Rem, he reminded himself. As he imagined the coming battle, another thought struck him. What level of skill does the squad leader have? Up until now, Encred hadn't had the chance to properly assess the situation. He had merely considered things as not bad. The scout squad leader, the gruff soldier, and Henri, even the rest of the squad members. Thoughts chained together, leading to a clear answer. I don't have to protect everything myself, huh? Henry asked, puzzled, reacting to what seemed to be an unintentional mutter. Nothing. Encred had been foolish. Until now, he had approached everything with the mindset of tackling it alone. He fought as if he had to protect everything on his own, passively responding when encountering enemies. As a result, he thought he had tried every option available, but there was one more left. A way to completely change the game. Crack. Dot. Crack. Dot. On. Encred tilted his neck side to side, loosening up. There was still some distance to the grassy field ahead. Striding forward, Encred grabbed the gruff soldier by the shoulder and pulled him back. Ha! Adley. Chase! The soldier instinctively tensed up. What is it? You were glaring at me earlier, weren't you? Of course, he knew. It wasn't a glare, but rather a look seeking consent. But for someone with such an intimidating face, even a look could feel like a glare. No, listen. It's not like that. Your tongue's too long. Thwack! Encred swung a punch, but the soldier dodged by leaning his head back. What's wrong with you? Have you lost it? The scout squad leader asked in disbelief from the front. Fight me. Ignoring him, Encred swept a kick toward the soldier's ankle, but it was dodged again. The soldier frowned. You seemed like a perceptive guy. Being perceptive means I noticed your irritating look. Rem had once admitted that if there were a continental competition for verbal provocation, Encred might win. Come on, fight me, you ox-faced bastard! No cow would look back at. The effect was immediate. The soldier's experienced face flushed red from just a few words. Fine. You're asking for it. The two fought. Instead of drawing swords, they used fists as blades, feet as clubs. The fight was fairly even. No. Truthfully, Encred was slightly on the losing end. He's good, Encred thought. By kingdom standards, the soldier's skill ranged between intermediate and advanced. I thought you were just a low-ranked soldier. The soldier, whose lip was bleeding, spat and asked, I am. Lowest rank. They say promotion comes with money. Why don't you go for it? Encred knew he wasn't actually a low-ranked soldier. From the moment he joined the military, he wasn't bound by rank. But he didn't feel the need to advance. He understood his own skills and limits. Of course, his mindset had shifted somewhat now. If the opportunity arose, he might pursue promotion. But it wasn't his top priority. What did it matter, whether it was the criteria for mercenaries or soldier rankings? What truly mattered was the outcome. You're skilled, Encred admitted genuinely. A fight like this was satisfying. The soldier was better than he'd expected, likely someone who excelled in real combat. The squad leader, his face red with anger, stepped in. What are you doing? He yelled, his eyes blazing as if ready to leap at Encred. But Encred spoke first. It's sparring. Good warm-up. The scout leader faltered at Encred's audaciously straightforward response. Leave it be, the gruff soldier interjected. There's no bad blood here. Encred shrugged. Watch your mouth, leader. Your tongue's gonna get you in trouble someday. That's for me to worry about, the leader retorted. Encred returned to his spot, ignoring further comments. Beside him, Henry looked at his swollen cheekbone. Aren't you supposed to be a low-ranked soldier? I am. Why was everyone so surprised? Even a few of the other scouts glanced curiously at Encred. You fought too well for that, Henry commented. I trained hard, Encred replied. It wasn't a lie. Despite the commotion, the squad leader led them toward the tall grass field. There had to be something valuable hidden there, a treasure, or perhaps a lover. Crunch! Crack! Dot! The familiar sound signaled approaching enemies once more. This was only the beginning of another day. Enemies, Encred muttered through a split lip, nudging Henry. Shoot. He wanted to see Henry's archery skills, But the boy hesitated, freezing at the mention of enemies. In the ensuing skirmish, Henry's skills were unimpressive. His shots lacked conviction, and he moved clumsily in battle. While observing, Encred concluded, "I can't work as just another squad member." Leadership was crucial. Orders had to be followed. But Encred hadn't built those dynamics with the team. He set the thought aside for now, repeating another grueling day, fighting desperately to survive. Through these repetitive days, Encred learned more about his squad leader's skills. The leader wasn't bad. His swordsmanship bore signs of proper training. "I'll accept your challenges anytime," the leader declared. Humoring him with playful defeats brightened the leader's mood. Through these exchanges, Encred memorized his habits and patterns. Lacks real combat experience, he thought. The gruff soldier's babysitting role made sense now. When asked, the soldier casually replied, "He's the son of someone I respected." This soldier reeked of loyalty. His sole reason for being here was to protect that kid. A noble. Fallen nobles don't count. So the scout leader was from a fallen noble family. "I see." Letting the conversation drift, Encred glanced at the sun overhead. It was midday. The weather was mild, not too hot, not too cold. Scouts were all in light armor, necessary for speed and agility. Light gear, basic equipment. Encred took note of everything: the weather, wind, terrain, allies, enemies. If he could synchronize these elements, the battle would become clear. Chapter 27. Why is he considered lowest-ranked soldier? The name of the Reconnaissance squad leader was Andrew. His full name was Andrew Gardner. Once a baron, he was now the sole heir of a fallen family. Andrew had one dream: to restore the Gardner family during his lifetime. "Andrew, you are our hope." Those were his mother's last words, uttered as she succumbed to illness, and they remained vividly etched in his mind. His mother had worked tirelessly, sewing for wages and serving as a maid in others' homes. Every penny she earned was spent on Andrew, on his swordsmanship lessons, food, and clothing. While his upbringing wasn't affluent, it wasn't lacking either. Eventually, the strain of work took its toll, and she fell ill and passed away. Her wish was just as clear as her words: continue the family line and become an honorable person. Andrew resolved to honor her wish. To restore his family's glory, he had only one viable path. It was, after all, an era of war. Fighting and proving his skills on the battlefield was the key. At a crucial time, when he needed training and connections, help arrived. Before her death, Andrew's mother had reached out to a man who had once been like a sworn brother to her late husband. "You have potential," the man had remarked. Thus began Andrew's grueling training, followed by his enlistment in the army. He started as a career soldier, and at a young age, rose to the rank of squad leader. "I need achievements," he thought constantly. Andrew was confident in his abilities, boasted by the experience of killing several enemy soldiers in combat. "Always be cautious." His advisor and supporter frequently nagged him to the point of irritation. But Andrew didn't dismiss the advice lightly. Staying alive is crucial too. After all, he needed to survive to restore his family. Yet he couldn't give up on living a daring life either. Those who abandoned challenges were destined for failure. His father was a prime example. His father, lacking talent, had spent his days swinging a sword, but achieved nothing. Eventually, he gave up on restoring the family's glory and squandered their remaining wealth. He was stabbed to death in a brawl with a gambler. A life without a future is bleak, Andrew thought. Thus, while dreaming of his family's revival, he also valued his own life. That didn't mean there weren't annoyances along the way. Among them was the troublemaker's squad leader who had caught Andrew's eye. Andrew had earned his position through skill and relentless effort toward his noble goal. But what about that man? A soldier with the lowest level of skill. A payroll thief who had somehow landed in the squad leader's seat through sheer luck. Could such a person even be considered fit for a career in the military? Andrew saw shades of his father in the man's behavior. He'll probably just coast through life collecting his pay until he dies, Andrew thought. Pretending to train by swinging a sword aimlessly was laughable enough. And carrying a sword and scabbard to hone his skills as a mere foot soldier was even more absurd. Of course, if Andrew had known Incrid better, he wouldn't have thought so. Now, the troublemaker squad leader was staring directly at Andrew. Their eyes met. An unpleasant tension flowed between them, culminating in Andrew narrowing his brows. "What's with those eyes?" he thought. As he prepared to speak, the troublesome squad leader beat him to it. "Your glare is annoying," the man said. Busy. I don't remember so." Was he talking to Andrew? Andrew's brows furrowed even more, his expression darkening in response. One of the soldiers accompanying Andrew stepped forward. "What did you just say?" The soldier had a scar on his forehead, a relic of his time as a brawler. Andrew had once said to him, "Follow me. I'll give you a better life than being a thug." Since then, the man had become one of Andrew's loyal subordinates. Though his skills were still rough, and some of his thuggish habits lingered, he was a decent fighter. Andrew had brought 3 such men into his fold. Now, those 3 quietly rose to surround the troublemaker's squad leader. Incrid had reached a conclusion after reliving the same day multiple times. This won't work as a squad member. To ensure his comrades followed his orders and moved as one, he needed to earn their trust. How could he do that? How did knights inspire loyalty the moment they stepped onto the battlefield? The answer was simple: skilled. They commanded respect through their abilities. So what did he need to make his squad of 10 move as a single unit? What was required to earn their trust? He couldn't forge personal connections or camaraderie in just one day. The only option left was overwhelming force. "Seems like your mouth is the problem. Want me to carve a pretty tattoo on it?" The scarred soldier sneered, his eyes gleaming with menace, a face that had likely intimidated a few people in the past. "Your lines never change," Incrid thought, glancing at the positions of the 3 men. For them, this might be a first, but for Incrid, it was a scenario he had repeated multiple times. Why the repetition? The reason was straightforward. Force and intimidation were most effective when they were overwhelming. To achieve that, experience was essential. Setting aside his valor mercenary blade style, he had to rely solely on his raw skills. The first hurdle to overcoming the repetitive cycle of today was subduing the 3 thuggish soldiers. "Cat, got your tongue?" The scarred soldier jeered. Incrid decided words were unnecessary. So he took action. He stepped forward silently. The men reacted, flinching as one reached for his short sword. Incrid's left foot moved slowly at first, giving them just enough time to wonder what he was doing. By the time they started questioning his actions, it was too late. His right foot hit the ground with explosive force. Mixing slow movements with fast ones naturally made the action seem quicker. It was a simple trick and a tactic to secure the initiative, and it was overwhelmingly effective. The scarred soldier attempted to thrust his fist, holding his breath, but Incrid was faster, delivering a sharp kick to the soldier's shin. Thud! As the shin was swept aside, the soldier's stance crumbled. Incrid immediately followed up, striking the opponent's temple with his reinforced glove. It was a clean, decisive swing. Crack! Ugh! With a short cry, the soldier staggered and fell to the side. Incrid's movements flowed seamlessly afterward. He turned to avoid an incoming short sword aimed at an exposed spot. As though choreographed, he grabbed the wrist of the soldier wielding the weapon and twisted it. The key was to apply just enough pressure without causing serious injury. Snap. Dot. Crack. Dot. 'Twas twisting the wrist and striking at an angle under the soldier's chin, rendered the second opponent unconscious. He caught the falling soldier, carefully laying him on the ground. Then, as he stood, Encrid picked up the dropped short sword and, without a change in his breathing, asked, "Anyone else?" The last remaining soldier among those who stepped forward was drenched in cold sweat. It was their side that had drawn weapons first. Even if Encrid struck now, no one could argue against it. What's the meaning of this? The reconnaissance squad leader, who had been silently watching, finally intervened. "I didn't like you from the start. A brat barely out of diapers pretending to lead." Encrid ignored the frightened soldier, turning to face the squad leader. If it didn't warrant anger, he could usually let things slide. He rarely assigned much weight to others' words or actions. That was how it had been until now. But if anger was justified, then he had no reason to hold back. "I just don't want to end up wiped out on a pointless recon mission under a leader like you. Let's settle this with skill." Defying a superior was a serious offense. However, the situation was unusual. Encrid was, in fact, a squad leader by rank. Had the opponent respected that, things might have been different. Instead, they outright dismissed him, letting their displeasure show. No one could fault Encrid for not tolerating it. Even the higher-ups wouldn't care who led the recon squad between the two. Hadn't the platoon leader departed with a simple take care of the young squad leader? Now was the time. Not just watching his back, but stepping forward to take charge. "So, whoever wins the fight takes command of the squad?" The recon squad leader frowned and asked. "That's right. I have no intention of working under someone weaker than me. In truth, except for Cray, most of the troublemakers in the squad were stronger fighters than Encrid. But excuses were just that, excuses. It was better if the opponent took the bait and lashed out. 'Come at me, you wet behind the ears, brat. Come at me, you wet behind the ears, brat.' Have you even been with a woman? Or is your boyhood still incomplete?" Andrew's expression hardened. He had yet to experience his first time. He had spent that time training his body instead. The remark felt like an insult to his dedication, his efforts, and everything he'd done to reach this point. Clanged, Daituk. The squad leader drew his short sword. "Feel free to draw your weapon. Length doesn't equal skill." Well, a gruff soldier nearby initially tried to intervene, but then shook his head and sighed, stepping back. He had worked as a mercenary for quite some time. Situations like this weren't uncommon. There had been friction from the start. It might be better to resolve it now. Lingering resentment would only cause more problems. Besides, he knew Andrew well. He had even taught the young man swordsmanship. Though still a rookie in some ways, Andrew knew how to handle a blade and had a straightforward, grounded nature. Above all, he could distinguish right from wrong. This won't be easy, the soldier thought. If it came to it, he would step in. One thing stood out. The so-called troublemaker squad leader didn't seem ordinary. His stance, foot placement, and the thick, calloused hands told a story. They were marks of hard-earned experience, not something gained overnight. "Fine. I'll fight barehanded, this bastard." Encrid's opponent was incensed. That was his weakness, letting emotions take control too easily. The gruff soldier made a mental note to address it later. For now, he decided to watch calmly. This wouldn't be a quick fight. Neither of them was exceptional, but neither were they sloppy. Still, he secretly bet on Andrew.io. Though emotional, Andrew had a solid foundation and natural talent. The troublemaker squad leader gestured for Andrew to attack. Encrid rushed in. And then, crack! One hit. What was that? The gruff soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. As Andrew charged, Encrid made a faint motion with his left hand. Sensing it, Andrew slashed with his short sword. But the opponent read the sword's trajectory perfectly. striking the blade flat with the leather gauntlet on his left hand. In that instant, Andrew's chest was exposed. The squad leader stepped into the opening and moved with explosive precision in the tight space. Smack! Using the ground to pivot, he twisted his body and drove his elbow into Andrew's solar plexus with pinpoint accuracy. It was over in one blow. Andrew let out a strangled groan. His legs buckled, his breath caught in his throat, and his limbs went limp. That was the nature of a vital strike. With a choking sound, Andrew curled over, his back arching like a shrimp. In a real battle, he'd have been dead. What kind of strength? The gruff soldier could only gape in astonishment. The force had penetrated through thick fabric armor. The troublemaker's squad leader's skills surpassed those of most mercenaries. And yet, a question lingered. Why someone like this ranked as a mere low-tier soldier? Chapter 28. Ambush and blue eyes. Encred let out a sigh of relief as he watched the staggering reconnaissance squad leader. Just barely made it. His trick of deflecting a blade with the back of his hand succeeded only about half the time. But practice had made him more adept, though it wasn't an easy feat. It was possible only because he had studied his opponent's peculiar habits. Without that, such a maneuver would have been unthinkable. From Encred's perspective, it was a precarious gamble, but to any observer, it appeared as nothing less than a showcase of overwhelming skill. He battered away incoming blades without flinching, followed by a swift strike to the solar plexus that rendered his opponent incapacitated. It was the kind of feat that only someone vastly superior in skill could achieve. Are you seriously just a lowest-ranked soldier? How many times had he heard that now? It was becoming tiresome. I never took the promotion test. Didn't think I needed it, he replied, preemptively addressing the inevitable follow-up questions. He then stretched his wrist to relieve the stiffness. No damage had been done. Years of training with the sword had covered everything he needed. Strength training was a given, and Encred's physical prowess was among the best in his unit. That level of preparation explained his consistent results. From now on, I'm the squad leader, Encred declared. It was as if he had conquered a mountain. The previous squad leader didn't protest. He simply stared blankly at Encred before mumbling, "Why, and falling silent. No one else objected either. Even the soldier with the most influence after the squad leader, the one with the menacing appearance, quietly followed Encred's lead. As expected, the path to finding an escape route continued. "Henry, what's your dream?" Encred, now leading the formation, walked alongside Henri. It was shortly after the chaos had subsided, and Henri, still shaken, quickly regained his composure at Encred's words. "Huh? Is there something you want to do?" Henry blinked a few times, caught off guard, before nervously revealing his rather specific aspiration. Well, survive, settle down, and run a flower shop with a widow." "Of course. Everyone has their own goals. Then you need to make it back alive. What about you?" Encred turned his gaze to the soldier behind him. It was Andrew, whom Encred had deliberately placed directly behind him when reorganizing the formation. Encred had even allowed Andrew to keep his weapon. Watching this, Henry thought, this guy must be fearless. What if Andrew held a grudge and stabbed him in the back? Though Encred could simply restart the day, Henry didn't know that. Andrew let out a long sigh. "Fine, I concede. That's not what I asked. What do you want, soldier?" Andrew, now demoted to soldier, had no room to argue. The difference in skill was too evident. "The revival of my family," he answered. So, he was from a fallen noble family. "Then you need to survive and return too," Encred said. The newly appointed squad leader continued to ask similar questions, delivering the same response each time. "You have to make it back alive to earn money." he told one soldier who dreamed of opening a shop. "Your lover's pregnant? If you don't want your child to grow up fatherless, you'd better return too," he said to another, a rough-looking soldier who turned out to be an expectant father. "Everyone's got the same goal, huh?" Encred remarked. "Then, let's all make it back alive." Though his intentions baffled the squad, no one objected. Encred met each soldier's gaze one by one. Normally such actions might seem trivial, but his earlier words had planted seeds of purpose. Even Andrew, along with the other soldiers, began recalling what they had left behind. Encred wanted them to find their own sense of purpose. Though it began with force and intimidation, now he needed them to fight willingly. He had used this approach many times before, instilling a desire to survive. It was an effective strategy. Moving as a cohesive unit of 10 was far more advantageous than fighting alone. In fact, with this level of motivation, they could even attempt an ambush. If the ambush succeeded, everything could change. It just might work. As long as there was a chance, he would keep trying. Accepting death was simply part of the process. Through repeated attempts, Encred memorized the enemy's positions and numbers. Another day of knocking out the squad leader passed. "What's your dream?" That day also ended with the same question. It might have been monotonous, but Encred approached each day with unwavering focus. Eventually he obtained 2 key elements: the plan for an ambush and a clear goal. "Let's do this. Now is the moment," built on countless repetitions of the same day. He had trained enough through repetition. "Let's all make it back alive," he said. When Encred turned around, the entire reconnaissance squad nodded. Though they didn't see the mission as particularly dangerous, Encred's persistence stirred something in their hearts. "Then let's go." Encred no longer moved cautiously. He didn't need to. He had already memorized the enemy's general locations. "Have you been here before?" Henry, the former plains hunter, asked as they walked side by side. "A few times." Not admitting it would seem strange, given how confidently he navigated the terrain. "Oh, I see." After walking a bit farther, Henry asked another question. "Were you a hunter?" "No, but I learned a few things from one," Encred replied, referring to skills like reading tracks and identifying the direction grass was bent. Of course, it was Henry himself who had taught him those skills in earlier repetitions. As they moved, Encred glanced back and noticed a rough-looking soldier sticking close to Andrew. In the field, such a soldier might make an excellent bodyguard. Encred thought to himself, in a fight, that tough-looking soldier will definitely stick with Andrew. Even while walking, he mentally mapped out their escape route. When they reached their destination, Encred raised his fist to signal the squad to stop. Phew, he took a deep breath where they stood. The squad looked around, puzzled by the halt. They had just reached the edge of the grasslands. But no one spoke up. Encred's leadership style left no room for debate. "Shoot," Encred commanded, pointing in a direction. Henry, armed with a crossbow, blinked at him in confusion. "Huh? Where?" It was a question he had heard countless times. "Shoot. I won't say it twice." Henry wasn't slow to catch on. Encred's tone was cold, leaving no room for argument. He had pointed beyond the tall grass. Nothing was visible, and no presence could be felt. Still, orders were orders. Henry had seen Encred fight. Despite the rumors, it was clear he wasn't an opponent to be taken lightly. Pulling the bowstring taut, enracked an arrow. The string stretched with tension. Cautiously glancing around, Henry released the arrow in the direction Encred's finger pointed. It was a command from the squad leader after all. The arrow whizzed through the air, and a soft thud was followed by a gasp of pain. Huh? Henry was startled. In that moment, only 2 people remained unfazed: the grizzled veteran soldier with the sour expression and Encred. Follow me, Andrew. Having Andrew stationed directly behind him was for this exact moment. Although Andrew lacked real combat experience, his skills were more than adequate. If a soldier had talent, it was wise to make good use of it. Encred had learned from past mistakes. He had been trying to handle everything on his own for far too long. Now, he understood that wasn't necessary. Encred darted forward, and Andrew instinctively followed. The grizzled soldier cursed under his breath, and followed behind them both. When the three soldiers pushed through the brush, they found a corpse with a bolt lodged squarely in its forehead. Surrounding it was a group of soldiers. It was a squad from Aspen's crossbow unit. There were about 10 of them. Encred opened with a lethal strike. Driving off his left foot, he twisted his body, and the tip of his sword pierced through the neck of an enemy soldier. Kah! Blood flowed freely from the wound. The soldier, now with a gaping hole in his throat, feebly reached out for the blade. Encred quickly kicked the corpse in the stomach, pulling his sword free. A dark cavity was left behind, and blood gushed out in waves. Meanwhile, Andrew swung his short sword. His movements were clumsy. It was clear that being called to action so suddenly had thrown him off. Reacting purely on instinct, Andrew struck at an enemy. Clang! The enemy, abandoning his crossbow, drew a dagger to block the attack. Amateurish. Still, it was fine. Encred hadn't brought Andrew here without a reason. His true value lay in what came next. The grizzled soldier moved. Without yelling a war cry or making a dramatic gesture, he slipped behind the enemy, blocking Andrew's sword. With his right hand, he grabbed the soldier's jaw, and with his left, he gripped the top of the enemy's head. Then, with a sharp twist in opposite directions, crunch! The enemy's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Naturally, he was dead. The grizzled soldier drew his short sword from his belt and spun like a top. Whoosh! The blade sliced cleanly into the neck of the enemy directly behind him, right between the helmet and the chest plate. The skin split wide open in an instant. Shh! Cut! Blood gushed out from the severed neck. Seeing this, Encred swept the legs out from under an adjacent enemy. The soldier, focusing on the blade in Encred's hand, toppled sideways. Encred swiftly kicked the fallen enemy's head. Thwack! Crack! D. The sickening crunch of a breaking neck was accompanied by a faint, garbled cry before the soldier went limp. A sneak attack! Enemies! Shouts of alarm finally erupted from the enemy soldiers. Around this time, Allied reinforcements, including a former thug known for his fighting skills, joined the fray. Eliminate them all, Encred commanded. Thunk! Even before the words settled, Enri's arrow found its target. The arrow embedded itself in an enemy's chest, piercing through the gambeson with a wet thud, releasing a stream of red. You damn! The enemy tried to curse, but Encred didn't allow him to finish. With a swift thrust, Encred drove his blade into the soldier's throat, creating another hole. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Encred allowed his overworked muscles a brief respite. The sound of clashing steel echoed all around. There was no need to take on everything alone. This newfound understanding was reinforced as Encred turned to move, only to hear a guttural growl 3 steps ahead. He had seen this scene countless times before. The wary cry of a beast. Turning his gaze, he spotted it. Black fur glinted under the dappled sunlight. This creature was the reason the enemy crossbow unit stationed here had let their guard down. Encred had scouted multiple ambush points in preparation for today's assault. He had chosen this spot, risking his life for a reason. It was because of that creature. The small black beast wandering the grassy area had distracted the enemy unit. It was enough to warrant such attention. Encred knew this well. Though unintentional, the creature had helped them. Its blue eyes locked onto Encred. His own blue eyes stared back. Their gazes met. One of the enemy soldiers clicked his tongue and thrust a short spear toward the black-furred creature. Owing it my life, I suppose. Encred had no intention of letting it die. He swept his hand across his chest, pulling out a knife and hurled it forward. The knife flew through the air and embedded itself in the enemy's shoulder. The soldier flinched, giving the creature a chance to act. Roar! The tiny beast, no larger than a forearm, let out a ferocious cry before sinking its teeth into the enemy's calf. Blood and flesh splattered from the wound. But it didn't stop there. The beast clawed at the injured spot, smearing blood across its fur before darting away. "You damned mutt!" The soldier with the injured leg jabbed his spear at the ground, but the black beast had already retreated. What a remarkable creature, Encred thought. It was a fiercely intelligent and vicious young black panther. The soldier with the knife wound didn't even have time to struggle before the grizzled soldier ended him. Appearing behind the enemy, he swiftly slit his throat with practiced ease. The last remaining enemy fell to Andrew, who stabbed repeatedly with his short sword, driving the soldier to the ground and finishing him off with a thrust to the face. Breathing heavily, Andrew looked around. He wasn't alone. The sound of ragged breaths filled the clearing. What is this?" One of the allied soldiers, familiar but nameless, muttered in disbelief. Encred didn't answer. Instead, his eyes searched the fallen bodies, locating their own dead among them. One soldier had died with a spear through the face. It was an ugly death. Despite repeated attempts to save him, this soldier had always run away in the middle of battles, leaving chaos in his wake. This was simply his fate, a truth Encred had come to accept through the repetition of countless battles. Their enemies. Were you not prepared for something like this during a patrol mission? "Remember, survival is paramount," Encred declared, rallying the squad. "This way." The grizzled soldier tried to stop him. "That's deeper in, squad leader. Are you defying me? If you wanted to resist, you should have done it earlier." Encred dismissed the protest and pressed forward. His silence was an unspoken command to follow. There was no other option. There was no time for explanations. As he ran, his eyes met the young black panther's once more. Deep blue eyes like a tranquil lake. Encred turned away. Now wasn't the time to connect with a beast. Survival came first. Chapter 29. "I want to live too. Are you saying we should keep going forward?" "This is madness," said a rugged-looking soldier close behind Encred. After their initial ambush succeeded, the Reconnaissance team, initially Andrew's squad, and now Encred's, attempted 2 more ambushes. The second battle was against a group of 5 soldiers, and in the third, they faced more than 15. Both encounters were grueling. In the second, one of the enemy's soldiers was exceptionally skilled. In the third, they were simply outnumbered. Now, only 7 soldiers remained alive. 2 more had been lost. I can't say of anyone else. Some things simply can't be done, no matter how much effort is poured into them. Encred knew he wasn't some saintly figure. Repeating today endlessly just to save the 3 who had already died was nothing but a fantasy fit for fairy tales. It was already a miracle that they had survived this far, largely thanks to Encred's efforts. Of course, the other soldiers fought fiercely as well. One had lost an eye but survived. Andrew had taken a cut to the face, now bandaged with linen over his left cheek. A wound that, if they made it out alive, would be a badge of honor. Despite this grim situation, Encred pressed deeper. It seemed like a reckless charge with no regard for retreat. From a conventional perspective, it was indeed madness. The rugged-looking soldier wasn't lacking in skill or experience. Even in these dire circumstances, he hadn't entirely lost his sense of direction. He noticed that Encred was heading further into enemy territory. Seeing this, Encred silently nodded to himself. Not bad. Compared to Rem or others in his squad, this soldier fell short, but he was still quite capable. With some training, he could at least become a platoon leader. "We'll get a bit of breathing room soon," said Encred. The rugged-looking soldier frowned deeply. That's not what I meant, he retorted. As I said earlier, insubordination. Insubordination or not. If this is a march to our deaths, I'll stab a knife in the back of whoever's leading us, even if it's you, to find a way to survive. The soldier interrupted. This guy spoke dangerously without restraint. What would he do if they made it out alive? How could he face everyone after saying such things? Even under Encrid's piercing gaze, the soldier didn't flinch. He was shameless, and maybe he had a right to be. What mattered most was survival, not the mission, especially for someone like him, serving with a specific purpose. Andrew's life, his own life, those were his priorities. Encrid looked up to check the position of the sun before coming to a halt. Naturally, the squad stopped as well. All ears turned to Encrid, and the rugged soldiers exchanged. Encrid spoke amidst the soldiers catching their breath. If we turn back now, we're dead anyway. Behind us is nothing but an enemy force clustered like rabid wild dogs. As he spoke, Encrid loosened the straps of his handguards. The leather-padded gear was practical, but wearing it for too long made his hand muscles feel crushed. Loosening it too much, however, posed its own dangers during combat. How do you know that? They shouldn't even know we're here. So how could they already have blocked the retreat? The rugged soldier glanced at Encrid's hands, his frown deepening at Encrid's calm demeanor. Encrid had already experienced this moment dozens of times. This was another iteration of the day he had repeated countless times. The enemy forces were numerous, and the moment they confirmed an ambush, they relentlessly cut off any escape routes. Their obsession with ensuring no leaks of their presence was consistent every time. Whoever commanded them seemed desperate to keep their ambush site hidden. The squad crouched low amidst the tall grass, their unease palpable. They followed Encrid's lead for now, but the conversation between him and the rugged soldier painted a picture of the peril they faced. Still, none stepped forward. They simply pricked their ears to listen. Encrid glanced up again, mentally calculating the time. In about 3 or 4 hours, darkness would fall. That would be their chance to escape. But until then, he needed to convince these men. He couldn't rely on brute force. These weren't the type to be cowed by that. His prior use of coercion had brought them this far, but this was the limit. Ambush, retreat, ambush. The constant pressure had pushed his squad to their breaking point. Now they needed to wait, but waiting gave rise to doubt. Encrid didn't feel the need to persuade them with flowery words. You realize it's already too late to turn back, don't you? He said. He was right. They had delayed too long. Turning back now would be suicidal. The rugged soldier chewed on his lips. He seemed ready to retort with, "What kind of lunatic are you?" But instead, he rolled his eyes and asked, "You have a plan, right?" Encrid met his gaze, then looked around at the others. Henri, Andrew, everyone. Their eyes were filled with doubt and unease. As they caught their breath, a semblance of calm returned, allowing their minds to wander. They likely realized it was too late, yet doubt persisted. Encrid wasn't about to explain the truth. He couldn't very well say he had seen the future by reliving today over and over, or that the only way forward was to trust him unconditionally so they could move toward tomorrow. No one would believe him. So, he said the one thing he could. "I want to live, too." A short but profound statement that said it all. He wasn't fighting to die. The desire to live wasn't exclusive to them. He was the same. Of course, even if he died, Encrid would simply repeat today. I refuse to stagnate. No matter who guided this flow, or how high and solid the wall before him stood, he would not stop. For Encrid, this endless today was a mountain to climb and a challenge to conquer. And so, trust me, this isn't a death march. Without further explanation, Encrid sought their trust. He would rely on their belief to twist fate, to escape today and survive to see tomorrow. The desperation for life, the toll of repeated battles, and the anxiety that followed the adrenaline, it was human nature to cling to even the faintest glimmer of hope in such dire moments. Encred's two simple words carried an unshakable conviction that stirred an indescribable sense of trust in the group. He wanted to live, and so he told them to trust him. Moreover, they instinctively knew there was no alternative. What could they do here and now? The enemy scoured the tall grasslands, swarming in numbers, while every possible escape route seemed sealed. At times like this, putting faith in someone else felt like the only option. I want to survive too, Henry murmured, breaking the silence. His words set the tone. One by one they nodded toward Encred. The soldier, with the stern face, tried to maintain composure, but even he had no solutions. Among them, Andrew was the most shaken. Beyond Encred's skills, his character seemed complete, as though he embodied the person Andrew once dreamed of becoming, calm and steadfast, even in such a crisis. Even in moments like these, he's unwavering. Encred had earned everyone's trust, refusing to give up. What a remarkable achievement that was. I believe, too. Andrew spoke at last. Unconsciously, he dropped the formal tone, but it didn't feel awkward. A fervent energy surged among the group, drawn toward Encred. Then, everyone, Encred said, drawing their collective gaze. From now until my signal, lie low like moles, and don't make a sound. It was time to put their trust to use. Encred led by example, pressing himself flat against the ground and silencing his breath. The others followed suit. They didn't fully understand why they weren't escaping yet, but they trusted him, having shared something profound only moments ago. This was the time to honor that trust, even if only for 5 minutes. The soldier with the stern expression watched as a tiny insect hopped off his nose and vanished. This guy's a master tactician, isn't he? Encred's ability to guide and inspire people was extraordinary. Perhaps this was how he managed his unruly unit all along. The thought came naturally. Rustle, dot, gisting. The sound of footsteps on grass reached their ears. Everyone began breathing as quietly as possible. There was movement nearby, not too close, but within range. The tall grass provided good cover, its density making it difficult to spot anyone without closing in completely. The sound of footsteps grew louder, moving from front to back. Though the group couldn't see the situation, an incredible scene was unfolding. If a bird had flown above and caught a glimpse, it would have marveled at the sight. The grass quivered and swayed all around Encred's squad as the enemy moved through, yet the patch where they hid remained untouched, a solitary, safe haven in the midst of danger. No amount of luck could have created such a gap within the enemy's trajectory. This wasn't fortune. It was the result of relentless repetition, a trick Encred had mastered by living today over and over. As the sound of footsteps faded, becoming indistinguishable, Encred finally spoke again. Move out. Form a single file and advance. It was time to act. Encred straightened his crouched form, walking slowly to ease his numb legs. He thought about the sensory training he had learned from Jackson. It was proving invaluable. Judging distance by sound and discerning direction wasn't something most could learn through ordinary training. Encred, however, had entrusted his life to an assassin to learn it, and refined the skill further through endless repetitions in the grasslands. We've passed the second checkpoint. Their strategy involved ambushes and evasions, leaving enemies behind as they moved. This was the second core element of his escape route. Now only the third remained, a goal that required time. As the numbness in his legs wore off, Encred picked up the pace. The group followed without complaint, even as they marveled internally. How is he leading them so effectively past an enemy that seemed to swarm everywhere? Reflecting on their previous battles, it felt uncanny. Every skirmish began with a surprise attack, as though Encred knew exactly where the enemy would be. Thanks to his leadership, they had consistently fought from advantageous positions. In each of those battles, Encred had stood at the forefront, fighting like a man possessed. The squad members knew this. He risked his life for them, bearing the greatest dangers himself. Amid the stillness of the grasslands, a strange heat simmered. It wasn't external, but a fiery resolve ignited in the hearts of the surviving allies. Encred remained unaware, focusing only on what lay ahead. Up to this point, it had been easy. To be honest, it wasn't difficult, and it couldn't afford to be. He had already experienced this today more than 50 times. This outcome was inevitable. But why had he endured over 50 iterations of this day? It was all for what came next. They were the few against the many. Their enemy's intent was clear. They aimed to leave no survivors. In the first few attempts, he had gritted his teeth and tried to force a breakthrough. Every time, he failed. Would things change with help from his squad? Not a chance. So he changed his approach. What if something worse than catching us demanded their attention? The sun began to set. The golden-orange glow of twilight bathed the grasslands, creating the illusion of wading through a luminous lake. For now, it seemed fitting to call it the orange pearl instead of the green pearl. The sky was unusually clear, and the warm sunlight was serene as it painted the horizon. But the sun soon dipped beyond the western edge, giving way to darkness. It was time to pursue the third and final objective of Encred's escape plan. Chapter 30. When is it time to make darkness your friend? When is it time to make darkness your friend? If that's the question, the answer was easy. It's when you're in a place you know well. A place where the terrain is as clear as your own backyard. It would be even better if it were a place where you lived until recently. Just a vague sense of the surroundings would allow you to roughly figure out your location. The more familiar, the better. Say, a place you used as a training ground until yesterday. This was the case for Encred now. It should have been an unfamiliar place by all means. It should have been a moment of surprise, but instead, damn it. When he saw the size of the enemy, he should have been filled with despair. But that was not the case for Encred. He had been here many times before. And not just visited. It wasn't his first time coming. He had tumbled and fought many times here. Every time, the team members who came with him changed a little, but the core composition remained the same. Andrew, the grim-looking soldier, Enrai, and the other squad members. Among them, the 2 gangsters from the squad had often proven useful. They emerged from the tall grass and onto an unexpected scene. Some squad members thought the retreat route had been blocked, so this new path might be the only way out. It was Henri who thought so. He had a good sense of direction, just like the grim-looking soldier. He hadn't earned his reputation as a plains hunter for nothing. Henri thought that since the enemy had ambushed in the tall grass, this area might be empty. But his prediction was wrong, and that made it all the more despairing. Henri felt his legs go weak. The first thing he saw was a flaming torch, and then a wide, thick cloth that half blocked the light. As soon as he saw it, Henri stepped back a step. Looking up and widening his view, the structure of the object revealed itself. It was a tent. Why was there a tent here? Relying on the dim light, Henri tilted his head to the side and saw the torch burning next to the tent. Beyond it, torches were lined up in the distance. There were at least 10 of them. The gaps between the torches were wide enough that only the faintest light of the moon and the torches illuminated the surroundings. What they saw was a row of tents. There were over 20 tents running along the edge of the tall grass. This was on the opposite side of their camp. So the tents in front of them were the enemy's camp, the Aspen Duchy's forces. "What the hell is this?" one of the gangsters instinctively muttered under his breath. "Damn it, this is where we end up." Henri let out a dejected voice. "Shh, quiet." In that instant, the grim-looking soldier reacted first. If they were discovered by a sentry right now, a battle would break out. And in that case, they would be killed in no time. In the dim light of the torches, they could also see several moving lights far away. It was obvious that these lights were carried by sentries. "Keep your mouth shut," the grim soldier spoke while scanning the surroundings. If they slipped up, they would die. His veteran instincts kicked in during moments like this. He acted based on his experience. He lowered his posture and tried to sense the sentry's movements. He would hide and assess the situation, looking for an escape route. If he was lucky, there might be a chance. It was nighttime, and though it wasn't his plan, he had moved in the opposite direction of what the enemy would expect. They were deep in enemy territory now, but as long as they weren't caught, there was still a chance to escape. He concluded that he could survive even if they fell into the midst of a monster horde. "Don't draw your weapons. Stay low." He acted like he was the leader. Most of the squad followed his orders, except for two. One of them, of course, was Encrid, and the other was Andrew. He must have a plan. The squad leader is Encrid. Perhaps due to a misunderstanding, the only one siding with Encrid was the guy who had been beaten earlier that morning and lost his position as squad leader. This isn't the time for jokes. The grim soldier, hunched over, turned his head back. His voice was low, but there was a growl in his tone, like a beast. He was feeling the pressure. They were deep in enemy territory now. It was much more dangerous than facing the ambushing enemies in the tall grass. At any moment, enemy spears could come flying from beyond the tent, and there would be no time to react. In such a situation, what use was thinking? The grim soldier's response was reasonable. Encrid had thought the same thing about this soldier many times. This guy's no joke. His skills, experience, judgment, and decisiveness were far beyond the level of an ordinary soldier. If he hadn't been so confident, or if he hadn't repeated today's situation over and over, he would have made this man the squad leader and fought alongside. But now, there was no need for that. Although the other squad members didn't know it, everything that brought them here had been Encrid's plan. Time, location, and place, everything. How many nights had they spent here already? How many lives had been thrown away? How many days had they repeated? The three dull soldiers were passed out in front of the tent. They still had some time before encountering the patrolling soldiers. Knowing all this, Encrid made his move. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and slashed at the tent. The sword reflected the moonlight as it cut upward. "You crazy bastard!" The grim soldier gasped in shock. And at that moment, Andrew reacted to Encrid's action. He rushed into the torn tent and drove the tip of his short sword into the stunned enemy soldier's throat. Thunk! Then, Encrid followed him in. As the enemy soldier tried to get up, Encrid forced the blade down, slashing the soldier's throat. The sound of leather tearing echoed, and soon the smell of blood filled the tent. The last enemy soldier was finished off by one of the former gangsters, who plunged a dagger into his heart. Grrk! Grrk! The soldier, who had been stabbed in the heart, crawled on the ground, reaching out. He was a tenacious one. The light from the torches outside illuminated the soldier's head as he reached out, and above it, a dark shadow appeared. It was the grim soldier. He kneeled on the enemy soldier's back, grabbing his neck and twisting it. With a dull sound, the soldier with a broken neck stuck out his tongue and died. "Hey, you!" The eyes of the soldier with a fierce expression glowed sharply in the darkness. He glared at Encrid. He was lucky. Or else, if things had gone differently, he would have been surrounded and wiped out in the middle of the enemy's ranks. This was, in his eyes, a gamble. Move to the side. Encrid ignored the gaze. Before the soldier could say anything, Encrid extended his sword. "You crazy bastard." The soldier with the fierce expression growled in a low voice. He could feel the deep frustration and anger. From his perspective, it was an endless, crazy act. Encrid slashed the side of the tent with his sword and turned his head back. He didn't show the slightest sign of worry about what the soldier might do to him. even though he was living this dangerously? With only a patrol soldiers attacking the enemy base, an atmosphere as tense as lightning crackled between them, causing the others to watch their every move. "What's your name?" "What, your name?" Was it because of Encrid's nonchalant attitude? Was it because of the calmness that didn't react to the murderous aura? The soldier, still holding his sword down, spoke as Encrid asked without a change in his expression. "Call me Mac." Even as he spoke, he didn't retract his killing intent. Encrid shifted his gaze and said, "Mac, I won't tolerate insubordination." "What?" Boom. Encrid finished tearing the rest of the tent wall and moved out. The only choice left for the others was to follow. What's going on?" Mac mumbled to himself, locking eyes with Andrew. "Yes, we're going." Mac responded to that gaze. For now, they had no choice but to follow. The next tent was empty. It seemed like all the soldiers in the tent had gone out for some night patrol duty. Does that even make sense? The tent was large enough to hold more than 10 people at least. It was at least a squad size. If they squeezed a bit, 2 squads might fit in. The traces inside the tent showed signs of more than 10 people. Forward. After passing the tent, the reckless squad leader didn't even bother tearing the tent wall. He peeked out of the tent entrance, scanning left and right, before pushing forward. The squad followed him. By now, clouds had gathered, obscuring the moonlight. With only the torchlight, it became difficult to see the surroundings. Despite blinking his eyes repeatedly and trying to adjust to the night, it was still pitch dark. In such a place, Encrid moved forward without hesitation. The only sound heard was the breathing of the squad members trailing behind him. "This way." A voice echoed in the darkness. It was not a quiet voice. If there were enemy soldiers nearby, it would have been loud enough for them to hear. Mac felt a chill run down his spine. That bastard is serious. Yet there was no movement. No sign of enemies that hadn't been detected. If they had been spotted, there would have been words like, "Who's there?" By now. Encrid moved again. Now, even Mac couldn't tell the direction anymore. In the tall grass fields, it wasn't hard to tell direction with the sun still above. But now, everything was dark, wasn't it? Does he know where he's going? It seemed so. Encrid's steps showed no hesitation. He moved, and only when he saw 2 torches next to a tent in the distance did he stop. Using a tree in front of him as cover, Encrid gestured towards the back. Mac could barely see his hand gesture with eyes adjusted to the darkness. Mac felt like he was haunted by a ghost. How far have we walked? He wasn't sure, but by counting the tents, he estimated the size of the camp. Did we go through it? It seemed like they had walked through the enemy camp, but no one noticed. Why hadn't they triggered any alarms? It was no wonder he felt like he was haunted. "Wait here." Encrid turned around and whispered. Looking at the tent he referred to, there were 4 soldiers guarding it. Despite the silence of the enemy camp at night, this tent seemed to be more crowded than the rest. Whoosh! As the wind blew, the torchlight flickered and the shadows of the soldiers moved in different directions. Someone inside the tent appeared to say something, though Mac couldn't hear it from the distance. The soldier nodded in response to the words. What are they guarding? So, the reckless squad leader had aimed for this. Only then did Mac understand the situation. Or rather, he guessed. A thought suddenly struck him. It's a secret mission. A mission given only to the reckless squad leader, excluding him and the other squad members. That must have earned the squad leader the trust of the commander. Mac recalled what Andrew had said. He had mentioned that the squad leader had joined based on the orders of the company commander. Only now did everything make sense. Encrid, the squad leader, was carrying out a secret mission. Was it like that? It was a misunderstanding. Mac realized something, but he didn't say it out loud. And Encrid, knowing this misunderstanding had formed, would not have bothered to explain. There was something more urgent to do. We'll set the fire in that tent. Encred raised his finger. The tent in front of them had only 4 soldiers guarding it. Chapter 31. Set fire. It feels like my specialty has become setting fire to tents, Encred thought, briefly explaining the plan while holding a piece of wood. No one in the squad added anything and just listened. At this point, it was like they were already caught in the arrow once it was fired. Then Encred moved. I'll go first. He stepped quietly, without making a sound. Eventually, he lowered his posture, lying flat and crawling on the ground. The entire squad watched as Encred crawled. His plan was simple. A basic trick: yell from the east and strike from the west. The group shouting was Mac and the rest of the squad. Only 3 were absent from the shouting side: Encred, Andrew, and the soldier with a history as a thug. I'll do it. Mac stepped up first, taking on the role of attracting the soldiers' attention. There were no complaints, and he spoke up without hesitation. Encred thought little of Mac's sudden change in attitude. It was fine as long as he followed orders. Mac slowly loosened up in the dark, picked up a rock and threw it. The rock hit the thug's helmet. Thud! The rock bounced off the helmet, and the soldier screamed in pain. Damn it! What's that? The 4 soldiers on guard turned their bodies toward the sound. Encred held his breath and watched them. There was no need for words. Intruder! The soldiers shouted. Chaos ensued. At that moment, Encred tried to move closer to the tent. You little rat! He was caught. There was no need to panic. He had learned from today's events. Can't do this alone. A soldier holding a spear next to the tent glared at him. Before the soldier could charge, Encred rose to his feet. The dirt on his chest fell to the ground. Without even a battle cry, the soldier with the spear lunged. Encred watched the spear fly and twisted his body to avoid it. No, it wasn't just about avoiding. He gambled with half his life. The hearth of the beast gave him the courage to do something reckless. He dodged and moved forward. The spear grazed his shoulder. He barely avoided it. He felt a burning heat from his shoulder. Instead, Encred had closed the distance to his opponent. The moment he gained distance, he slashed upward with his sword. The enemy soldier, seeing the sword, lowered his spear to block with his shield. At the same time, Encred thrust his hidden left-hand knife toward the soldier's collarbone. Crack! The blade pierced both bone and flesh. Ugh! The enemy soldier groaned. Encred slammed his forehead into the soldier's nose. Thud! The soldier fell backward without even letting out another sound. It was the Valen-style mercenary swordplay, the 3-sword method. The first sword was a trick. The real attack was the knife in the left hand and the headbutt. He had gambled half his life to rush toward the spear like this. He had taken down the enemy soldier. But since he had already been discovered, starting a fire in the barracks was no longer feasible. Another soldier appeared behind the fallen one, holding a torch and a sword. The man with scars around his eyes looked formidable. Just his stride and attitude told Encred everything. He wasn't a rookie. Pathetic. He clicked his tongue before speaking. There was a sense of ease in his step. He had just witnessed an ambush in the dark, but there was not the slightest hint of fear in his demeanor. That took a while, Encred muttered. The man furrowed his brow at his words. Flames were rising behind him. The tent had caught fire. Put it out, the man shouted. Seeing this, Encred rushed forward and thrust his sword. He pushed off the ground with his right foot and planted his left foot firmly. Everything begins with the feet. This was the basic swordsmanship shared by Amon Ragnar. Encred did just that. With his feet, he kicked the ground and moved forward. In an instant he saw the soldier holding both a sword and a torch, and the gap in his stance was clear. Encred thrust his sword, a thrust that carried all his body's power, the same thrust that had killed so many soldiers before. Thud! The sword cut through the air and reached its target. It was a moment, an instant. Out of all the thrusts he had performed, this one was the best. Even considering all the repetitions from today, Ancred thought he had killed the enemy. As he focused, everything seemed to slow down. The world around him, the soldier's hand, and even his own sword, all moved slow. In this slowed world, the enemy soldier's hand twitched. Soon the soldier's sword rose from below, aiming upward. Clang! Thud! Ancred swerved past the man, his body bouncing sideways as he stopped, clutching his side. The enemy soldier, who had been facing away, turned back to face him. He looked at Ancred and raised his eyebrows. Arrogant bastard. The enemy seemed to be boiling with rage. Of course, the anger was no problem for Ancred. The real issue was the incredible sword skill. At that moment, the thrust had been perfect. It had been flawlessly satisfying. It was the kind of thrust that even M wouldn't have dared to stop unless he had an axe that bent like a whip. Yet, the enemy had avoided it. There was a faint cut on his neck, but it was far from a fatal wound. It could be considered a mere scratch. Meanwhile, the enemy's reflexive counterattack had sliced Ancred's side. It wasn't a deep wound. The bone wasn't damaged. He wouldn't die from it. Let my guard down for a moment. But this was the result. After all, how familiar had Ancred become with today? Still, it felt as though a great river lay between him and the enemy. The enemy could cross it and strike or kill him at any time, but Ancred felt like all he needed to do was dip his feet in the river, and that would be the end of it. There was a clear gap in skill between them. So what? When had he ever fought only against weaker opponents? Ancred steadied his breath and gripped his sword. If this was the turning point of today, all he could do was give his best. The skill gap felt overwhelming, but it didn't change anything. While others would see the gap as despair or a precipice, Ancred saw it as a staircase that one day he would climb. A thrilling euphoria filled him, starting from his toes and spreading to his chest. Look, how he's repeating today a curse. By overcoming countless days like today, he would eventually defeat that overwhelming powerhouse. It will happen, without a doubt. He would never settle for today. That's why the euphoria surged. Ancred's heart, filled with this feeling, was evident on his face. You're smiling? The face of the enemy soldier, holding a sword, twisted in anger. While Ancred's face displayed euphoria, this one showed nothing but rage. I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. Ancred sensed death. He couldn't win against the opponent right now, but he had no intention of submitting quietly. He braced for pain, refusing to retreat. As he gripped his sword, his resolve strengthened. Whoosh! A flame erupted behind the man. The earlier fire seemed like a joke compared to now, as though a dragon itself had spit fire. The flames quickly spread across the entire tent. Sparks flew in all directions, sizzling and crackling. From beyond the flames, frantic voices rang out. These bastards! Put out the fire! Someone poured oil. Platoon leader, the torch fell over. Oh, they were efficient. Ancred had deliberately drawn attention to the tent to ignite it. Once by Mac and the squad members, another time with his own actions. The fire had been set by Andrew and the thug-turned-squad member. The thug-turned-squad member showcased his skill, learned from causing trouble in the city. The flagpole's burning. A man shouted as he watched the flames rise beside the tent. He had a strange tattoo on his face. Platoon leader, don't you know what's important right now? He scolded the man standing in front of Ancred. Seeing this, Ancred took a small step back. Even though his skill was inferior to the opponent's, he wouldn't die easily from one or two sword strikes. The enemy knew this too. If he held on, he could outlast the flames as they consumed the tent, and the flagpole inside it. Honestly, Encrid didn't understand why someone would risk their life over a flagpole. The only thing he knew for sure was that the opponent valued it. More than the lives of a few enemy soldiers, much more. You'll regret this. The enemy, a platoon leader from the Aspen unit, glared at Encrid before suddenly turning around. Rather than facing Encrid, he judged it more urgent to handle those setting the fire in the rear. Encrid exhaled a quiet sigh of relief inside. It felt like he had just come back from the dead. The feeling of dying, no matter how many times he repeated today, never got easier. If this was a curse, then it was truly a curse, having to face that horrific moment over and over again. But the pain and death he faced weren't the real problems for Encrid. If this could push him forward, if it could make him stronger, why couldn't he endure it? "We need to go." As Encrid stood on alert, Andrew's voice came from behind. Looking over, Andrew's face was covered in soot. "We retreat." Encrid spoke and moved. The thug-turned soldier followed him. As they ran, Andrew pulled out a flute and blew into it. Scree, scree. After blowing twice, Mac arrived with the remaining squad members. Henry was bleeding, and no other soldiers followed Mac. The original 10-man squad had been reduced by half, and now Encrid's escape route had opened. "They're getting busy. The enemy doesn't have a large pursuit force, right?" Mac seemed to ask, perhaps to confirm his suspicions. He too had a gash on his forehead, blood trickling down. "Probably not," Encrid answered, moving his feet. Blood continued to flow from his side. It wasn't a deep wound, but without any bandages, the blood refused to stop. For now he pressed it down with his hand and kept running. From this point on, it was a new day, so Encrid stayed alert to their rear. The enemy was in pursuit. 5 of them were chasing them. "You crazy bastards!" The pursuers seemed relatively unscathed. Though soot marked their faces, none of them were injured. These 5 were more than enough for Encrid, Andrew, and Mac. Henry had a hole in his abdomen, staggering from the blood loss. The thug soldier helped him, but couldn't fight properly. "Damn it, we're all gonna die at this rate. Get a grip." The thug soldier yelled at Henry but didn't abandon him. Encrid, while fighting off the pursuers, felt his side wound tear further. It wasn't life-threatening, though. Mac had injured 2 of the pursuers, but his thigh was cut in the process. Still, he quickly wrapped a bandage around his thigh and stayed with the group. Andrew seemed to have rapidly improved in combat. No, Encrid realized, it wasn't that Andrew had suddenly become stronger. It was more accurate to say his original skills were now showing, honed through intense battle experience. If Andrew hadn't fiercely swung his sword, killing 2 of the pursuers in a single strike, their escape might have failed. Or it could have become even more perilous. Blood was seeping from the wound on Andrew's cheek again. Everyone was battered, but none of them were dead. As they continued fleeing through the night, Henry whispered weakly, almost dead, "If we head west from here, we'll reach the fox and snake habitats. They won't catch us there." The Green Pearl Plains were home to many animals. Among them were foxes and snakes. The foxes weren't the problem, but there were many venomous snakes, making it dangerous. "We'll end up getting killed by venomous snakes before we shake off the enemy," Mac grumbled. Then Henry, with a faint smile, spoke up. "There's an area where the fox and snake habitats overlap. I know it. It's a boundary zone, so it's safe. It's a hunter's path." Encrid couldn't help but think how strange it was that Henry was smiling so faintly under such dire circumstances, guiding them through the forest in this condition. His mental strength was extraordinary. Everyone looked at Encrid. It was his decision to make. "We'll follow your lead." Encrid spoke and moved. There was no hesitation. As he walked, his thoughts drifted. "The first time I saw him." The enemy platoon leader's face lingered in his mind. Had the platoon leader shown up every time, Encrid would have been too busy fighting for his life. But this was the first time. Perhaps he had only appeared because Encred had pushed him to this point. Or not. Upon further thought, Encred realized he had heard that voice before. After repeating today a few times, when they had taken refuge in the tent the enemy had set fire to. As he barely entered the tent guarded by the enemy, Encred witnessed a strange sight. The flagpole, the flag, strange smoke rising, a man with tattoos on his face. He had even kicked the flagpole in frustration. At that moment, Encred realized the flagpole must have held great significance to the enemy. Then from behind someone had struck Encred's neck. "Who the hell are you?" Upon reflection, Encred realized the voice belonged to the same man. Lost in thought, Encred followed Henry's lead, and soon the surroundings began to turn blue. The light from above surrounded them, heralding the start of a new day. It was dawn. The sky began to brighten. Encred realized he had passed yet another today. As the sun rose and the surroundings grew bright, Encred's scout unit met with the main reconnaissance team. "What happened to you guys?" As soon as they met, the scout leader asked. Encred had more pressing matters to address than explaining. There were many injured. The report could wait until they were on their way back. For now, surviving was enough. "Phew, I'm passing out," Henry murmured from behind. Encred said nothing in reply. There was no point in speaking to someone who had already lost consciousness. Chapter 32. Dreams, reprimands, responsibilities. "How's the flag?" "It's fine." The captain of the Aspen Duchy didn't like the operation currently underway. But what could a mere commander do when orders came from above? If they said do it, then he had to do it. And so, he was doing it, though a small problem had arisen in the process. A few rats from Norillia had infiltrated the barracks and set fires. Even though more than half of his troops were stationed in the tall grass, the invasion had been allowed. No matter how much he disliked it, the operation had already begun. At this point, his pride was on the line. Failure was something he couldn't afford. "You should have been more thorough with the defenses." The owner of the flag spoke. His words made the captain's forehead vein throb. It was annoying to hear someone who would drop dead in an instant if he pulled his sword and struck at his throat. But what could he do? There had indeed been a hole in his unit's defenses. True. "Flap!" the captain said that, then stormed out of the barracks, swiping the door with his hand. He couldn't understand this situation. Does this even make sense? Was it possible for the enemy to notice this place? Fine, let's say they could. But what about next? Did they really sneak past his troops lying in the tall grass, fewer than 10 in number, and attack the main flag? The captain trusted his unit. Of course he did. His nickname was the Demon Captain because of how harshly he trained his men. He believed that if you didn't cough up blood during training, you'd cough up blood and die on the battlefield. And this was the unit he had built. Can they really break through this? While soldiers could lose a battle, there were no soldiers who failed at keeping watch. The captain truly believed that. But would he reprimand his own troops? He couldn't just do that. Whoever planned and executed this had to be extraordinary. The courage to infiltrate enemy lines with so few soldiers. The skill to fight and survive against his own platoon leader. And the perfect execution of setting fires and retreating. Even though the squad leader had to let them go due to the fire spreading behind. Luck is also skill. The captain, who had spent a long time on the battlefield, knew the importance of luck. He spoke to his waiting adjutant. "Except for the squad leader on duty, bring all the commanders here." "Yes, sir." His unit was part of the regiment, but had its own command authority. It was an independent unit, and in most cases, independent units had nicknames. This unit's name was Greyhounds. In the Aspen Duchy, the Greyhound was a dog with grey fur, known for its persistent personality. The Greyhound, once it marked a target, had to stick with it, whether it was for love or a fight. Because of this, The Greyhound unit was also called the Persistent Lovers. Now, the leader of this unit had marked an unnamed enemy scout leader. I will definitely hunt them down. The Greyhounds had locked onto its target. The captain repeated his resolve in his heart. He would catch and kill them. Above his head, in the tent, clouds began to form, likely due to the sorcery of the shaman present. It looked like it was going to rain. Recently, the rains had mostly been the work of the shaman inside the tent. And this shaman was the key to this strategy. Though he still didn't like it, there was no denying it was an efficient operation. If this plan were nonsense, the commander of the independent unit, the Greyhound, or the Persistent Lovers, would never have participated in it. A battlefield where victory was guaranteed. Despite the thirst for vengeance, it did feel somewhat uninteresting. You're telling me that after accidentally discovering the enemy's ambush, you just happened to stumble upon the enemy's main camp, and while you were at it, set their camp on fire? It did sound strange when put that way. Ancred didn't nod but added a few words. Yes, I thought it was the right decision at the time, and it happened to turn out that way. The scout squad leader blinked in confusion. What was he even saying? The guy was about his age, but had somehow managed to become a squad leader. His skills were poor, and he swung his sword at every opportunity. He was an idiot. That was the general outside opinion of the troublemaker squad leader. But now, hearing what he had done, well, it was shocking even to Ancred himself. The surviving squad members had more to say, and it was even more ridiculous. Rumors aren't trustworthy. If possible, I'd like to learn more from you. Back then, Andrew had seemed arrogant, and the scout leader had worried about sending him off. Now, after the guy had forcibly taken command of the scouting unit, saying it was only natural, he even said he wanted to learn more. Was this the same Andrew he knew? As far as skills go, I think he's above average for a mid-level soldier. Next came Mac, Andrew's mentor. The scout leader knew Mac's abilities. It was partly because he trusted Mac's skills that he had given Andrew the command of the scout unit. And now Mac was giving him credit for skill. He knows a lot. I just told him what to do, and this is what happened. Lastly came Henri, a plains hunter. The squad members all agreed. They followed him, believing in him. They wouldn't all lie about it. So this really happened. Ancred had taken over the scouting unit, snuck past enemy soldiers lying in wait in the tall grass, with fewer than 10 men, and set the enemy's camp on fire before returning alive. Does this even make sense? It didn't. But they had set the fire and gathered intel, so what could he say? Sorting through everything he had heard left him flustered. He was told he stood still among the enemy and managed to avoid detection. He moved through the enemy camp in the dark without anyone spotting him. Well, I guess he was just really lucky. In the end, a scout leader could only say that. Ancred thought that was a fair assessment. Thanks to repeating today, he couldn't say he had memorized the enemy's movements and camp positions. Yes, luck was on my side. If it was luck, it was certainly no ordinary luck. The goddess of fortune had not just kissed him, but had slept with him. But there was really no other explanation either. Since it wasn't something to hide, rumors began to spread through the scout unit. The troublemaker squad leader Ancred was a lucky man. The man the goddess of fortune had entrusted her coin to. Pure luck itself. Or, they said, he had used up all his luck in this scouting mission. There was nothing else to report on the return trip. During their half-day walk, the only thing that happened was a light drizzle. The rain fell from a clear sky. It was rare, but it wasn't an unheard-of sight. Throughout the return journey, Ancred was absorbed in one thought. Was that the best option? It was a question he asked himself. If he could repeat today a few more times, would it have led to a different result? Regret always lingers in every situation. Ancred had learned that since he was young, what matters is the choice, and the process of making that choice. I thought it was the best. Since he could repeat today, other thoughts naturally arose. The doubt of whether that was the best decision, and the lingering thought that there might have been other options. Only 4. The number of people who returned alive. Including himself, that made 5. Half of the unit had died. The result posed a question to Ancred. Was this the best outcome? Could it have been avoided? 5 died. Those 5 were neither his family nor his friends. They were just comrades with whom he had shared a short period. Their presence or absence made no real difference. They were merely his responsibility for that moment, for that today. The long-held dream that had guided him, the conviction that had kept him steadfast until now, reprimanded him. Was that the best he could do? Could he not have saved more? What kind of knight do you want to become? Ancred, as a young boy, was captivated by the title of knight. The boy, enchanted by the songs of minstrels about knights of old, had grown into an adult. Over time, Ancred realized he was a man of modest talent. He had rolled through the battlefield and recognized his own limits. Yet he never gave up on his dream. Even if that dream had torn and frayed like old leather, even if it had been shredded to pieces by the reality of life, he never gave up. Therefore, he could not end up merely captivated by the word knight. A knight is a protector. A knight is one who takes action. A knight is one who shows his will. What kind of knight will I be? Through repeating today, Ancred was able to step beyond his limits. In that case, he should protect something he had seen and heard, something he had learned and established through his own eyes and ears. What kind of knight did I want to be? The dream torn apart by reality. The word conviction reprimanded him. Ancred accepted that reprimand. By doing so, he decided to move past what had already passed. Even if repeating today could have saved 5 more lives, it was no longer something he could change. That today was over. To dwell on it was foolish. Main unit ahead. One of the soldiers walking with him spoke. Phew, we made it. Henry, who had been supported from behind, muttered. So when we return, will you rush straight to the flower shop widow? I can't go until this battle is over, right? Ancred replied, and Henri answered with a bright smile. The joy of having survived, of returning after breaking through such dangers, filled his heart. The same was true for everyone else, especially for the former thug soldier. He spent the whole journey thinking over and over again about what had happened during the mission. How had he managed to survive? He had always thought he would die living as a thug, but somehow he ended up joining the army. And somehow he ended up serving Andrew as his lord. And then this reconnaissance mission. He had learned much. As the former gangster soldier hobbled over with his injured leg, he approached Ancred. It wasn't intentional, but he hadn't spoken a word the entire journey. If you don't repay your debts, you're no better than an animal. That was what an older brother had told him when he took him in as a child. That brother had long since died, but his words had become a guiding principle in his life. Even though he had lived roughly, the gangster knew how to repay a favor. I apologize for my bad manners. I will repay the favor of saving my life, if I get the chance. Ancred, who had been staring at the soldier who approached him suddenly, nodded. Had he really saved his life? If anything had gone wrong, it could have easily been Ancred's last moment. The soldier's survival was more luck than anything. In fact, during today's repeated cycle, that soldier had died many times. It was just that, on this day, in this moment, Lady Luck had momentarily smiled upon him. Do as you wish, Ancred answered nonchalantly, then turned around to see Andrew and Mac. Thanks. Mac spoke first, his expression more friendly than usual. Andrew's gratitude was even more noticeable. I hope we can meet again someday. Ancred had once thought he was an arrogant brat, but now his attitude had changed. His gaze had turned respectful. Encred, feeling the pain in his side, pressed his palm gently against it and said, "If we're on the same battlefield, we'll meet again. The flower of the battlefield, infantry." The infantry's slogan became their farewell greeting. The reconnaissance squad leader, who had been watching from the side, came over. "You're all clear to return. Injured ones report to the medical tent. Everyone did well." And well, no. Forget it. The reconnaissance squad leader had intended to discuss achievements and rewards, but stopped himself. "I'll report it first." It wasn't something that could be easily believed. It was too early to discuss it when even the higher-ups might doubt it. Then, as the pain in his side subsided, Encred decided he didn't need treatment and immediately moved forward. It was time to return. "I hope nothing's wrong." Though he had no time to think about it in the tall grass as he neared the camp, he wondered if his squadmates had been behaving. Had they gotten into a fight with someone else? Or maybe they had been fighting among themselves. There was bound to be some trouble. That's why they were called the troublemakers of the unit. Just before they reached the camp, the sound of a loud clang rang out. The trained hearing he had gained through Jackson kicked in. He pinpointed the source of the noise immediately. It was coming from the main camp. Encred quickened his pace. As he approached the camp, he saw a crowd gathered. In the center, two figures were locked in combat, axe and sword clashing. The location was in front of the troublemaker's tent. The one wielding the axe was Rem. The one holding the sword was Ragnar. Chapter 33. The objective, the emerald green eyes of the company commander gleamed with curiosity as she listened to the squad leader's report. With just 10 men, the events involving other squads during the reconnaissance mission were relatively uneventful. The only notable incident was an encounter with an Aspen infantry reconnaissance team on the plains. Instead of engaging in combat, the two sides simply kept their distance and parted ways. It wasn't unusual to run into Aspen reconnaissance units on the plains. After all, it was expected that they'd be operating as well. If anything, it was stranger that they'd only crossed paths once. However, what Encred's unit had accomplished was on an entirely different scale. The enemy had set up an ambush in the tall grass. They were up to something. Discovering such intel was understandable. But to infiltrate the enemy lines with just 10 soldiers and set their camp ablaze? What kind of lunatic is he? At the center of all this was Encred. Even during the previous assassination incident, the same name had surfaced. Wherever things seemed to go awry, there he was, the squad leader named Encred. Should this be dismissed as mere bad luck? But for someone supposedly cursed by misfortune, he was remarkably resilient. Not only that, he often achieved unexpected results, if not outright success. Wasn't it because of that squad leader's endurance during the assassination attempt that the target could be protected? And this time, the feat of infiltrating enemy lines and gathering information alone warranted more than 100 commendations. "Yes, that seems to be the case," the squad leader replied. 10 men had infiltrated enemy lines, and while 5 had perished, the remaining 5 returned with unbelievable achievements. This wasn't some elite unit trained by the Cyprus Division, but a reconnaissance team led by a mere lowest-ranking soldier. The company commander couldn't help but feel intrigued. Encred. What kind of lunatic was he really? His skills were average at best. So how was this possible? She decided there was no need to overthink it. Luck. It could only be attributed to luck. If not, what else could explain it? Unless he had memorized the enemy's positions, as if he'd walked into their commander's mind, which was absurd. That hypothesis was even more implausible. The idea that Encred could be a spy trained by the Aspen Principality was a more plausible theory, but it was just as ridiculous. What kind of idiot would train a spy to be a mere squad leader with mediocre skills? Should I summon the squad leader to confirm the facts? If he's stupid enough to lie about something like this, he'd already be dead. The company commander leaned on her fist, lost in thought. The squad leader named Incrid might just be lucky. But what were the Aspen forces aiming for? For now, she needed to inform the battalion commander. That was the proper course of action. With her decision made, she stood. "Where are you going?" Who had chosen this idiot to lead a squad? She shoved the fool aside and said, "To the battalion commander's tent." After all, reporting this incident took priority. Rem was bored. There were skirmishes, no tasks to occupy him. Both armies were locked in a standoff, glaring at each other from their respective positions. Rumors began to circulate within the unit that this might be how the war would end. Well, that's likely. Winter's coming, and these plains battles rarely conclude quickly. "They'll probably pick it up again next year," said Craze, his sharp ears picking up bits of gossip and piecing them together. Rem, however, didn't care about Craze's chatter or the rumors themselves. The idea of this battlefield repeating itself year after year, or that Aspen and Norilia had once been allies. It didn't matter. This is so damn boring. He spent his time sharpening his axe and juggling it for entertainment, but the monotony remained. Rem was going out of his mind with boredom. Everyone else seemed to have something to do. Are you crazy? That price for cigars? Did an arrow pierce your brain, or something? Big Eyes was busy hawking goods. With income likely to dwindle after the battles, he claimed he had to make the most of it now. What a hard-working soul. What? You arrowhead-like bastard? Occasionally some fool would glare at Big Eyes, mocking his small stature. Rem had taken up the hobby of intimidating such fools. A single gesture, licking the edge of his freshly sharpened axe, was usually enough to end it. Not that the axe was overly sharp. If it were honed to the point of slicing at the slightest touch, the edge would chip easily. Without magic or a craftsman's touch, this was the best maintenance method. So, licking it wouldn't actually cut his tongue. Come to think of it, my helmet did take an arrow in the last battle. The fool backed down quickly. Look, cigars are hard to come by. How many boxes did you need again? Breeze raised his voice, fully embodying the role of a shrewd merchant. Meanwhile, the sneaky stray cat-like Jackson wandered outside, instead of sticking to the tent. The religious zealot? He was busy praying with an unsettling fervor, often banging his head on the floor with a grim expression, and always muttering, "Oh, Father, grant me answers." The guy reeked of a mad zealot. Watching him was enough to put anyone off. Lastly, there was Ragnar, who spent his time either staring blankly or sleeping. Wasn't he bored? How could he spend all day zoning out or napping? With the captain absent, this is just too boring. Rem grumbled internally. He even wondered if the squad leader might have died. Reconnaissance missions were dangerous. Although the captain had improved a lot, by Rem's standards, his skills were still embarrassing. If he had died, it would be a shame. A big one. Have I gotten attached? From what Rem had observed, the man was too valuable to let die. But following him around to protect him? That'd be ridiculous. Who was he, anyway? No one special. Just a random person he'd taken a liking to. A random person I like? Now that he thought about it, people like that were rare in Rem's life. If possible, he'd like him to return alive. Not that he was anxious about it. The squad leader wasn't someone who'd fall to weaklings. Lost in these idle thoughts, Rem could no longer sit still in his boredom. Whether the squad leader was dead or alive, he needed to fix the monotony of the moment. Do you feel like dying? Rem decided on a simple solution. He kicked Ragnar, who was lying down idly, and spoke. Ragnar stared up at him with a look that seemed to say, "What the hell is wrong with you? Do you have a death wish?" Ragnar sounded serious. "I'm bored. Let me crack your skull." No more words were needed. Jackson briefly glanced at them, as he passed by, but ignored it. The zealot continued his bizarre prayers. Kreis was elsewhere. The two of them agreed and headed outside. Clang.yun. Huang. A light clash of axe and sword signaled the start of their duel. With that, they began to swing their weapons at each other. Whoosh! Rem's arm swung powerfully, his axe descending with terrifying force. Ragnar dodged the blade, twisting his body as he thrust his sword forward. The thrust, far sharper than the countless attacks he'd shown before, aimed straight for Rem's abdomen. Rem pushed himself backward with a powerful leap, landing with a thud that left a clear footprint where he had stood moments ago. If anyone with a discerning eye had witnessed this exchange, they would have been astonished by the level of skill on display. Encred arrived just as the two combatants reached the climax of their battle. "Kill him!" An excited soldier shouted, his voice carrying over the growing crowd that had gathered to watch. The squad was known as troublemakers, and for good reason. They were a collection of individuals with all sorts of issues. But why did the unit keep such a troublesome group? The answer was simple: their undeniable skill. With two of them now displaying their talents, it was no surprise this had become a spectacle. Clang! Sword and axe collided, sending up a cloud of dust around them. Whoosh! Despite the swirling debris, neither took their eyes off the other. Scrape! Got on. The axe blade, which seemed to fall from above, suddenly dragged along the ground, scattering bits of stone as it went. Ragnar avoided the sweeping axe with a downward slash of his sword. Swish! Dot! The sword's trajectory was so fast it was invisible, yet in the blink of an eye, the blade was at Rem's neck. Clang! Again the axe and sword met, sparks flying as they clashed. Unbelievable, muttered the second platoon leader of the 4th Company, clearly impressed. Even a casual observer could tell their skill was leagues above his. Other soldiers who prided themselves on their abilities also found themselves humbled. Among them were a few who had aspired to advanced ranks, now realizing the gap in their skills. Some, however, misjudged what they saw. I could handle that. I would have ended it already. Such thoughts stemmed from the mistaken belief that this display was the entirety of their abilities. Encred, meanwhile, stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as he watched. The chatter around him faded into silence. His focus was entirely consumed by their movements, their weapons, and the flow of the battle. He was so engrossed that sweat dripped down his nose, his entire body drenched just from observing. Sometimes, watching alone can foster growth. Unintentionally, Encred realized something in this moment. This approach won't work anymore. Every person has a form that suits them, whether in swordsmanship or physical training. Encred had something others lacked: the curse of repeating days, the endless walls described by the ferryman without eyes. Thus, ordinary methods of training or discipline were insufficient. He needed something new, tailored to his circumstances. As he observed the axe and sword wielded by the two before him, the method began to take shape in his mind. Excitement and revelation came swiftly, only to cool just as quickly, like water poured over a boiling pot. Watching the sparring match, not quite a duel, Encred had to admit the truth. He had never drawn out such skill from either of them. Neither Rem nor Ragnar had ever shown this level of intensity during their training with him. It wasn't just their power or speed. It was their expressions. Rem was smiling, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Ragnar, too, looked animated. A rare sight. How many todes had he repeated? How many times had he skirted death? And yet, in this moment, he could not hope to face either of them seriously. That was his current standing. But he didn't despair. If he were one to give up so easily, he wouldn't have started down this path in the first place. Instead, he found it thrilling. He now had a clear goal. That expression. As he continued watching, he resolved to one day see them make those faces while fighting him. The determination felt deeply satisfying. A new path had appeared before him, and he had the time to walk it. The joy he felt was beyond words. Ring! The axe and sword scraped against each other, producing an eerie sound as both fighters pulled back. Sweat poured down their faces. Beads of it rolled down Ragnar's brow. Ram exhaled heavily, then grinned. For someone who sleeps all day, you're not bad. Ragnar scoffed at the remark. And where do you get off evaluating me, you brute who bullies weaker opponents? Despite their sharp words, they both lowered their weapons. They understood each other's state without needing to speak. Any further would turn into a fight to the death. Although both had been fired up, this wasn't the moment for that. They had spared some strength for this sparring session. Even while fighting, they had noticed a familiar face among the spectators, Encrid, a sign of their control and awareness. Enjoying the show? If you're going to stick around, why not spar with me? Rem suddenly quipped, causing the crowd to quickly disperse. Left standing amidst the scattering onlookers was none other than Encrid, looking disheveled. You're back. Rem greeted him warmly, while Ragnar acknowledged him with a glance. The fight was over, and Encrid had returned safely. Soon, the red-haired Jackson emerged, groggily running a hand through his messy hair, and Cray rushed toward the squad leader. You've returned. Squad leader, our Lord has blessed us. Even the religious squad member acknowledged him. There were 6 of them in total, the full extent of what should have been a 10-man squad. Rejoining his group, Encrid announced his return. Chapter 34. Why go that far? Is the reconnaissance I know different from what the squad leader knows? Ram twirled the axe in his hand as he spoke. What are you talking about? You look like you've been halfway to dying and then came back. A scratch on the side, that's all. If that's just a scratch, does getting a cut mean you die instantly? Ram laughed heartily after saying that. This guy hasn't changed a bit. Not that he could have anyway. It's only been a few days for him, even though it's felt like months for Encrid. Sure, I almost died. Encrid touched the wound on his side as he spoke, though in truth he had faced death countless times. But that wasn't something he could openly admit. Let me see. Jackson approached and peeked at Encrid's wound. Encrid shifted, raising his shirt for a better view. And what will you know by looking? Rem grumbled, but Jackson ignored him and inspected the wound. It's nothing serious, Encrid said. The bones aren't affected, but if you underestimate it, it'll cause trouble, Jackson replied. He wasn't wrong. I've already applied ointment. Good to hear. Jackson nodded in approval. Was there a skirmish during the recon? Big eyes glanced at Encrid's ragged appearance and asked. His hair was greasy, his eyes hollow from lack of rest, and his body bore the marks of continued marching after battle. Given the mission, there hadn't been much opportunity to wash, eat, or drink properly. Looking disheveled was inevitable. A skirmish? More like I tore through the enemy's camp, Encrid thought. But there was no need to say everything. He simply nodded as if to confirm. Having arrived only to watch Rem and Ragnar's sparring match, his body was now drenched in sweat and felt utterly exhausted. Got any food? Or water? It was time to eat and rest. Truthfully, he wanted to wield his sword right away, but his current state left him limited. Besides, after seeing the enemy gathered in the tall grass, it didn't seem like the battle would end here. He'd likely return to the battlefield soon, so he needed to prepare his body. Wash up first, then we'll serve you a royal feast. Rem grinned as he spoke. Encrid nodded and headed toward a nearby stream. The infantry camp wasn't placed here by chance. The stream at the back made it convenient to secure drinking water and clean up. As he dipped his hands into the water, a sharp chill crept up. It's getting colder. The season for dropping temperatures had arrived. Encrid splashed water on his face, stripped down, and scrubbed away the blood, oil, sweat, and grime on his body. That guy? As he washed, memories of the recent mission filled his mind. The tall grass, the ambush, slipping past the flagpole, and finally the man with the sword and torch. I feel like we'll meet again. It was an unavoidable premonition, a sense that he would face the man again under inescapable circumstances. Is this the wall? The blind ferryman had warned him. Walls would endlessly block his path. It wasn't worrying, though. When a wall appeared, you simply climbed over it. To be honest, part of him was even looking forward to it. He regretted not settling the fight with that guy. If they had fought, he'd likely have died. But even knowing that, he didn't want to avoid it. He wanted to face him. The moment he saw him, an inexplicable competitive spirit had ignited. Sometimes, there are people who make you feel this way. It's like falling in love at first sight, except instead of love, it's an urge to win against them. When he returned, his body clean and refreshed, a hearty meal awaited him. Warm soup, bread, and skewers of perfectly roasted meat. It wasn't quite a royal feast, but it was a rare luxury on the battlefield. Rabbit? At Encred's question, Rem proudly answered, personally prepared by yours truly. No way, I'm the one who caught it. Big Eyes interjected with a glare. Right, thanks, Encred said before devouring the food in no time. Every time I see you, squad leader, you always eat so well. You need to eat well to fight well. You're the most unique human I've ever met. Raum crossed his arms, spouting nonsense as he watched Encred eat. To hear unique from someone whose hobby was assaulting allies. Encred couldn't believe it. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Rem burst into laughter again at his response. After that, the squad members scattered. Jackson left, saying he had errands. Big Eyes declared it was time for his business dealings. The religious squad member knelt in prayer, while Rem idly lingered outside the tent, likely pestering passing soldiers with jokes. Meanwhile, Ragnar silently watched Encred. He could feel his gaze. What? Annoyed by the attention, Encred turned to ask. Just looking, Ragnar answered casually, half reclined. When Encred tilted his head in confusion, Ragnar turned away, saying it was nothing. He seemed like he had something to say but wasn't ready to share. Experience told Encred it was pointless to press. He'd bring it up eventually if it mattered. If not, well, it wasn't worth worrying about. Having just returned from a mission, Encred was exempt from both sentry and meal duties. He ate well and slept soundly. Jackson's ointment worked wonders. His side wound healed quickly. With 2 days of rest, he'd be back in top shape. Even while resting, Encred didn't waste time. 10 out of 10, I'll probably lose. Seated, he repeatedly swung his sword in his mind. First, I'll. Then Ragnar. Finally, the enemy from the tall grass. He pondered and pondered some more. An old swordsman in a coastal town once told him, if you don't want to die to a blind blade, you've got 2 choices. First, pray the goddess of luck like your life depends on it. The first was to rely on luck, and the second is to think. Think endlessly. The old swordsman used to say that if you survived a fight with half your life hanging by a thread, that battle became your asset. To survive those battles, what must you do? Think. Ponder. Strategize endlessly. If you ever face an enemy without a plan, then all you can do is put everything on the first option. The goddess of luck. Think and plan if you don't want to end up like that. He was a good teacher. It had been advice perfectly suited to Encred at the time. Even now, that advice shone brightly. Encred contemplated and strategized. What must be done to win? At the very least, what should be done to avoid defeat? The desperate measures Encred took to find the answer were what became known as the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. Though some dismissed it as crude trickery, that very swordsmanship was Encred's core skill. Deceptions, headbutts, 3-sword techniques, dagger throws, and even drawing techniques designed to throw stones. methods that seemed absurd and anticlimactic after the fact but proved highly effective against first-timers or less skilled opponents. In his mind, Encred wielded his sword. He assumed a thrusting stance, then threw a stone. Pretending to draw his sword, he hurled a throwing knife instead. Rem deflected it all with his axe, while Ragnar evaded it with agile footwork. Meanwhile, an opponent holding a sword and torch ignored the flying stone, charged forward, and thrust his sword into his own heart, splitting it. Reality might not play out exactly as imagined, but at least in Encred's vision, this was how things unfolded. Again, he rehearsed endlessly. Encred spent the entire day contemplating, and fell asleep the moment his head hit the ground, utterly exhausted from the grueling mission. The next morning, Craze brought breakfast rations. Watery soup, salty jerky, and crumbly bread. "You're on duty?" "Yes." "You slept soundly?" "I was exhausted." Craze rolled his large eyes and asked, "What happened? Tell me." Craze, also known as Big Eyes, was the battlefield informant. Encred hesitated briefly before deciding there was no need for secrecy. The matter would soon be widely known anyway, and it wasn't classified. However, he limited his explanation to mentioning that the enemy was ambushing near the tall grass. "Damn it. If they're ambushing, they don't intend to let us pass easily. But what's the point of ambushing there?" Though Craze knew little of strategy, he often hit the mark. "There isn't one." Had the reconnaissance route not passed through the area, the ambush would have gone unnoticed. Without Encred's foresight, it might have ended with the annihilation of the scouts. An ambush is a tactic for countering an attack, but the army wasn't advancing toward the tall grass, so it was pointless. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense. I don't know yet. That was the correct answer. He didn't know. He assumed the higher-ups had some plan. What was certain was that the enemy was up to something, judging by their troop formations and the fierce intent to annihilate approaching forces. Normally, such troop deployment would be overkill. The conclusion was clear. The enemy was preparing for something. "Damn it, I thought this would be over. Orders will probably come today or tomorrow." Not long after their idle chatter, someone shouted from outside. "Move out! 4th Company, move out!" It was the voice of the 4th platoon leader. "Your leg's not injured, is it?" The man stuck his head into Encred's tent. "I heard you went through hell." "Where'd you hear that? Rumors are spreading. They say you're the hidden child of Lady Luck." Since the whole affair was attributed to Luck, such a reaction was expected. "Then who's my dad? How would I know?" The platoon leader chuckled at Encred's joke and added, "You must be tired, but the unit's moving eastward. Let's go." Encred rose to his feet. East meant heading toward the tall grass. Knowing about the ambush, they wouldn't enter it directly. Feels like a fight's brewing. "The air's different." Rem suddenly appeared beside him, speaking quietly. "Think so. Don't get cocky just because you've improved. You'll get yourself killed." Was that concern or a curse? Not just the 4th Company, but the entire infantry battalion was moving. That meant most of the 600 infantrymen mobilized for this battle were on the move. With the rhythmic sound of footsteps, the infantry advanced. There was no battle that day. After moving, they set up a temporary camp, lit fires, and settled in. No commander in their right mind would order a charge into the tall grass while risking an arrow to the head. The relocation seemed more like preparation for unforeseen circumstances. By the next morning, Encred's side-wound barely bothered him. Orders came to handle meals within each squad. Encred's squad of 6 gathered around a pot to cook stew. "I caught a lizard on the way," Jackson announced, adding the drained lizard meat to the stew. "For once you're doing something useful," Rem said, pleased. Jackson didn't respond. Rem growled, annoyed at being ignored, but Jackson simply brushed it off. Strangely, they seemed to complement each other. One talked, The other ignored. It somehow worked. Marching, eating, and resting were exhausting tasks in the military. During all this, Encred noticed a peculiar gaze fixed on him. Ragnar's. "You'll wear out my face," he joked. Ragnar averted his gaze. "It's nothing." It was clear Ragnar had something to say. The tension remained high, as though a battle could break out any moment, but another day passed without incident. Encred used his spare time to practice the techniques he had visualized. Some were easier than expected. Others were not. As he swung his sword in a quiet corner that morning, Ragnar approached. "Why go that far?" It was an abrupt question, yet Encred understood it perfectly. In the military, people who couldn't communicate were common. Ragnar wasn't eloquent, often speaking as he pleased. It fell to the listener to make sense of his words. Encred scratched his forehead with a finger. Chapter 35? Genuine Joy. The Troublemaker squad members were all highly unique individuals, but they shared a common trait, a general lack of interest in their surroundings. Among them, Ragnar stood out even more, being the type who neither paid attention to others' gazes, nor cared much about them. A life of half-hearted eating, fighting, and living. Ragnar lived such a carefree life, often accompanied by an abundance of sleep. Given this, Encred had been quietly surprised when Ragnar volunteered to join the Reconnaissance unit not long ago. Ragnar volunteering to scout? Has our lazy squad member changed? That wasn't the case. Ragnar was capricious, acting on whims. Even if he had been caught up in the mood at that moment, he probably would have backed out in less than half a day. Knowing this, Encred hadn't sent him out anyway. It wasn't for nothing that Encred often handled the troublesome tasks for the squad himself. Ragnar's personality was, in many ways, the complete opposite of Encred's. Ragnar generally lacked enthusiasm, while Encred was the type to dedicate himself to honing his swordsmanship down to the last second. Of course, Ragnar did occasionally wield his sword, sometimes sparring with Rem, as Encred had observed after returning, and at other times performing well on the battlefield. Though, on such occasions, Ragnar would often mutter, "It wasn't intentional." Knowing this about Ragnar, Encred found it curious that he was showing interest in him now. Why the sudden change? It was a rare occurrence. Ragnar might occasionally ask questions or make demands, but he had never shown this kind of persistent observation or meticulous preparation before speaking. Encred lowered the hand that had been scratching his forehead. Among the squad, Rem was relatively active, but even Rem engaged with people only within certain boundaries. Up close, it became apparent that Rem was the type who wouldn't let others cross into his inner circle. In some ways, such guardedness made Rem even more challenging to deal with than a laid-back person like Ragnar. Still, Rem at least spoke his mind. Ragnar, on the other hand, rarely said even the necessary things. And now, Ragnar was asking questions. That alone made it intriguing. Encred met Ragnar's gaze, their eyes locking in silent understanding. A quiet stillness stretched between them before Encred tilted his head upward. The sky was clear, without a single cloud in sight. After a stretch of frequent rain, the vibrant, cloudless sky was a refreshing sight. It made his chest feel open and free. As he gazed at the sky, Encred's thoughts about why Ragnar was acting this way, what reasons might lie behind his questions, and whether his guesses were correct, all vanished. He set aside his concerns. Question had been asked, so he would answer. He applied the same principle to swords and people alike, always giving his all. Since when have I even worried about such things? Even when giving his all, his goals remained distant, leaving him constantly yearning for more. Ragnar had asked why he went to such lengths. It was likely about the constant sword practice, his relentless refusal to cut corners, or his unwavering determination despite his meager skills. So Encred answered with a question of his own. If I were good with a sword, what do you think would have happened? Standing outside the temporary camp with sunlight wrapping around them, Ragnar's gaze lingered on Encred's face. Encred spoke again. What could I have become if that were the case? What might have been possible? Encred's voice was fluid like a well-tuned instrument. At least to Ragnar, it sounded that way. It wasn't heated with passion, nor was it tinged with despair. It was calm and steady, as if reading a storybook to a child. I wield a sword to survive. But that's not the life I want. With those words, Encred swung his sword, a vertical slash from top to bottom. Whoosh! The blade sliced the air, releasing its distinct metallic scent. The battlefield's aroma, mingled with steel, tickled Ragnar's nose. Encred continued his training, unfazed by whether Ragnar was there or not. He practiced swordsmanship, top to bottom, bottom to top, diagonal, then horizontal slashes. Imagining a phantom opponent, he mimicked binding swords, pulling them in and delivering a backhand strike. Ragnar watched the squad leader intently without responding. Ragnar, the lowest-ranked soldier of the Norillia kingdom, knew that the squad leader's skills were above the bare minimum. But that didn't make him a top-tier swordsman or warrior either. Even if he joined the mercenary world now, he would barely rank as slightly above average. For a mercenary, being average was hardly exceptional. Having been deeply involved in the mercenary world before, Ragnar understood this well. When it came to swords, Ragnar possessed innate insight rivaling that of a frog. He assessed the squad leader's skills and saw his limits. It's already too late. The foundation was flawed from the beginning. He should have focused on the basics when first picking up a sword. Lack of talent had stripped away his opportunities. And now, as Encred said, his skills honed for survival were holding him back. Among the squad leader's abilities, only two stood out. The first was what the barbarian Rem had taught him. It was rough, but effective. The second was a sudden improvement, marked by a powerful thrust. Beyond those, his skills were riddled with shortcuts born of inadequate fundamentals. These shortcuts were the issue. Ragnar, fully aware of this through his insight, chose to address a different concern instead. If you get better with a sword, then what will you do? Encred stopped swinging his sword. Sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping down to the ground. The droplets soaked into the dry dirt beneath his feet. Beneath the sunlight, with sword and wind surrounding him, Encred spoke a dream he had repeated to himself countless times. I want to be a knight. A knight who charges toward the end of the battlefield. Why? Ragnar asked again. To him, it was an obvious question. Ragnar could see the path ahead clearly, a road where the destination was visible even without experience. But could such a road be enjoyable? Even upon reaching the destination, if there was nothing to do and nothing to desire, there would be no will to walk that path. That was Ragnar. He was a wanderer, seeing the destination and path yet unwilling or unable to walk it. Do I need a reason to want that? Encred countered. This was his dream, his romance, his life, and his past. It was also the dream of his youth, when he had been captivated. He had repeated it countless times over the years. There was no need for a reason to want something, but that didn't mean he planned to end it as just a wish. I want to live according to what I believe is right, to draw my sword for the poor and sick, for honor, and for the people I love. What does it mean to be a knight? Is it merely a killing machine, skilled in death and combat? Knights were often described that way. Specialized weapons of war meant to kill. But if the knight Encred dreamed of were just that, he wouldn't have continued wielding a sword. A knight was someone who expressed their will through their sword with honor and faith. A sword imbued with chivalry, something most had forgotten. As he spoke, Encred thought of Krang. Why did his words carry such weight? How did they draw everyone in? Now, Encred felt he understood a little. It was sincerity, the genuine heart behind the words. That was the foundation. So, Encred spoke with all his heart. This revelation struck Ragnar deeply. Of course, he didn't show it outwardly, so Encred remained unaware. Ragnar asked himself a question. Why did he need a sword if he wanted to live by what he believed was right? The answer was simple. Without strength, it would be hard to realize his beliefs. A lingering emptiness had always gnawed at his heart, the source of his helplessness. But now, as he conversed with Encred, a different kind of flame began to burn within him, replacing his sense of powerlessness. Cradling the flame that had ignited in his chest, Ragnar sank deep into thought, sitting down on a patch of grass on the plains. What does it mean to be a knight? What is a sword? As the questions cascaded, he arrived at a conclusion. I won't know unless I walk the path. He found a reason to tread the path. Encred, meanwhile, left him alone and resumed swinging his sword. The silence between them was filled only by the sound of the sword slicing through the air, the sky, and the wind. Though faint, the distant noise of soldiers in camp could be heard, but otherwise, the quiet was unbroken. The silence didn't last long. Do you want to learn the sword? Ragnar spoke while staring blankly at a sharp stone embedded in the ground nearby. Whack! Encred froze mid-thrust, sweat scattering in the air, his gaze fixed on the tip of his sword. Without moving, he replied, Yes. His tone was calm and straightforward. For Encred, it was natural to seize an opportunity to learn. Ragnar was startled by his own words. Why did I say that? He quickly realized the reason. Half of it was the desire to show the right path to the reckless squad leader before him. The other half was for himself. If the squad leader is around, he unconsciously found himself moving with greater vigor. Watching Encred live his life was a source of stimulation for Ragnar. Ragnar needed that stimulus, something to push him along the long and monotonous road ahead. To him, the squad leader's presence was that stimulus. With Encred around, Ragnar would find himself awkwardly but earnestly training. Seeing Encred grow and improve ignited a vitality he hadn't felt before. He had sparred with the squad leader, volunteered to take on Reconnaissance, and even warmed up alongside Rem. These were rare occurrences for him. At least they had been. Now he wondered, what would happen if he taught the squad leader? It was an action motivated more by self-interest than altruism. Encred, for his part, didn't question the offer. What's with him? Encred hadn't asked for help or training, yet here Ragnar was, offering to teach him swordsmanship out of the blue. When learning the heart of the beast from Rem, Encred had badgered him endlessly, to the point of annoyance. The same had been true when he learned from Jackson. He had always been the one to take the initiative. But this time was different. After watching Encred for several days, Ragnar had approached, asked a few questions, and then offered to teach him the sword. Encred saw it as a great opportunity, so he didn't bother questioning the reasons. Ragnar, after all, had never spoken about swordsmanship outside of sparring. Encred, when it came to swords, was like a ravenous wolf. He had pressed Ragnar with countless questions and attacked with relentless fervor during their duels, only for Ragnar to dodge his inquiries. Now, however, Ragnar was suddenly offering to teach him. Well then, Ragnar dusted himself off and stood, his lips moving as if carefully choosing his words. Encred lowered the tip of his sword, patiently waiting. As he waited, Rem's words surfaced in his mind. Teaching the sword isn't really my thing. Rem was skilled not just with the axe, but also with the sword. Encred had witnessed him effortlessly cutting down and stabbing foes with it numerous times. I swing it purely by instinct. Teaching something like that doesn't make much sense. You'd be better off learning it in a more structured way. It hadn't seemed like an excuse to avoid teaching, nor did it seem like Rem was withholding knowledge out of selfishness. If that were the case, he wouldn't have taught him the heart of the beast either. At the time, Encred had simply let it go. As he mused, Ragnar finally spoke. "That thing you learned from the savage about a beast's guts or conscience, heart of the beast. How did that turn into beast's guts?" If Rem had heard that, he'd have probably swung his axe on the spot. "And the thrust," Ragnar continued, meeting Encred's gaze. "Anything other than that, you'll need to rebuild from the beginning. Can you handle that?" Encred tilted his head, momentarily unable to understand. "In other words, you'll need to strengthen your fundamentals. Are you willing to start from scratch?" Ragnar only knew one way to teach and learn the sword. Encred hesitated. Why? The mercenary sword style of Valen. No matter what anyone said, it was a solid technique. If you keep using that style, you won't be able to improve much beyond your current level. Ragnar elaborated, his explanations clumsy and vague, but Encred quickly grasped the core idea. It came down to this: his current approach had clear limits. He could still improve with his current training, but progress would be slow, and he wouldn't break through his barriers. When he asked why, Ragnar explained it was because he had learned too many disparate techniques. "The issue is that your fundamental..." Hearing this surprised Encred. Even at training halls where he'd paid silver or gold coins, instructors always emphasized the importance of basics. He had spent considerable time honing them. Reflecting on it, he realized the criticism wasn't entirely off the mark. He'd never had time to solely focus on fundamentals. Instead, he'd practiced what he considered the basics, slashing and thrusting, on his own. That had been the problem. A brief moment of enlightenment struck him, filling him with elation that resonated through his entire being. His hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably, because now he could see the path ahead. Though the wall and darkness that had always loomed before him remained, a crude but clear path had opened up. This exhilaration was incomparable to anything else in life. As his hands shook, Ragnar spoke cautiously. "Now it's time to choose. Will you start anew, or will you settle for what you have?" Ragnar believed Encred would give up. After all, starting from scratch meant discarding everything he'd built so far and rebuilding from the ground up. This would effectively reduce him from a mid-tier mercenary to a novice. Could he endure that? Especially as someone who lived by the sword on the battlefield. Unless he had multiple lives to spare, it seemed impossible. Even if he wanted to, it wouldn't be easy. In the heat of battle, he would instinctively revert to what was familiar. "You'll need to wager a few lives to make it work," Ragnar added, his voice gruff but tinged with concern. Encred nodded. His unclear response prompted Ragnar to look at him questioningly. Encred finished his thought aloud. "I'll start anew. Are you serious?" Ragnar was stunned. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in Encred's answer. Even though he had been trembling moments ago, seemingly in frustration, despair, or hopelessness, Encred's reaction was the exact opposite of what Ragnar had expected. Yes, genuine joy radiated from him. Chapter 36. Midst of Massacre, Ragnar was taken aback, but quickly stopped overthinking. He's always been an odd guy anyway. In his eyes, Encred wasn't exactly normal to begin with. "So, from now on?" Encred asked. "Let's do it," Ragnar replied. Under the clear sky, the two began anew, starting not with swords but by selecting the right weapons. "With your strength, there's no reason to stick to a light weapon. A heavy or long sword would suit you better." "Let's swap," Ragnar said, handing over the sword hanging at his waist. Encred found this unexpectedly generous. Would anyone normally give away a weapon they were accustomed to? "I haven't used it enough to get attached," Ragnar added. It wasn't a great sword, as Encred discovered upon receiving it. His previous weapon seemed better, but he accepted it nonetheless. After all, it was Ragnar teaching him now, and he decided to follow his advice. "All right." From an arming sword to a long sword, It had a longer grip for two-handed use, an extended blade by a hand's breadth, and greater weight. Though not crafted from the finest materials, the sword's balance and finish were respectable. "Place your right hand forward, left hand back," Ragnar instructed. After switching weapons, Encred learned anew how to grip and handle it. He became deeply engrossed in the process, and so did Ragnar. Teaching someone like Encred was stimulating in itself. The two spent hours immersed in their training, losing track of time until well past midday. It wasn't until Rem appeared that they noticed their missed meal. "Skipping lunch for playtime. What are you guys doing?" Only then did Encred realize how long they had been training. "Now that you mention it, I am hungry," Ragnar muttered. "Hey, did you mess with our captain, you punk?" Rem asked. "Shut up, you barbarian. Why don't you shut up, you lazy bastard?" They bickered as usual while Encred, drenched in sweat, let his sword hang low. He was exhausted. While he'd resolved to start fresh, it wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Not enough. Time was his biggest obstacle. Originally, he had planned to focus on refining techniques to improve over time. However, today's training revealed the opposite. Basic skills are lacking. It was something he hadn't anticipated. Moreover, having an expert like Ragnar guide him made a profound difference compared to practicing alone. "Why is your stance like that? You're losing grip strength. Are you trying to stab or slash? What's your intent right now? You're hopeless. Let's start with learning to walk properly." The downpour of criticism was relentless, yet each comment became a valuable asset. Pausing his bickering with Rem, Ragnar suddenly asked Encred, "Don't you have any ambition to flaunt your sword skills?" Ragnar remembered why he first picked up a sword as a child. Surely, Encred also harbored pride, competitiveness, and desire. After all, his daydreams included standing as a lady's protector and receiving her favor. A handkerchief, perhaps. Of course, he wanted recognition. It was human nature. "Plenty. I want to show off. Big time," Encred admitted. He yearned for cheers and dreamed of becoming a bard's hero. Naturally, such desires were part of him. Ragnar nodded, sensing the honesty in his words. "What are you rambling about? Anyway, get ready. Orders have come in. The enemy's been spotted." Once again, it was time for battle. Encred nodded as Ragnar glanced at him, feeling a pang of regret. Can he survive today? With an unfamiliar weapon and inadequate fundamentals, Encred was bound to be in danger. Ragnar believed the man lacked natural talent. Mastery wouldn't come in a day. For a moment Ragnar blamed himself. Am I sending him to his death? He sighed with a mix of regret and determination. I'll stay close. For today he resolved to protect him as much as possible. The enemy! Before they could even fortify their makeshift defenses, enemy infantry emerged from the tall grass and fields ahead, advancing rapidly. Their march was unusually swift, and their formations stood out. Groups of soldiers carried tall banners, and their flags flapped in the strong winds, suddenly blowing from the enemy's direction. Squinting through the gusts, Encred sensed something ominous. His instincts, honed for survival over the years, screamed that this battlefield wouldn't be easy. That intuition proved correct in moments. What the hell? Vengeance, a platoon leader muttered in disbelief. Now thick fog began rolling in between the Vengeance and Encred, spreading across the battlefield. We've been ambushed. Even before her lieutenant reported it, the ferry company commander had already sensed it. The battlefield itself seemed to warn her through her heightened fairy instincts. Magic, sorcery? Thick mist enveloped the battlefield, clearly unnatural. As a creature attuned to nature, the commander could feel its artificial origin. The mist grew denser until visibility dropped to zero. "Commander!" Hearing the panic in her lieutenant's voice, the commander realized an unsettling truth. No one's prepared for this. The sudden blindness must have thrown everyone into chaos. It wasn't just her unit. The entire army would be affected. If this mist was a deliberate strategy, it wouldn't stop here. Her fears materialized swiftly. Thwack, thwack. Bolts and arrows rained down, invisible in the fog, a deadly surprise from unseen attackers. Soldiers fell as quarrels struck them. Even the lieutenant collapsed with an arrow to the head. The commander leapt back, narrowly avoiding the same fate. 2 arrows deflected off her blade as she retreated, pulling a fallen soldier's body in front of her for cover. Without such measures, she would become a blind target. Mist and arrows. A well-prepared strategy. They had been utterly outmaneuvered. Got them! The commander of the Aspen Principality's forces felt exhilaration swell in his chest. Soon he would decorate this battlefield with the name of victory. The resources expended to reach this moment were no small matter. Failure was not an option. As the mist thickened, the commander shouted, "Fire!" The command, tinged with joy and excitement, rang out, and the prepared arrows and quarrels rained down upon the enemy. What Aspen had prepared was a sorcery, a spell known as the Mist of Massacre, capable of blinding their foes. At the commander's cry, the sorcerer grinned with satisfaction. The spell had worked. It was a sorcery created using the blood of 100 newborn lambs, calves, and foals, as well as water untouched by human hands from a pristine lake. The materials used were anything but ordinary. Much had been sacrificed for this sorcery, though the commander wasn't aware of it. Regardless, the sorcerer had devoted himself entirely to the task. The terrain, the weather, all those rituals to summon rain had been for this moment. The wet ground was crucial for the spell's activation. The blood-soaked banner and pole served as the spell's medium. The soldiers protected by the pole were unaffected by the mist. This was the crux of the sorcerer's efforts. But to dismiss this as mere trickery would be wrong. Though the enemy could not see, Aspen's troops could. Even an imbecile would understand how decisive this advantage was in a large-scale battlefield. The sorcerer cared little for the outcome of the battle or its stakes. He was content with the spell's success. "Happy, are you?" the platoon leader guarding the pole asked. He was the same skilled swordsman who had cornered Encrid before. "Of course. It was nearly a failure," the sorcerer replied, recalling the enemy's prior night raid. The spell's preparations had almost been undone by the attack. Thinking about it still made him shudder. The platoon leader, listening to the sorcerer, thought of the bastard who had led the raid. That bastard! As a member of the Grey Hounds and a relentless romanticist, he wanted to kill that man with his own hands. Somewhere in the enemy ranks, that man was undoubtedly lurking. The Aspen platoon leader hadn't forgotten his face, illuminated by torchlight, a fair and delicate visage. He longed to meet him again. As the thick mist rolled in, a damp smell filled the air. At the same time, visibility vanished. Vengeance, visible moments ago, was gone. Not just him. Ragnar, who had been right beside him, had vanished as well. "Sorcery!" someone shouted. No, it was Rem's voice, laced with frustration. "Which damned bastard? Sorcery? What sorcery?" Encrid ducked instinctively as the thought crossed his mind. Arrows and quarrels rained down from above. "Stay low. Do not lift your head," a voice beside him said. It was Ragnar. Thud! Thump! The sound of impacts echoed overhead. The ominous feeling became a reality. Still crouched, Encrid pondered. Sorcery, huh? Why would there be a sorcerer here? Even among the indigenous tribes of the western frontier, sorcerers were exceedingly rare. Why here, of all places? But questioning it was meaningless now. Encrid dismissed the thought. Suddenly, a spear tip lunged toward him out of the mist. Thump, bite. The beast's heart reacted. Boldness surged within him. Without it, his body would have frozen, and he would have died. Encred twisted left reflexively and swung his sword upward. Clang! The oil-soaked spear shaft resisted the crude slash. The spear deflected away. The tip had emerged from the mist without warning. Encred gauged the spear's origin and attempted to advance, but another spear shot toward him. Clanged! He barely deflected this one as well. He realized his stance was off, and his weight poorly distributed. The only thing he had done right was gripping his sword tightly. Everything Ragnar had scolded him about during training seemed forgotten. How troublesome, he thought. He had never expected to master it all after one lesson. What now? Back, Ragnar instructed. Encred moved in the opposite direction. Thanks to Jackson, his hearing had sharpened. Though he couldn't see, he could hear. Kill them, damn it! Amid the screams and curses echoing around him, Encred dashed forward. Squad leader! Ragnar's startled shout came from behind. And then, squish! A spear pierced through his neck. Dead on, he thought. Better a clean death than a crude wound? A wave of excruciating pain spread from his neck to his entire body. Darkness began to descend over his vision. Crazy bastard, the soldier who had stabbed him muttered, startled by Encred's sudden charge. Die already. Already. The soldier kicked Encred, pulling the spear out. The second wave of pain was even worse. Encred felt death closing in. A few more breaths, and darkness would consume him. And he welcomed it. What were agony and the fear of death when compared to this? It's enough, he thought. Today had begun with learning the basics from Ragnar, and he had loved every moment of it. Bleeding profusely, Encred laughed. The enemy soldier shivered at the sight. Truly, this man was insane. The darkness came. When he opened his eyes again, a new day had begun. Why go that far? Ragnar asked. This time, Encred scratched his head before answering. Because I want to wield a sword well. It wasn't the original answer, but the destination was the same. Do you want to learn the sword? Of course. Ragnar offered again, and Encred accepted. The second day of learning the basics began, and then they stood on the battlefield. The mist spread once more. What the hell? Rem cursed again. This time, Encred deflected spear shafts 3 times before letting the tip pierce his neck again. Unluckily, it grazed him. His neck bled, dripping onto the ground. Damn. The thought of bleeding out felt unbearable. Before he could dwell on it, another enemy soldier thrust his spear. He was grateful. Thud, and he died again. Thus began the third dawn. Chapter 37. What is the medium for sorcery? Where did you learn that step? Ragnar asked bluntly on the 5th iteration of today. Of course you taught me that, but Encred couldn't be that honest. I've attended over 20 training schools. Among them were fraudsters, but there were also many legitimate instructors. Ragnar nodded. As Encred moved based on the steps Ragnar had taught, a vibrant expression gradually appeared on Ragnar's face. He was clearly enjoying the moment. Strictly speaking, Ragnar wasn't an excellent teacher. He couldn't be. A genius doesn't look at their own feet. Thus, it's difficult for them to teach the path they've traversed. How can one explain something that simply comes naturally? When he says, swing the sword downward, he assumes the action itself suffices. He doesn't explain the necessary footwork or the shifting of balance in between. In truth, he can't explain it. He was the worst type of person to run a swordsmanship school. Encred realized this during the first iteration of today. Still, it didn't matter. If the teacher was terrible, the student just had to excel. And in that regard, Encred was arguably the best on the continent. Where should my foot go? What direction should the tip point? Do I have to explain even that? It wasn't a tone of reproach. He was genuinely curious. Yes. Ragnar corrected his posture while explaining the direction of the foot and showed his own stance. That stance was the epitome of the basics. Anyone with an eye for talent would drool at the sight. For Encred, just observing Ragnar's stance repeatedly was instructional. What about my center of gravity? Yes, shifted at that timing. Encred asked, and Ragnar answered. Throughout 12 iterations of today, Ragnar focused solely on teaching Encred steps and posture. Footwork and stance come first. Basics follow. Occasionally you manage a decent swing. Right now you're not even good enough to chop firewood. If an enemy soldier dies from that last downward swing, thank him 3 times for dying. So were you dancing just now? Yes, I suppose it was a dance. Holding a sword while doing it might make it a sword dance, but let's not get fancy. Let's call it stick dance. Ragnar delivered sharp remarks in his usual calm tone. Was he always like this? Encred wondered. Ram had been a far gentler teacher by comparison. Though his occasional comments made Encred question his sanity, Ram's lessons were still satisfying. Every day felt like breaking out of an egg and being reborn anew. When Encred began practicing diagonal slashes, Ragnar explained, the line connecting your opponent and yourself is called the attack line. This line is usually the shortest distance between 2 people, and the path your weapon takes when attacking. Blocking the opponent's attack line while extending your own is also fundamental. Do you look like you do? Is this that thing? The squad leader only understands with his mouth. Ragnar couldn't teach without throwing barbs. Learn and learn again. 20 iterations of today passed, then 25. I thought your basics were awful, but at least you know how to use your feet, Ragnar said on the 35th iteration. By this time, Encred's behavior had slightly changed. When the mist settled, he no longer died immediately. He dodged the first spear thrust and rushed in before dying. Spears would pierce him like a porcupine, but it was a decent approach. Sometimes, one spear would miss. Why bother pulling the spear back when the target is asking to be killed? It made sense. Facing someone begging to be killed must have been bewildering. When a spear missed, Encred would writhe for an hour before succumbing to death. That hour was a relentless chain of excruciating pain, a series of unbearable moments. Each time, Ragnar would call out to him, "Squad leader, you idiot! Hey!" Eventually, when the situation became urgent, Ragnar would just yell, "Hey!" Encred filled each iteration of today with determination. Your stance is better than expected. Step by step he improved. Each time he changed, Ragnar furrowed his brow. Until yesterday you would murmur things like that. Where did you learn all this? Around the 100th iteration of today, Ragnar asked. Who are you? Encred gave him a puzzled look. Up until yesterday you were a mess. How did you improve so much in a single day? Magic? Ragnar was surprised, and Encred burst into laughter at his reaction. Why? Surprised I'm better than you expected. It's more than that. I'm starting to wonder if you're really the squad leader. Ragnar's skepticism was evident. This squad was full of troublemakers, and Ragnar himself was eccentric to say the least. So, will you stop teaching me? No. Ragnar resumed reluctantly. After that, they began practicing with imaginary sparring partners, swinging their swords. The concept of the attack line, proper grip, and using a sword defensively were covered. If the sword is of high quality, you can block with the flat side. Otherwise, block with the edge. Slashing, thrusting, cutting. These 3 are the basics. Your footwork and posture aren't bad, so focus on these fundamental techniques. Ragnar's steps were numerous, advancing, passing, closing in, evading, circling sideways, turning back, and making wide turns. Memorizing them alone was overwhelming, but through repetition they started to stick, even for someone slow to learn. Having such a high-level instructor dedicated to teaching one improved immense skills. What seemed... Then swing your sword. Clang. Through countless iterations, Incrid continued learning. Diagonal slashes, blade binds, twisting strikes, slicing cuts, horizontal overhead slashes, side glances, crown strikes, counters, half-swording, parrying, deflections, continuous strikes, clothing. Where did you learn that binding technique? One of my previous instructors drilled it into me. Excellent. Ragnar was pleased. The same method was applied to other techniques. Previously, every instructor told me my horizontal overhead slash was a mess. If you're going to teach swordsmanship, maybe start with that. It feels like you've already decided what to learn. Not exactly. Shrugging, Incrid prompted Ragnar to conduct a short test. And soon enough, Ragnar followed his suggestions. Let's do that. Ragnar, oblivious as ever, would unknowingly teach Incrid the same thing over and over, only to dismiss it as sufficient and move on. Each time, Incrid advanced to the next lesson. Under the blazing sun, their endless practice left them drenched in sweat. For some, such repetition would be my my 200th day of this. Upon opening his eyes, Incrid saw a black river. What's going on? A boatman came into view. Though his lips didn't move, his voice resonated clearly. Are you insane? Coming here to die over and over again? You foolish creature. The boatman's tone was calm, but his words were far from it. Before Incrid could respond, he woke from the dream. Another familiar day awaited him. Incrid lay still, eyes open, lost in thought. Did you have a wet dream or something? What's wrong with you? Beside him, Rem made a remark that sounded like a playful growl. Ignoring him, Incrid rose from where he lay. Let's just assume he wanted to call me crazy. Even if Incrid wanted to ask why, there was no way to pose the question. Some problems are pointless to dwell on. Answers won't come no matter how hard you think. Incrid stood and asked, Do you know anything about sorcery? At the mention of sorcery, Rem turned sharply. Sorcery? If you know something, share it. Whenever fog gathered, Rem would occasionally make cryptic comments related to sorcery. He must know something. Up until now, Incrid had been too preoccupied mastering the basics of swordsmanship, but now he had some breathing room. His training had become second nature. Even Ragnar, who often watched, couldn't help but be amazed at how much he had improved. Though Incrid hadn't tested his skills in actual combat yet, he felt confident that he was far better than before. Sorcery, sorcery, what else would it be? Explain what you know. It might be interesting. It was rare for Incrid to initiate a conversation like this, prompting a grin from Rem. What's got you curious all of a sudden? Fine.yon. I'll keep it simple. Do you know the difference between magic and sorcery? Magic's more common, while rare magic users could still be found here and there. But sorcery, despite wandering across the continent, Incrid had never encountered a sorcerer. That's how scarce they were. Not wrong, but not entirely right either. Rem casually tidied up his bedding, tossing his rolled-up blanket aside, slipped on his boots, and stepped outside. Incrid followed him. The day outside was the same as any other. Yet, Incrid never found it tiresome. Every day was a delight in its own way. As they walked, Rem continued, Sorcery needs a medium. Sure, magic sometimes uses conduits, but for sorcery, the offering or medium is incredibly important. Without it, nothing starts. Did your tribe use sorcery? Rem hailed from the western frontier. That region had become a settlement after the Central Continent Empire's victorious war, over a century ago. Before that, it had been the land of indigenous tribes. Although people still referred to them as barbarians in disdain, the general understanding was that sorcery originated from the West. That was common knowledge. But true sorcerers? There aren't many. Most of the ones wandering the continent are just tricksters, peddling false sorcery. If Rem said so, it must be true. Encrid nodded and turned to his routine tasks. Where are you going? Training. He headed off to meet Ragnar to continue refining the basics. By the 250th day of their repetitive practice, Ragnar remarked, "Were your fundamentals always this solid?" Ragnar's red eyes widened as he brushed his golden hair aside. "From the looks of it, you seem to have made the longsword your primary weapon." That sounded about right. This sword had been his tool throughout the training. Though it felt awkward at first, it had become second nature after countless repetitions. A familiarity born from unrelenting practice. "It's time to test your skills in real combat," Ragnar said after their session. Encrid nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. "Why are you still hanging around?" "They're calling for us," Rem shouted. On their way back, Encrid grabbed some bread from Cray and chewed on it, dipping the hard loaf in water before forcing it down, followed by jerky. He checked his gear, then marched to the battlefield. The longsword he'd swapped with Ragnar swung lightly at his side. "Didn't you pay a lot for your old sword?" Rem asked. "This one feels better. I've seen plenty of men switch weapons and meet their end soon after." "Was that a curse or a warning?" "Mind your own business." Exhaling deeply, Encrid steeled himself. While the heart of the beast granted courage, he couldn't rely on it alone. If this was to be real combat, it should serve as preparation for tomorrow. Before the enemy came into view, Encrid reflected on Rem's earlier explanation. Sorcery requires a medium, and that medium is crucial. If the enemy lingered in the tall grass for concealment rather than ambush, was it because they were hiding something? Encrid had already caught a glimpse. Flags and poles. When they set one tent on fire, the enemy didn't prioritize killing the intruders, but rushed to extinguish the flames. Soon, the enemy came into view. Nearby, a spear-wielding... A formation clustered around flagpoles offered no tactical advantage. Its significance was likely sorcerous. 6 flags and poles rose above the enemy, the mediums of their sorcery. Ah! Mist spread, obscuring their vision. Well then, let's see how it feels to navigate the sorcerer's fog. Encrid's ears twitched. Time to let the keen hearing he honed from Jackson take over for his eyes. Chapter 38. The flag flutters and soldiers dance with swords. 1. Do you really have to learn swordsmanship? Ragnar had once asked this. His tone was sharp, dripping with sarcasm. It was his way of saying his body wasn't up to the task, and he was right. Encrid wasn't born with talent. His body was clumsy, and he survived on sheer determination and effort. Even so, he had spent countless hours learning swordsmanship, meeting numerous instructors and pondering techniques on his own. This had made his thinking flexible and his adaptability exceptional. While learning something new was challenging, once he grasped it and entered real combat, the story changed. In truth, he did possess a kind of innate talent. Flexibility and adaptability, those were Encrid's strengths. Just use whatever works, however it works, whenever it's needed. By the standards of the Norilia kingdom, his skills were at best intermediate or slightly above. In the mercenary world, he was also at an intermediate level. Wherever he went, his abilities would be considered average. That was the current state of Encrid's skills. But his prowess in real combat was exceptional, independent of his skill level. Having lived a life constrained by limited talent, Encred had learned to make the most of what he had. A soldier's spearhead came flying toward him. His sharpened ears caught the faint sound of the air being pierced. Though his sight wasn't perfectly precise, he discerned the direction. He mentally mapped out the opponent's movement. A step to the side. Encred moved his feet. The heart of the beast lent him boldness. With his left heel pressing down and his right foot retreating, he spun his body. The spearhead zipped past him with a sharp whistle, missing him by a hair. Even as spearheads emerged suddenly from the mist, Encred didn't falter. There was no need. He had already dodged that exact attack hundreds of times. By now, he'd evaded that first thrust more than 200 times in practice. Instead of drawing his sword, Encred grabbed the middle of the spear shaft and yanked it toward him. The enemy soldier, caught off guard, gasped in surprise. Huh? As the soldier's head emerged from the mist, Encred seized it and twisted. Crack. The soldier's neck snapped. A broken neck meant certain death. The lifeless soldier crumpled to the ground, and Encred picked up his spear. He envisioned the enemy formation in his mind, recalling their positions before the mist had spread. They were all clustered together. No matter where I throw this, it'll hit someone. With a firm stomp of his left foot, he hurled the spear with all his might. The spear sliced through the air and struck something with a dull thud. Gah! A death rattle echoed. What was that? Damn it! The shouts of the startled enemy soldiers followed. Listening closely, Encred crouched low and charged forward. Even if the enemy had the ability to see through the mist, spotting someone darting low to the ground would be difficult. Thud, thud, thud! Quarrels and arrows whizzed overhead. Damn it, arrows! From behind, the cries and curses of his allies rang out. His hair should have stood on end, but it didn't. This was familiar territory. The real problem was the lack of tension. Encred closed the distance and drew his longsword. Using his hearing, he judged the distance precisely. Shring! With his sword in both hands, he swung it, altering the horizontal slash into a downward one. The original move was designed to block an opponent's blade and counterattack, but Encred, as always, adapted it to suit his needs. The stance was similar, but he shifted his grip to a thumb-up position, holding the blade at head level parallel to the ground. This turned what was meant to be an upper body horizontal slash into a low horizontal sweep. Though the stance was unconventional, and the power of the swing was diminished, the unexpected strike caught the enemy off guard. Swish! Thud! Whack! The blade met resistance. What's happening? It's the ground! So they noticed quickly. Breaking through the mist, Encred leapt upward, finally catching sight of the enemy soldiers. Though his field of vision was limited to the reach of his blade, even that was enough. He could see the enemy, their weapons, and his own sword. The situation had shifted. 3 soldiers with bleeding shins limped, their legs slashed. All 3 were armed with crossbows. One gritted his teeth and raised his crossbow. Encred sidestepped diagonally forward with his left foot, his right following in quick succession. Whip! The quarrel pierced the air where he had been. Encred didn't stop at dodging. He brought his longsword down in a heavy overhand strike. The crossbowman instinctively drew a short sword, crossing it with the longsword to block. But Encred pressed down with brute strength. Clang! The short sword gave way, its tip denting the soldier's leather helmet and crushing his skull beneath. It wasn't a clean cut, but a brutal smash. Crunch! Foaming blood spurted from the shattered head as the soldier toppled backward. Red curtains of blood streamed down his face through the dented helmet. Urgh! The mortally wounded soldier slumped, his eyes glazing over. Encred recovered his blade and sidestepped, moving just as another soldier's spear hurtled toward where he had stood. The spear grazed his left side, tearing his cloth armor slightly. That was all. Dodging, he swung his sword, slowly rather than quickly. The spearman reflexively drew back, attempting to block with the shaft. Clunk, duck-yo. Blade met shaft. The sword slid down the spear's length as Encrid advanced. With a binding motion, he followed up with a slash. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound of the spear shaft being carved echoed. Thud! The blade pierced the soldier's chest, shredding flesh and shattering bone. Encrid withdrew the blade, and blood gushed forth. Blood sprayed onto his chest. Crouching slightly, he straightened his posture. Until now, he had only mastered the basics. It had been a time of shedding bad habits and building a new foundation. Truthfully, he had just barely regained his former level. However, having honed his swordsmanship with the fundamentals of Valen-style mercenary swordplay, he was in a league of his own. It was like giving wings to a lion. Encrid's flexible thinking produced results that exceeded his abilities. Amid the remaining soldiers, his blood-soaked blade danced silently. Encrid performed his deadly sword dance. Gamut. The battalion commander of Norilia thought he was trapped in a nightmare. They've outmaneuvered us. If the enemy had prepared for this, so had they. But losing their entire force here meant all preparations would be for naught. Retreat! Retreat! Cries to fall back echoed from all directions. The battalion commander was far from composed. Gah! Gah! Even as their troops retreated, quarrels rained down from behind. Damn crossbow units! A sense of dread overtook him. It was astounding how they'd managed to hide such a number of crossbows. But where? The reconnaissance reports had already hinted at the answer. The tall grasslands. Now wasn't the time for idle thoughts. The commander's mind tried to escape reality. Get it together! Regroup! Two competent company commanders attempted to rally the troops, but the enemy was no ordinary force. The unit harrying them from behind was the Grey Hounds, a fiercely independent company of Aspen Duchy. The commander realized they had been utterly outmaneuvered. He fought desperately to regain his composure. It's the mist of Massacre. Aspen deployed a sorcerer. Those bastards. How do we dispel the fog? Few of his aides had answers. Bring me someone who knows. Visibility was nearly zero, and their troops were being pummeled on both sides. At this rate, they would be annihilated. No, annihilation was inevitable. Soon, an aide returned with an answer. We must destroy the medium of the spell. The medium. The banners. Charge for the banners! The commander shouted. We don't know where they are, the aide responded bleakly. The enemy's initial positions had shifted like clockwork gears, spinning in circles, making it impossible to pinpoint their location. The commander couldn't erase the word annihilation from his mind. While he struggled in anguish, the ferry company commander in charge of the 4th Company realized the enemy wouldn't let them retreat so easily. She was right, and it was not good news. Without a reversal, we're all dead. She thought the battlefield needed a new wind. But no such wind blew. The battle ended in a crushing defeat. Barely escaping death, the ferry company commander survived. As she fled, the fog dissipated. Their forces were annihilated. Fewer than 50 allies survived. Clang! Encrid had fought valiantly, exceptionally in fact, and he was satisfied. Though their forces were nearly wiped out, he alone had felled close to 20 soldiers. Blood dripped from his hand, gripping the sword. A gash on his forearm from earlier left him weak. I can't muster any strength. He had spent all of his time mastering the basics. Ragnar had told him not to spar recklessly until his bad habits were corrected, until he was fully ready. And then, almost as an afterthought, Ragnar had said, though this isn't exactly battlefield advice. Even Ragnar must have realized how absurd that sounded. Avoid fighting to fix bad habits in the middle of a battlefield. That was as good as telling him to die quietly. But Encred managed it. Instead of simply surrendering his life, he excluded death from the equation. And today, for the first time, he showcased his skills in real combat. It's different. Until now, he'd fought using mercenary swordsmanship and whatever means necessary to survive. That part hadn't changed. What had changed was the swordsmanship at the core of his technique. I want to learn more. His hunger for mastery surged. He couldn't settle for just the basics. Having single-handedly decimated 2 squads, Encred stood his ground. The enemy hesitated to approach. For some reason, holding his position allowed Encred a clearer view. The sorcerer's fog no longer obstructed him. He saw the enemy forming a semicircle before him. Each one held a crossbow. "Fight me like a man, one-on-one," Encred taunted, eager to test his skill once more. "You lunatic," muttered someone who seemed to be the enemy squad leader. Twang! The crossbows sang, and quarrels pierced his body. A bolt embedded in his eye brought searing pain. It hurts. Yet he felt a strange satisfaction. As death loomed, Encred recalled his purpose amidst this endless cycle of combat. Ragnar had always emphasized the fundamentals. Train and train again. Fight for your life. And eventually, well, someday it'll stick. It was an irresponsible statement, yet it held meaning. Encred needed more real combat experience. Death's shadow loomed over him. In his final moments, an enemy soldier looked down at him and said, "What a tenacious bastard." Even then, Encred's grip on his sword remained firm. His blood pooled beneath him. No matter what, even if you're dying, never let go of your sword. That's rule number 1. Countless instructors had said it. Ragnar said it. Rem had said it. And Encred obeyed. Spit! An enemy soldier, enraged over his fallen comrades, spat on Encred's face. And that was the end. Morning came. Another new day began. Encred reflected on what he had gained from yesterday's battle. I need more real combat experience. That was his conclusion. He sought out Ragnar once again for guidance. Your basics are solid, but you fight like someone who spent their whole life training alone. Where did you learn swordsmanship? It was true, as Encred had also realized. What he needed now was actual combat. Here and there. Here and there? Fine. Let's go with that. Anyway, it's better to train until your body naturally remembers the moves. And whoever your teacher was, they did a great job. That teacher was you. Ragnar unknowingly praised himself. Encred simply nodded and devoted himself to sparring. And oh, how he enjoyed it. Through repeated battles, Encred eventually cut down 30 soldiers on his own. It wasn't pure skill alone. Arrows and bolts rained down constantly. He dodged them, weaving through chaos. Again and again, the days repeated. And he swung his sword once more. Eventually, the so-called basics became a perfect, seamless part of him. When it comes to fundamentals, there's nothing more I can teach you. Even Ragnar admitted as much, acknowledging Encred's remarkable progress. Chapter 39. The flag flutters and soldiers dance with swords. 2 eyes, feet, hands. Ragnar said, "Start with your eyes, move with your feet, and finish with your hands." The sword. Following those words, Encred did just that. By seeing with his eyes, he predicted his opponent's movements, moved with his feet to adjust his position, and let the sword finish the attack. Can't see. In the next battle, Encred put that into practice himself. Instead of merely dodging by sight, he predicted and dodged, so his opponent's strike missed its mark and Encred's own attack landed. The sword's thrust was merely a confirmation of the attack's success. Thud! The sword pierced through the opponent's throat. With a swift motion, Encred pulled the sword out, and blood poured out as muscles, nerves, and blood vessels were severed. Immediately after killing the opponent, Encred rolled to the ground and struck the shin of another soldier with his pommel. Crack! Since he wasn't wearing any additional protection, the bone was bound to break. Ugh! The man fell, squirming. Encred pulled out a quarrel from his side and thrust it into the soldier's heart. The armor caused the arrow to sink only halfway in. As he stood, Encred pressed it down with his foot. Thud! The sound echoed as the quarrel lodged completely in. Encred lifted the dead soldier with one hand and tilted him to the side. Thunk! Bolts got embedded in the corpse. But Encred made a small mistake here. A bolt grazed his thigh with a flick. If his mobility decreased, it would be harder to fight amidst the enemy. Still, he pushed on as far as he could. 32. He had killed 2 more in one day, despite a mistake in between. Eyes, feet, hands. Predicting with his eyes, moving with his feet, and finishing with his hands. It seemed like it would be good to practice this in real combat a few more times. Encred continued, and through today's repetition, he had more or less figured out the enemy's movements. They defend the flag. They circled one side. If he charged straight ahead one day, he would rush to the left the next. He had never broken the flag, but he had come dangerously close. Encred felt thirst. He felt something was missing. Can I not do this alone? If that were the case, he could bring along Rem or Ragnar, but a sense of stubbornness arose in him. He had learned proper swordsmanship, had honed it. He wanted to take a step further. It wasn't impatience, but the thought that it was time to move forward kept repeating in his mind. I'll try. If this was driven by stubbornness, he could reconsider later. Encred had the opportunity to keep going, thanks to today's repetition. Who are you? After several battles, Encred came face to face with an enemy squad leader. It was a face he didn't recognize. The man had a rat-like beard. What do you think? Encred chuckled and answered. Facing death, there was no room for fear. The rat-like bastard of the Aspen Duchy swallowed his saliva and thrust his spear. You're a troublesome one. After dying and waking up, it was time for training again. Complete recovery and fast recovery. Once the concepts of eyes, feet, and hands became familiar, Ragnar moved on to the next step. What had started as getting used to the basics had somehow evolved into understanding the history and concepts of swordsmanship. Luckily, the squad leader and I share the same teachings. It was obvious Ragnar had taught him. I followed the techniques of one of the best instructors. I must have been really lucky. Encred spoke words that didn't seem quite right, but Ragnar had no reason not to believe him. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. It was understandable that his skills had improved in a day. He had trained the basics on his own but hadn't known how to apply them, so this could happen. Of course, this was a very unusual case, but if you didn't care about it, it was no big deal. The basics of the Northern-style longsword had settled in his body, just like moving forward in a concept. What good would it do to analyze it? The squad leader had never questioned his past. Therefore, he had to do the same. You know, complete recovery and fast recovery. At Ragnar's words, Encred nodded. Complete recovery and fast recovery. The concepts of proper sword, heavy sword, swinging sword, fast sword, and soft sword. To explain it further, a perfect, precise sword, a heavy, forceful sword, a mesmerizing, swinging sword, a fast, quicker sword, a soft, flowing sword. 500 years ago, a peerless genius was born. He was from a small farm, and he was truly a genius among geniuses. This genius killed a band of marauders who had attacked his farm with nothing but a wooden stick when he was just 9 years old. At just 9 years old, he killed 12 adult bandits, armed with swords. This is swordsmanship. The 9-year-old child was precocious. It was said that he had lost his parents when he was young. Seeing the bandits wielding swords, the boy realized the principles of swordsmanship. Later, a nobleman who heard of the boy killing 12 bandits with a wooden stick went to find him. He adopted the boy as his own. Thus the boy took the family name Oniak. Leonesis Oniak. Daughter. The genius gained his name in this way. Leonesis had the talent bestowed by the heavens, but he also had the misfortune of an unfortunate body. When he was around 10 years old, he contracted a disease that caused his limbs to lose strength. It was an incurable disease that no mage, doctor, or healer on the continent could treat. By the time he was 12, his entire body was paralyzed. Despite his illness, the Oniak family did not abandon Leonesis. The unfortunate genius was almost forgotten. But when Leonesis turned 20, he left his mark on the continent's swordsmanship history, paralyzed. He compiled all the sword styles of his time into 5 categories, creating a new school of swordsmanship. That was the foundation of complete recovery and fast recovery. Proper sword, heavy sword, swinging sword, fast sword, and soft sword. Despite being unable to move his body, he reshaped the history of swordsmanship. This is also how Oniak became the most powerful family in the empire. The swordsmanship school Leonesis founded was passed down through generations and became the standard. Today, it is divided into 5 styles: the northern style longsword, the central style proper sword and soft sword, the western style fast sword, the southern style swinging sword, and the eastern style technique sword. The continent was divided into 5 parts, and the development of weapon skills differed in each region. To use the northern style longsword, I have developed a technique. It will be more useful than the beast's guts or whatever. It was yet another sunny and windy day. On this day, Encrid learned a new technique from Ragnar. Rem had taught him the heart of a beast. Jackson had taught him how to listen. And Ragnar taught him the importance of focus. The principle is simple. Forget everything around you and focus on the opponent with your eyes, focusing solely on what you're doing. Don't let anything else enter your vision. The explanation was all over the place. The basics of the longsword are grounded in the fundamentals. It's the sword that breaks even when blocked, the sword that cannot be avoided even when known, and the sword that pours all its power into a single strike. That's what it is. Focus and do it. If you could do it with focus, what would happen to those who couldn't? I'll teach you a bit of the trick. With those words, Ragnar's sword became a beam of light. Even after switching to a different sword, it hadn't even fully become familiar in his hands, yet the blade was invisible. The arm, which whipped like a whip, couldn't even be seen. It was just a flash, and something passed by Encrid's neck. The blade brushed against the nape of the neck. It was so fast that the realization came only after the neck was cut. The back of the neck became warm. Blood trickled down. "Are you bullying the captain, you bastard?" Rem appeared out of nowhere and glared. Encrid placed his hand on his neck. I almost died. It was that dangerous of a strike. The invisible speed had sliced through the skin. They say that in the moment of death, humans become dozens of times more focused. I'm just helping. You crazy bastard. What use is learning that kind of skill after you're dead? You must not know the squad leader. Learning the heart of the beast took a really, really long time. Huh? Why emphasize the strange part? Isn't really, really too long. Before Encrid could respond, Ragnar snorted. It's because the teacher was bad. Huh? Huh? What did you say? You want me to stick an axe in your head? Rem raised one hand and placed it behind his ear as he spoke. I'm not an ignorant barbarian. My training methods are rational. Rational, huh? Encrid pondered the meaning of the word. Both Rem and Ragnar were the same to him. But aren't you from an extreme northern ethnic group, basically a barbarian? Ragnar's skin was pale, and his eyes were red, characteristics of northern peoples. Don't lump us with the western barbarians. It's unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Fine. Just die then. After you're dead, I'll personally go to the north and bury you. It seemed like another argument was brewing, but Encred intervened. You know what I'm going to say, right? Even as he interrupted, Ragnar cast a glance beyond Encred. I know the squad leader is as slow as a northern ox, but I didn't know he had this much basic skill. What's this? Stop dodging and answer me. I'll stick an axe in your head, you crazy barbarian bastard. The northern ox minimizes its movements to withstand the cold. It's a metaphor used for describing slow humans. Encred had been called slow countless times, but there was nothing unfair about it. You're supposed to teach me the trick. Encred held Ragnar back with words and turned his head toward Rem. No words were needed. A simple look was enough. Rem huffed, and when he noticed Encred staring at him, he snorted and shouted, "We were told to gather!" Then he turned around and strode toward the barracks. "We should go back." Seeing that Ragnar spoke, as he tried to retrieve his sword, Encred grabbed his wrist. What about the trick? The thirst for learning was what moved Encred. And now, wasn't he in a position to be taught something new? A single point of focus. Concentrate. It was a technique that Ragnar had improved from an ancient method. Encred felt a surge of desire. It won't be easy. The basics weren't easy. Adjusting your posture, learning new steps, abandoning what you had, and relearning how to strike and thrust. None of it was easy. Even so, it was enjoyable. A joy followed. The pleasure of growing each day filled his entire being. He had dreamed of becoming a knight, but perhaps it was just because he loved the sword that he had come this far. When he held the sword and swung it, Encred was so lost in the joy that he forgot everything else. As he held Ragnar's wrist, Ragnar spoke flatly. "You'll have to face death. When you think you're going to die, your nerves will become razor sharp. You have to repeatedly experience that sharpness." It was similar to when he had learned the heart of the beast. However, while the heart of the beast sought boldness even in the face of death, the technique Ragnar spoke of, the one-point concentration, was the opposite. You had to fight desperately to avoid death. The fear of death would sharpen your nerves like needles. Let's practice alongside real combat. Encred made a plan in his mind and moved. Just learning the trick won't be enough. Once you learn, let me know how it feels. It feels like everything around you disappears, and the sword moves as you wish. Ragnar answered calmly. Encred looked at Ragnar's red eyes. For the first time, he saw a seriousness in them. What's got into him all of a sudden? Ragnar was unpredictable, but this was the first time he had shown such passion. Hidden passion, burning deep within his eyes. Ragnar spoke. "It's time to go." Encred nodded. "Let's go." The battle began again, and mist filled the air. "Sorcery! You bastards!" Rem shouted in anger. "Lower your posture." Ragnar shouted at Encred, who was charging forward. Before, he would have been busy stopping them, but not now. Now he knew he wouldn't be caught off guard by some clumsy soldier. Encred ran forward, once again facing enemy soldiers with his eyes, feet and hands in perfect sequence. "Start with the crossbow squad." The difference now was that after repeating so many todays, he had become familiar with the enemy. Well, to be precise, it wasn't that he recognized it with his eyes. He had naturally memorized it. Before the first enemy could thrust his spear, Encred closed the gap and thrust his dagger upward. With a sharp thrust, the dagger pierced the chin and roof of the enemy's mouth. He discarded the dagger and pushed the fallen enemy aside with his shoulder. "Ha! Ha!" The pushed enemy was caught off guard. Taking advantage of that opening, Encred threw 2 daggers. The daggers flew through the air, taking out 2 enemies by the neck. It was a masterful display. He then drew his longsword and executed a diagonal slash. Clang! A spear's shaft blocked the blow. Expecting it to be blocked, he used the rebound force to retrieve his sword and cut the enemy's neck on the other side. Swish! The well-sharpened blade cleanly sliced through the enemy's neck. Once again, it was a fight. Another battle. The same repeated today. He fought again and again, and again people died. And Encrid fought desperately. The moment he learned the trick, he understood. It wasn't about boldly facing death. It was about desperately fighting to stay alive. That was the key. Ultimately, death couldn't be avoided. But that was okay. He would get what he wanted no matter what. Of course, amidst it all, there would be things he had to do. The flag. He had to attack the flag, the medium of the sorcery, adding a goal to real combat. Encrid rushed forward. Through repeated todes, Encrid had come to understand the movements of the enemy soldiers. The enemy soldiers, trusting the mist, were thrown off by a single surprise attack. Encrid made full use of that. Chapter 40. The flag, flutters, and soldiers dance with swords. 3. Each day began with a lesson from Ragna, focusing on a single point of concentration, followed by plunging into live combat. This had become Encrid's routine, repeated endlessly. Countless repetitions. Despite teetering on the edge of death repeatedly, the technique called a single point of concentration always seemed within reach, yet just out of grasp. Don't rush. Encrid shifted his mindset. Let's start by breaking the flagpole. As the battle resumed, Encrid pondered ways to minimize losses. Thinking and strategizing. These were among his greatest strengths. Once again the mist rolled in, deathly mist. Appropriately named the Mist of Massacre. Of course, Encrid didn't know the name of the spell. He only recognized that succumbing to it wasn't an option. When the mist enveloped them, and before Rem could shout anything, Encrid's voice rang out first. Get down! The warning caught everyone off guard. Even the squad leaders instinctively lowered his head. Shields up! When Encrid shouted again, his allies reflexively raised their shields. Feeling vulnerable without one, he grabbed a shield for himself. Running low to the ground, he angled the shield diagonally. A volley of bolts and arrows thudded into its surface with sharp thunks. The oil-soaked shield performed its job admirably. I should have grabbed a shield sooner. In past battles, he'd started fights after being struck by arrows or bolts while charging forward. But those experiences had also taught him how to navigate while dodging projectiles. Thinking as he ran, Encrid knew from experience that escaping the mist's influence required closing the distance with the enemy. And so he pressed on. Suddenly, he sprang to his left, narrowly dodging spear thrusts aimed at where he had been just moments ago. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spears sliced through empty air. He had memorized this pattern. Facing death intentionally just to execute the single-point focus was pointless. He decided instead to fight with every ounce of his being. After dodging the spears, Encrid rushed forward until he was almost nose to nose with the enemy. It was only then that he could make out the figures through the mist. A soldier, face full of shock, peered out from beneath his rounded leather helmet. Encrid kicked the soldier's ankle. Ah! The man lost balance and fell. Encrid smashed the edge of his shield against the man's head. Crunch! The sound of wood splintering rang out. If the soldier survived that blow, it would be sheer luck. Passing by the fallen man, Encrid drew his longsword. As he unsheathed it, he swung wide, startling 3 or 4 nearby enemies trying to close in. Watching them flinch, Encrid mapped his next route in his mind. This was his reality, repeated daily for over 300 days. He could navigate the terrain blindfolded, knowing the positions of the flagpoles and enemy formations. To the enemy, Encred's movements likely appeared ghostly. Ron, a soldier of the Grand Duchy of Aspen, was caught off guard by the movements of an Aurelian soldier who charged forward as soon as the mist descended. Appearing suddenly from the left, the soldier cut down 3 or 4 of Ron's comrades before disappearing. No, it wasn't vanishing. Upon closer inspection, the enemy was merely crouching low. Below us. Watch your feet. Ron knew the mist surrounding them was a spell or magic. While it didn't obscure the vision of their allies, thicker patches of mist did obstruct certain areas, like the ground. In other words, while everything above chest height was clear, the floor was hidden. The enemy seemed to exploit this advantage with precision. Kill him! Damn it! The chaos was palpable. The enemy moved as if they had 10 bodies. Ron tightened his grip, ready to strike the moment the enemy appeared within range. The tension was suffocating. Ah, gah, there he is! The soldier roamed the misty ground as if it were his domain. Ron swallowed hard, his throat dry. He half expected a blade to appear before him any second. He even felt the urge to relieve himself. But the enemy still hadn't shown up. Just as the tension reached its peak, he's breaking the flagpole. A scream erupted from behind. Ron whipped his head around. The squad leader was collapsing forward, and next to him the enemy rose, parting the mist like a skeleton warrior emerging from the grave. Was he alone? Could one person have caused this much havoc amidst the mist? The enemy gripped his sword with both hands and swung at the flagpole. Whack! The flagpole snapped in two with a heavy blow, and the banner toppled to the ground. The fabric, once flapping noisily in the wind, now lay silent and still. A puff of dust rose as the flag hit the ground. Through the dust, the enemy appeared to tilt his head as if in curiosity. At least, that's how Ron perceived it. Then the enemy moved again. Kill him! Kill him now! Someone clung to the enemy's leg, sacrificing themselves to hold him back. It was a noble, selfless act, befitting Aspen's elite troops. The others swarmed him like bees. With 2 spears impaled into his left side and 5 quarrels lodged in his thigh, the soldier bled profusely, but managed to ask, "Why hasn't the mist dissipated? Isn't the flag its medium?" The squad leader's deputy scoffed in response, taking the fallen leader's place. "Idiot. Do you think there's only one flag? There are 6 decoys, and only one is real." The deputy didn't mince words, knowing the enemy was as good as dead. "So 5 were fakes, and only one was genuine, huh? Crazy bastard. Why is this single-point focus so difficult? Then again, nothing's ever been easy. What nonsense are you rambling about? Focus. Focus. Lunatic." Crack! Ron couldn't hold back any longer and swung his spear at the enemy's head. The blow landed, splitting the head open and splattering blood. The soldier convulsed on the ground, spitting blood foam, turning away from the dying man. Ron moved on. This one soldier had disrupted an entire flag unit from completing their mission, but the outcome of the battle was already decided. The Grand Duchy of Aspen was victorious. With the mist in play, defeat was impossible. Pain flooded his body as death approached. To escape the agony, Encred drifted into thought. How did I learn Heart of the Beast again? The heart of the beast was honed by rolling across the battlefield on the brink of death, but the single-point focus still eluded him. Is the boldness granted by the heart of the beast getting in the way? No, that didn't seem to be the issue. Had it been easy, Encred would have been deemed exceptionally talented. Though it might have frustrated others, Encred remained calm. There was no need for impatience. If it doesn't work, I'll keep trying until it does. Resolute and steadfast, despair and frustration were foreign to him. Death came, and mourning followed. He awakened to sunlight and wind, preparing himself anew. It's called single-point focus. Will you learn it? Ragnar's teaching continued like clockwork, and Encred nodded each time. No matter how much he learned, he couldn't fully grasp it. Using the northern-style longsword, he refined its fundamentals under Ragnar's guidance, gaining small insights along the way. One such realization: everything must be learned properly from the beginning. Does fear of death heighten awareness? No matter how hard he tried, it still felt like wearing ill-fitting clothes. That's when he asked, "How did you learn it?" "I just did," Ragnar replied kindly. That made him even more annoying. Why be kind now? It felt better when he was spitting sharp words. Just like that. Yes, I forgot everything around me, focused, and became one with the sword. It wasn't a boast. His tone was calm and composed. Is that so? Yes, it is? What seemed trivial to Ragnar felt like an unreachable star to Encred. Still, jealousy or envy didn't rise. If his spirit was fragile enough to break over this, he wouldn't have dreamed of becoming a knight in the first place. They repeated the same exercise over and over. Ragnar, stopping his sword inches from Encred's face, tried to make him feel the fear of death. In terms of sheer speed, Ragnar seemed faster than Rem. When watching them duel, Rem appeared quicker. That duel between them was still vivid in Encred's mind. But facing him firsthand, Ragnar felt undeniably faster. What are you doing? The battle's calling. What about you? Using the squad leader as a practice dummy because you're still mad about losing to me last time. Who's losing? Your thick skull. Why did these two always fight the moment they met? Let's just go. Once again, it was the battlefield. Encred had learned much through brushes with death. One thing was clear. Out of 6 flags, 5 were false. It's all about making the right choice. It was time to test his luck. This time, he charged toward the enemy before the mist even rose. Squad leader? Ragnar's startled voice came from behind. To anyone watching, his actions must have seemed absurd. The squad leaders lost it. Even Rem shouted. The others muttered, wondering what had come over him. At that moment, the mist rolled in. What? I can't see. Encred shouted as he ran. Get down! Shields up! He expected them to follow his command instinctively, just like before. But the outcome was different this time. The Allied response was delayed. Arrows and bolts rained down, tearing through their ranks. Enemy soldiers armed with spears closed in, thrusting at the panicked allies. Why? It was a matter of timing. He had to allow them a moment to catch their breath after their initial shock. He already knew this mistake all too well. It was fine. He'd do better next time. Others might joke that Lady Luck had kissed him, or handed him a sack full of coins. But Encred knew himself well. He wasn't particularly lucky. The second flag required an intense battle. Even without achieving perfect focus, his skills improved as real combat layered over his newly acquired basics. Still a long way to go. For Encred, the standard was always Rem and Ragnar. It took 3 grueling days to take down the second banner. When he finally broke it, a dagger-wielding enemy officer coughed up blood while laughing mockingly. It's a decoy, I know. Encred nodded, even as 2 arrows pierced his thigh. What? 4 more to go. What did you say? Focus, focus. Was he failing because of his lack of focus? Perfect concentration was still beyond his reach. Ignoring the enemy officer's taunts, Encred summoned every bit of focus he could muster. With daring movements, he deflected enemy spears, dodging and counterattacking with precision. His upward slash, far more refined than before, split an enemy's jaw, cleaving from mouth to nose. A bolt suddenly struck his side with a dull thud. Thanks to his armor, he wasn't fatally wounded, but 5 crossbowmen stood nearby, their weapons aimed. Around 80 enemies guarded the banner. It was an overwhelming number to face alone. I'll have to attack the flag while planning my retreat. He thought carefully, calculating his options. To break the flag, to achieve perfect focus, he needed to surpass death itself. The third flag cost him 5 days. The fourth flag demanded 7. If I were the enemy commander, he would hide the final flag in the safest place. Before the mist could roll in, he spent 2 precious days scanning the enemy formation. And finally, he saw it. The unit protecting the last flag, hidden deep within their lines. This time, Encred warned his allies clearly and dashed forward. Everyone stayed low and kept their shields up. Rem, follow me. He brought Rem along. Follow you. What? Just follow me. Shouting, he sprinted forward, and Rem followed reluctantly. What insane plan is this? Instead of answering, Encred charged toward the flag-guarding unit with Rem at his side. Just the two of them? Enemy soldiers roared in fury. Encred skillfully shifted aside, using the mist for cover and leaving the brunt of the fight to Rembo. Who's casting the spell? Rem's voice, cold as icy flames, rang out as he swung his axe. When Encred glanced back, he barely saw the axe before an enemy's head was sent flying. Blood sprayed like a fountain before the body crumpled to the ground. I'll get answers from the next one. Rem unleashed his fury. While observing him, Encred mentally mapped the enemy's movements. It took 5 grueling days to reach the unit guarding the innermost banner. Using his wits, Encred avoided a head-on clash, sneaking around the side and keeping low. As he approached the banner stealthily, someone blocked his way. Am I dreaming? The man blocking him spoke. Who was this guy? By the grace of the gods, my wish has been granted. I've wanted to kill you with my own hands. Encred tilted his head, unable to place the man. Edianabi Murai. Blauchos. Ainian. Benderkos. Forgot me in just a few days. For this man, it had only been days, but for Encred, repeated battles had stretched this campaign into what felt like a year. Apologies. Could you introduce yourself? Encred asked politely, making veins bulge on the man's forehead. Platoon leader of the Grey Hounds, Mitch Harrier. Even hearing the name, Encred drew a blank. I see. Nodding, he further enraged Mitch, who glared daggers at him. You bastard! Seething, Mitch drew his sword. The sound of steel rang out as he pointed it at Encred. Something about it jogged Encred's memory. Where did I see him? Wait a moment. Encred raised a hand, halting Mitch. What is it? I truly don't remember. Who are you again? You'll remember once I stab you. Mitch lunged at him, and Encred drew his longsword to meet him. Clang! Their blades clashed, the sound echoing as steel sang against steel. The two exchanged blows, and Mitch couldn't hide his surprise. This bastard. Yeah. Encred's skills had grown immensely.